off tonight. He will be back tomorrow. He's got the. He was talking about it last night, going up to the kids' college.
Yeah,
they do a parent.
Yeah, they said don't make sure you're on time.
Right.
And no messing around. No excuses.
Bring your checkbook.
Right. I believe that's pretty much the prerequisite when you
bring your checkbook.
When they bring the parents
bring extra cash.
Yep.
Bring everything you got.
Right, because this is gonna cost you.
Yeah. Right.
As you can tell, Paul Nolan is here. How are you, Paul?
I am well, my friend. This is great. No Damon tonight. Can't stand that guy.
How was your day?
It was a really nice day. I finally got all my stuff done early. First sunny day in New York in the longest time, so I get to my pool, by the way. It's great. My lawn is perfect. I got my whole setup in the yard, tip-top. I sit down, I light up a stove, a beautiful one, the last of my Rocky Patels. Thank you, that guy.
Really?
And we miss you, that guy, by the way. And I'm about to relax. I got my music on, the speakers out there. I sit back, and it's burning perfect, and guy next door is building a new patio, and the sound was just scourging right through me. And I pretended like I was in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. I didn't care. I'm such a broken man. I just sat there and smoked it and pretended it wasn't bothering me, and that was my day. It was very nice.
All right. Well, nice to hear. At least most of your day looked okay from the outset. Slick Rick is here. He's got sports. How are you, Slick?
I'm doing good there, Rick. Paul, good to have you again. No Damon tonight.
And how was your day? How was your day?
My day was good, actually. Busy, like everybody. I hate to say that because everybody's day is so darn busy, right? But no, I got a lot done today. It was good. Of course, we watched the Stanley Cup champion get crowned last night down in Florida. The Stanley Cup is going to stay down in the great state of the Sunshine State, I should say. So, Lord Stanley, give me the sunshine, baby.
Yeah, first back-to-back winners in a while, right?
Yeah, first back-to-back winners in. Yeah, I can't remember who the last
Tampa
one was.
do it?
Tampa did do it. They did it like about what, 10 years ago, maybe 15 years ago. I don't remember.
I've lost track. I can't remember anything.
I know one thing: 32 Stanley Cups in a row in the United States. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Canada can cry all the way.
Yeah. Canada, no cup for Canada.
Exactly.
That's it.
Yeah, so it was what was it? I think I was watching it, laying on my couch, and it got up to 5-0 at one point.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, this is.
I told you at 2-0 it was over.
There was two empty netters.
Yeah, they were. That was Florida just played so great, and Bobrovsky actually was unbelievable in net as well, especially last night. He was a stonewall. Couldn't
happen to a nicer guy at the end. He's like, it has nothing to do with me. It's all God. I'm been humbled by the Lord, and He guided me. And I just trusted Him, and I was like so happy to hear a hockey player say that. They just.
You usually don't hear that from a hockey player.
They usually keep all the politics. It's usually the team came first, and no matter what. Yep. It was nice to hear him say.
And we know Matthew Tkachuk is going to be looking forward to going back to the White House because he obviously supports the president. We had that great clip just of him not so long ago when they went. I think that was delayed their trip they finally got a Stanley Cup trip this spring. And there they are. They're going to be back before you know it. I mean, the president's very busy right now. I'm sure he's not too worried. I didn't see any tweets from him about Stanley Cup champion last night. He's got a little more going on in the situation room. There's a bit of a situation. So
a bit of a situation. I guess we should jump to it. There's some breaking news across. There's as you can see in that small. Just under me on your screen, there's a protest right now going on in front of the White House down in Washington, D.C. Tens of people showing up to protest. I can't really say. What is it, the war?
I think they want free blue hair dye.
Yeah, so something I can't read because the sign is bent. But something about Israel and the war in Iran and
these are the same people with the Ukraine flags in their in their Instagram picture or whatever.
Yeah, they probably just got the new stuff in.
I like war when my guy does it.
Right. So they got their new marching orders. They got their new signs just in time to protest in front of the White House tonight. That's going on currently, right this moment. It just started a little while ago, from what Aaron was saying, and we're going to be carrying that. We'll pretty much be carrying it throughout the night, just to keep an eye on things, make sure it stays peaceful, and we don't see any of the usual rioters. The Antifa types show up and decide they're going to try and scale a fence or something.
I'd like to see a better picture of that audience, but what I'm seeing right now is an average cholesterol rating of like 279. Look at that. Like everybody in there looks like the exact same person.
It's true. Or wearing those same white sneakers.
You know what? It's just It's like it just they don't stop, and there's no.
You know what? People like that, I don't think they have much to do.
Well,
right?
We saw, what did we see? O'Keefe did it. One person said, yeah, that's all I do is I just sign up for all these, these protests and rallies. I get paid between 150 and 200 a day. And, it just causes a ruckus. And it's I get some fresh air and some exercise and I get paid. Yeah. Really? That's what your life is?
Well, that's all they can get. They have to actually pay people to show up to do these things. So you've got that going on. That's in Washington, D.C. And then we've got breaking news from the Wall Street Journal. Breaking: Trump has approved U.S. attack plans for Iran. Now, and again, this just came out just a little while ago. Trump privately approved attack plans for Iran, but has withheld the final order. The president is hoping that threatening to join Israel's strikes will lead to Tehran to abandon its nuclear program and get back to the bargaining table. President Trump told senior aides late Tuesday that he approved the attacks for Iran, but was holding off on giving the final order in hopes that the people familiar with it would restart the deliberations. Since his private instructions in the White House Situation Room to the military, Trump has disclosed publicly that an attack is an option. He said, I have ideas on what to do, but I haven't made a final. I like to make the final decision 1 second before it's due, he told reporters earlier today. So there you have it. More breaking news. Seems like there's stuff happening all over the place. And one thing we're forgetting about is what's going on in Ukraine.
Oh, there's a conflict there. I forgot.
Yeah, and the latest from Zelensky is that I think he's requesting $40 billion a month, or
$4 billion
I was just talking about that with my wife today. Whatever happened with that war? And there you go. Yeah. You answered that question.
Yeah, he's requesting more money. Of course. Yeah, that's the way it works.
Remember, everyone, go to work, get overtime, pay half that to your taxes.
Wow.
To blow up some dude over, and we don't even know where it is on a map.
Yeah.
How about let us keep our money? I'm tired. I'm just tired of giving them half my money.
Well, let's get into that, because I know we started doing it a little bit last night. We played a clip of Ted Cruz with Tucker Carlson last night. We played a clip of them. I guess just a short clip that Tucker released after they did the interview. I know, Paul, you have a bunch of these clips.
I just thought it'd be a good discussion, because the one thing I want to start this is here's the difference. We have to remember, as Republicans, as MAGA, because we didn't want to say Republicans because they're useless. They might well be boobs on a bowl. It's a waste of time calling it. What I think is, if you try to have a conversation with a liberal, they explode. Facts. Oh, I don't want to get into the weeds. Oh, you mean the facts? The one thing we want to do here is prove that we're the grown-ups in the room. If you have a differing opinion, you can say, interesting, I want to think about it, or I don't agree with it. But at least say, I disagree with you, but I'd fight to the death for your right to say it. And that's what MAGA's got to be about. It's got to stick together. And I think Trump has earned a lot of love and respect from all of us, because let's be very clear, he's been an anti-war guy his whole life. So to think it's a forever war, we have to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Right.
But to the neocons and the lobbyists and the people who are controlled by AIPAC, does Netanyahu have more power, in the Senate? So his hands, I've been saying since Jump Street, he still has too many neocons around him, but there's no way to uproot them all. I honestly think he's handcuffed, and I think it sucks, to be completely honest with you, because I think the machine is so powerful, it would be like trying to push a gazillion-pound boulder up a giant hill. I do think he's got his hands tied. I really think that he is completely screwed by a machine that has a million ways, as Schumer said. The intelligence agency has a million ways.
7 ways from Sunday.
Yeah.
And getting back at you. Right. Yeah. And that was back in 2017 or 2016, whenever Schmucky Chucky said that.
Yeah.
Now, the one thing I do want to point out, because I think it happened on Monday when you were here and we were talking about this, and then it happened again yesterday when Vin was here and we started talking about some of this. And, people getting upset online in the chats. Damon getting a little hotter than normal by what some of the people are saying in the chats. But I think it speaks to what you just said, is we can have these conversations. And I think that's the big difference. And that's one thing, and we've talked about this before too, is that we love Trump. You know, we're big fans of Trump, and we want him to succeed. That's why we voted for him, right?
If I met him, I'd ask him to sign my breastises.
Right. Exactly. I'd hold up somebody. I'd hold up somebody's baby and here, sign this. Right?
Sign your trumpets.
I'd grab Paul's boobs and go sign these. But in terms of, we don't have to love 100%.
Yeah, look, and it's okay.
My mom doesn't love me 100%.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, there's only one perfect person who ever
That's an understatement.
There's always one thing or two things or maybe even three things that you're like, I'm kind of this. I'm more on this side on that particular stance on that policy or the objective, whatever. But the fact is, most times, most people are probably in that 70 to 80 range. Right. And the stuff they don't like, they don't really want to talk about. Like with the vaccines. Right. Trump was talking about the vaccines up until John Rich got in his ear and said, "Stop talking about the vaccines." He goes, "Because I boo you when you do." Yeah. And he didn't understand that. Yeah. So I think that's one of those things where I think we can all agree. We want this guy to succeed, because if he succeeds,
I want him on Mount Rushmore.
Right. We succeed.
Exactly.
Come on.
Right.
Come on. Exactly.
That's right on the money.
Of course it is. Well, yeah, well, sure. That's a given.
Perfect way of putting it.
Right. If he succeeds, we succeed. The country succeeds. Our kids succeed, and it's a domino effect. Yeah. And that's what we're trying to get rolling, right? And
that, to me, you said it to perfection. It's about my kids. I'm going to be fine. I mean, I'm going to hole up in the woods in the country with my guns, with my fishing pole, and I'm fine. I mean, I'm going to, but the kids, the liberty, the freedom, the privacy, the right to be left alone. Yeah. So we'll be diving into that, the Ted Cruz Tucker Carlson interview. We got a bunch of clips from the new flag poles that went up at the White House today. The president talking to some people. We've got new forces joining together to find the riot funders, the FBI and the IRS, believe it or not. So we got some good stuff, and of course we'll have you guys in the chat. Join us there. Chat. We'll take a quick break. We come back more live with Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. Stay there.
This 4th of July, celebrate independence. Power independence with the Patriot Power Generator 2500X from 4 Patriots. Solar powered, safe to use indoors, and it keeps your essentials running during blackouts. No gas, no fumes, no noise, ever. And right now we're throwing in 2 solar panels for free. This is your chance to stop depending on the crumbling power grid and start relying on yourself with reliable, renewable, and ready when you need it power. Now that's real freedom. So don't wait. Go to 4patriots.com today. Check it out.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time. So why do so many dog foods contain awful things a human would never eat? To save his pets, world-famous veterinarian Dr. Marty knew he had to change what was in their bowl.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, my breakthrough formula that's changed everything about dog food.
Nature's Blend contains nothing but all-natural ingredients, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching and paw licking, even moving around better. And that's because Nature's Blend is freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, we gently preserve them, and you'll see the difference in your dog.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
Such a huge difference in her health. More energy, more playful, no more pooping issues. He's healthier, he looks better.
Dr. Marty has thousands of 5-star reviews. And for a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV. That's drmartypets.com/TV.
Hello, I'm Veronica.
My name is Darvin.
I'm Courtney.
I'm Jackie.
And we switched to Consumer Cellular. My previous provider was terrible.
Surprise, we've changed your rate.
We wouldn't get to talk to a person.
And then all of a sudden it disconnects.
Now with Consumer Cellular, no problems.
Better customer service. They tell me exactly what I'm paying and why I'm paying for it.
It's within $1 of being half of my old bill.
With Verizon, I was paying about $150 a month. With Consumer Cellular, I'm paying about half that.
Okay, this is doable. This is affordable.
I'm getting the exact same coverage for half the price. That's a beautiful thing.
Done deal.
I got to keep my phone. I got to keep my number.
Switching over took about 20 minutes. That's it.
It's month to month, very simple.
It's been amazing. I was now a Consumer Cellular customer.
And I've been bragging to my friends about it, too.
Call 1-800-726-2125.
To switch and save up to half with Consumer Cellular. Plus, new customers can save $25 when they switch today.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Live from Studio 6, being Real America's Voice on a Wednesday night. Damon is off tonight. He'll be back tomorrow night and for Friday, of course. Friday night show live from the America First warehouse with your chance. If you're in the area, you're going to be visiting the area. Maybe you feel like taking a couple-hour drive. If you're not directly in our area here on Long Island, make sure you come by, check it out. Doors open at 7:30. Show starts, of course, at 8 p.m. And we'll have the full gang. We'll have the full gang there, right? Right, Aaron. This week is KDJ back. All right, very good. So we'll have the full crew, including Vin and Kevin Downey Jr. They'll be back as well. So it'll be a fun time on a Friday night. Always a good time. Always a great crowd. I love doing I love the vibe that we get from the crowd.
Oh, you know? Yeah,
without a doubt.
Fantastic.
It really just kind of takes the show in a different direction sometimes. And
without a doubt.
Yeah.
I like the audience participation. Maybe we'll even take a couple questions for the chat tonight, just because we're going to have a little more time.
Yeah, definitely. Before we jump to stuff, which will include the Biden mental acuity hearing. Did you hear about this?
Oh, no. I didn't see that.
Oh, I can't imagine.
I can't
That's
wait.
some good stuff.
Let's start right there.
They find anything?
Oh, no.
They didn't find a lot. Let's do some sports with Slick
Rick. They just had
Rick.
to wipe dribble off his chin.
Exactly.
Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to MyPillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout. Save yourself a ton of money on some great stuff from Mike and the people at MyPillow.com. Slick, what do you got?
Well, not that it's breaking news, but I do want to recap. The NHL season came to a close last night, and back-to-back Panthers repeat as Stanley Cup champions by beating the Oilers in 6 games. This is from ESPN AP report. Sunrise, Florida. Stanley stays in South Florida is getting extended. The Florida Panthers repeat as Stanley Cup champions by beating the Edmonton Oilers 5-1 in Game 6 of the final on Tuesday night, becoming the NHL's first back-to-back winners since Tampa Bay in 2020 and 21, and the third team to do it this century. So not that long ago, only
remember the
years
Islanders
ago.
back-to-back years ran into that buzzsaw.
They ran into that, exactly. Got knocked out both times in the Eastern Conference Championship. You're right, Paul. Sam Reinhart scored 4 goals, becoming just the 6th player in league history and first since Maurice Richard, the great Maurice Richard, in 1957 to get that many in a game in the final. He's third to complete the hat-trick sent rats, along with hats, flying into the ice. Matthew Tkachuk, one of the faces of the franchise, fittingly scored the cup clincher. More rats were a part of the victory celebration when the clock hit zeros. Panthers players mobbed in the corner while the Oilers watched in dismay. Good evening, South Florida, Commissioner Gary Bettman said before presenting the trophy to Captain Alexander Barkov. It feels like we just did this. Sergei Bobrovsky stopped 28 of 29 shots he faced, closing the door on a rematch with the same end result. And there were obviously chants we want the cup. As the final moments ticked away, the Panthers already had it. They had it in the bag. And Paul had them early in the season. He picked them to win it all. So good for you, Paul. You were right on that with Florida. And, great team. I mean, they're going to be tough to beat next year. I'm getting concerned because I don't want to see them tie the Islanders, because the Islanders won 4 cups. I was in the Coliseum for the last one back in '83. I don't want to see them come to that, but boy, they're halfway there, Paul. Yeah. So that was a pretty strong, dominant performance there. So congratulations, and I'm glad, like I said earlier tonight, that they'll be taking that cup to the White House, I'm sure. We know Matthew Tkachuk is a big supporter of the president, and obviously the president lives in Florida, so he's happy. His hometown won a Stanley Cup, so that's good good for him as well. So good stuff.
Yeah, his whole family, the Kachuk family, are all big Trump supporters.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. One of the reasons he wanted, Kachuk wanted out of Canada. He was in Calgary, couldn't stand the taxes, couldn't stand the heavy hand of their government.
Yep.
And he was decent enough to say to the management in Calgary, thank you for everything.
That's right.
But I got to get out of here.
Yeah, he was saddled with a lot more than a dome out there, right? That's for sure. Forget that one. Yes, but you're right about that, and good for that. And like I said, it's nice to keep the cup in United States.
Yes.
This is I believe the 32nd consecutive year that a American team has won the championship, known for forever as the sport that was invented in Canada and Canada. I don't even know if it was exactly invented in Canada.
It was invented in Russia, but it was played originally on a soccer field, 10-on-10 with a goalie, 11.
But Canada pretty much adopted it back in the 1800s.
They made it great.
And we got the great Canadian teams and the great Maurice Rocket Richard and such a legacy there with Toronto as well in the 60s. But now it seems to be an American game, American team. And I believe Matthew Tkachuk is also going to play in the 2026 Olympics, too, representing the United States.
Absolutely.
As well as a few of the other fellas on the Florida team. So great stuff. It took a little time on that, but wanted to get that one.
Nice.
NBA action. We got a game 6 tomorrow night, and it looks like OKC looking to close it out. It's going to be a tough close, though, on the road in the Gainbridge Fieldhouse in Indiana. Not sure they're going to be able to walk in there so easily and walk out with that. Those are rabid fans there, and we'll see. But with Halliburton, the star on the Indiana team, dealing with a calf strain, he's their number one guy. So if he can't be in full swing, I think it's going to end up being an OKC championship tomorrow night. I'd like to see it go to Game 7. Nothing like a Game 7 in any championship. We all enjoy that.
Exactly.
None of us have any horses in the race there that I know of with these two clubs,
didn't
right?
you guys both predict OKC before the playoffs started were going to win this?
I remember saying, I think we were pretty close to that. Yeah, I felt they were the strong team. They were the number one seed. Well, you would think.
Yeah, they were the number one seed, but I was definitely like Damon didn't even think Indiana should be there.
Yeah, okay.
So he thought it was OKC in 4.
Yeah.
I was kind of doubting it because I'm like, they don't match up well. And you see it with Halliburton hurt now, all of a sudden it tilts.
Wait, weren't they winning the whole game? That he got hurt and then the lead evaporated and they lost in Game 6?
No, he got hurt early on.
No, they cut it close. They were getting beat pretty much all along. They cut it to 5 towards the end there. Or I think it was like 195 at one point, and then that was it. Then OKC just pulled away. Yeah. I mean, they're just playing unbelievable ball. So we'll keep track of that. We'll have the game on tomorrow night, obviously talking about that. And then just one other thing I want to get to real quick: NCAA baseball, College World Series. I've been missing on that, and somebody in the chat, I think Trey Poo or somebody mentioned it to me, and she's right. I was looking at it last night, but I didn't have the time to get to it. Sports was cut a little short, but we have Arkansas right now leading LSU 1-0 in the bottom of the 4th in Men's College World Series, and then game final earlier today, Coastal Carolina defeated Louisville 11-3, so they're moving on. The championship is actually this weekend, so we're getting down to
Coastal Carolina is generating a lot of buzz,
and especially with an 11-3 win. I mean, but Louisville was unranked. Coastal Carolina is number 3. I think Arkansas is going to be the team to beat if they get past LSU tonight, though. They're number 3, so we'll see. But I will keep track of that. We'll have more updates a little bit later on. And Rick, I'll have some other stories, including the Los Angeles Lakers are up for sale. You guys got an extra $10 billion hanging around?
Let me check my left pocket.
Maybe I'll hit Big D for a loan. That's a wrap in sports. Rick, back to you.
All right. Well, thank you, Slick. And we've got just a couple minutes here. I do want to get to that. We'll do the Biden. It's called the Biden mental acuity hearing. I have just a couple clips, and then we can jump into the
it's an oxymoron.
the Ted.
It's a moron.
It's more of a moron than an oxymoron. It's a moron. But it's a pretty interesting, interesting committee hearing. You'll
it's
get
moron
to see
by proxy. It's more like
But real quick, we have time for this one. This is cut number 1. Here's our own Real America Voices own Brian Glenn talking to President Trump about the conflict between Israel and Iran. Here it is. This is cut number 1. Check this out.
I think what she might be alluding to is the base is going to stay with you regardless. And you've gone through different tests, regardless. But some of the people in the base don't want a long-term war. They're afraid that we're going to get into a long-term war.
We're not looking for a long-term war. We're looking. I only want one thing. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That's it. I'm not looking long-term, short-term. And I've been saying that for 20 years. I've been saying it as a civilian who got a lot of publicity. People would cover it. Very simply, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That's it. It's not a question of anything else. And if you did, you wouldn't have much of a country because they would use it on us and they'd use it on other people and they'd be a terror all over the world. So I may have some people that are a little bit unhappy now, but I have some people that are very happy, and I have people outside of the base that can't believe that this is happening. They're so happy.
Yeah, so there you have it. The president talking about being asked by our own Brian Glenn, friend of the show,
and an all-around cool guy.
Yeah, all-around cool guy.
What was the noise in the background? Harry brushing his teeth?
No. That was for the ceremony. They're putting up the brand new flagpoles.
Whoa!
That the president paid for out of his own pocket to make sure that they were the best the money can buy.
Can we take a break for a press gaggle real quick? I mean, come on.
I know, right?
Hold your horses, right?
All right. Quick break. We'll be back live from Studio 6B. Real America's Voice. Stay there.
Hey, did you find the manual? Yes, of course I found it. No, I need that.
Summon Dale.
Who's Dale?
A real human.
I'm Dale. American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
I need my phone back. Fix it over video chat with American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Stay tuned to get a free automatic toilet bowl cleaner from Mermaid. Your sink stopper's broken, but fixing a drain is such a pain. Not anymore. Introducing Mermaid Drain Magic, the instant solution to most broken drains. Simply remove and replace. In just seconds, you can fill and drain with a simple press of a button. Drain Magic makes replacing your old, broken, rusty, even missing sink stoppers fast and easy.
Practically took me 5 seconds to replace. It absolutely made my sink look like brand new.
Honestly, I couldn't believe it. How could it work so well, look so good, and install so quickly?
And forget clogging, because Drain Magic's anti-clogging basket helps catch debris before it goes down the drain. When the basket's full, just discard. Helps prevent clogs in your sink by catching hair, food, even jewelry. Drain Magic uses a silicone gasket that creates a watertight seal without messy plumber's putty. Look, this sink was filled hours ago and the water still remains. Press the spring-loaded stopper and the water's gone. Made of brass and finished in high-quality chrome, Drain Magic is rust-resistant and built to last.
It's made out of metal, not plastic, and it actually has some weight to it. Yeah, this is the real deal.
Just looks like a new sink now.
Order your 2-in-1 drain solution, Mermaid Drain Magic, today for only $19.99. And with every order, you're going to get a Mermaid automatic toilet bowl cleaner absolutely free. Just drop it in the tank for up to 3 months of hands-free cleaning. Mermaid's ultra-concentrated formula cleans and deodorizes with every flush. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get Mermaid Drain Magic at this incredibly low price with free Mermaid toilet bowl cleaner. There's a strict limit of 3. Call or click now to order.
Call 1-800-519-3206 or visit getdrainmagic.com. So call 1-800-519-3206 or visit getdrainmagic.com. Order now.
Funerals can easily cost $9,000 or more, but government benefits pay only $255. If you're between 40 and 85, get your free Funeral Advantage Guide. Help keep your family financially protected with up to $20,000 cash immediately.
It's so easy. Just answer a few simple health questions.
Funeral Advantage is something we'll all need. There's no risk or obligation.
Call 800-849-7919.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Wednesday night. Thank you for joining us. Also, if you're listening on 103.9 Long Island News Radio, we appreciate that as well. We've got more sports coming up with Slick in the next segment, but right now we got some news. One of the things that happened, and I don't know if it got as much publicity as it probably should have, but partly because of who showed up and who didn't. I'm talking about the Biden I got to make sure I get the name correct on this one. The Biden Mental Acuity Hearing. I know. Sounds like an oxymoron.
Oh, it sounds like a moron.
Yeah, it sounds like a committee about a moron. Republican lawmakers on the Senate Judiciary Committee admonished their Democratic colleagues, Paul, for boycotting and walking out of the Wednesday morning hearing examining former President Joe Biden's health decline while he was in the Oval Office. Here's John Cornyn. He's cut number 7. Here he is talking about the meeting as it gets started. Cut number 7.
I will note that few of my Democratic colleagues are here today. Thank you to Senator Welch from Vermont for being here, leaving us with no other option than to take the boycotting of this hearing as an admission of guilt for their role in this crisis. We must not turn away from the search for answers, and it is not an overstatement to say that the future of our country could one day hinge on how we choose to act.
Yeah. The Senate committee held this hearing this morning and dubbed it the unfit to serve. How the Biden cover-up endangered America and undermined the Constitution. Here is cut number 5. Josh Hawley really ripped into the Democrats.
I like him a lot.
Yeah, me too. He really ripped into him pretty good here. Cut number 5, as he rips into him for what they've done by not showing up. Cut 5.
The visual, sometimes it really is true. A picture speaks louder than words. It's worth 1,000 words. And here, all you have to do is look over at this side of the dais to see that the stone wall continues. I mean, from the party that lied to this nation for 4 years, let's just take a look at some of the things that our colleagues said on the Democrat side when their own Justice Department was concluding that Joe Biden, who, let's not forget, illegally took classified documents and kept them in his garage, in his freezer. I mean, Lord knows where. He just certainly didn't know. Their own Justice Department interviewed the guy and concluded he could not form the requisite mental state to stand trial. He did not have the mental ability to stand trial. And what did our Democrat colleagues say? Vice President Harris says, oh, no, the way that the Hur report characterized the president is so wrong. The president's demeanor is totally fine. Senator Smith, what the Hur said about the president not remembering his son's death, so unfair. Senator Kaine said this is grandstanding. Senator Fetterman said it's just cheap shots. You had other senators saying, Senator Ossoff in February of 2024, saying, and I quote, I found the president to be sharp, focused, impressive, formidable, and effective. In June 2024, Congressman Jeffries insists Biden was, and I'm quoting again, incredibly strong, forceful, and decisive. Where are they now? They don't want to answer for any of those quotes now. They lied to us for 4 years, and we know they lied. They know they lied. It's why they're not here. They don't want to answer a single question. They can't bear to show their faces in public.
Yeah, so there was one of our favorites, Josh Hawley, with his thoughts on the Democrats, of course, not showing up to answer questions. Basically, they knew they were going to be roasted, right?
Yeah, I mean, think about that. He wasn't fit for trial? I mean, are we kidding me?
Yeah.
And that gets just, could you imagine that happened to Trump? How crucified he would have been. The double standard is so off the chart. I don't even know what to say.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy was a complete mental case from Jump Street. We talked about it. The second
from the very start.
From the very start, we were doing Crazy Town because he was so stupid.
Yeah, and he was falling, and he was getting lost on stage. And
God forbid he tried to say a number.
Right.
I mean, it was a mess.
Even on the campaign trail. We were saying it while he was on the campaign trail.
He pluribus unum,
right.
The thing.
Yeah, you know the thing.
Who's kidding me with this guy?
Amazing. Finally, here's the last clip from the hearing that I grabbed today. Here is one of the investigators, cut number 13 on the Autopen, because that's going to be a big thing. The Autopen. Yeah. If it is found, and you know, this is some of the stuff I've been reading, that if it is found that they are able to determine that these things were done without his knowledge, the use of the Autopen, because they're going to be looking at records of where was he even at the White House or in D.C. at that time when some of these things were signed. It's going to come into question. A lot of these things could be undone, including pardons for, say, I don't know, Mr. Fauci. among others. So here is this guy testifying. I forgot his name. Cut number 13. Check this out.
When the president signs, he communicates his assent and endorsement of the action he takes. The Autopen is a device that signs the president's signature to a document. The oversight project, of which I am a board member, has discovered that the Biden White House deployed an Autopen to affix President Biden's signature to pardons, prison commutations, executive orders, and presidential proclamations. The Oversight Project's research has found that the Biden White House first deployed the Autopen to affix President Biden's signature to a proclamation on day 5 of his administration, and that there were at least 3 different Autopen signatures in use throughout President Biden's tenure in the White House. In June 2022, the Biden White House began deploying the Autopen to sign clemency warrants and executive orders. Autopen use skyrocketed from there. We found that of the 51 clemency warrants issued during the Biden presidency, over half, 32 in total, were signed with an Autopen. And these include some of the most controversial acts of clemency of the Biden presidency, including death row commutations and the preemptive pardons of members of the Biden family, Dr. Anthony Fauci, General Mark Milley, and more that were issued in the final days of the Biden presidency. We reviewed President Biden's schedule and his publicly available media and were unable to find any record of President Biden's personally approving these actions, such as a statement issued by the president himself to reporters.
Yeah, so there you have it. They're looking.
But they're going to get away with it. I mean, there's never justice to anybody in Congress. There's never, meanwhile, the little guy messes up on his taxes. He's got 2 years in jail. We see the J6 doing 4 years in a gulag. I mean, I'm just so tired of the tears of justice. It makes me want to throw up.
Yeah, unfortunately,
so stupid.
It's going to be a tough road to go down, because I don't know if there's, they could say, well, he was on the phone and he told us, yeah, go ahead, use the Autopen.
Right.
So it's gonna probably come down to stuff like that. But we'll see. It'll be interesting to see what they can find, because stuff like this, sometimes it digs up things that you didn't even expect to find.
Yeah, without a doubt. And let's just hope the Justice Department's going to do what it's supposed to do.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll play it by ear.
Yeah, because how many months you got left on Cash and Bongino and Bondi?
I think my time is up in like 7 minutes. Didn't I say I was giving it to the end of June?
I thought it was sometime during the summer. Yeah, I thought you said 6 months.
6 months. So
that would be July.
We'll call it mid-July is where But I got to be honest with you. I like the arrests of all. They're taking down a lot of drug dealers. They're taking down a lot of pedos. So, but the news ain't covering that. That's for sure.
Yeah, they had a big bust down in Florida, I think, about a week ago.
Yeah, another one.
They took down a huge.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah. That was massive.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it goes right under the radar, though. You don't really hear much about it, though, right?
Hopefully that, and that stuff, that sometimes falls by the wayside. We have it here, but we never have a chance to get to it.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, but hopefully, you know what? Paul will give you to, I think it's July 21st. You got July 21st in 6 months.
I think that's generous.
Sound good?
Yeah, that sounds like the right time.
All right, very good. Hey, let's get to your Tucker Carlson, Ted Cruz showdown.
Okay.
Because
I have a lot of things to point out, and this is to me. There's a lot of stupid going on here. So
right.
Let's roll it.
All right. So where do you want to start?
Let's start with the one you guys did last night. That first one with the population.
Yeah.
Well, we don't want to do that one. All right.
Well,
Erin says she doesn't have it.
Next. Because Damon played it off his computer last night. Because basically it just kind of dropped on X, and he was like, "Oh, it's right here." So let me play it, and he just kind of played it because we didn't know what was going to be on it.
So if we could just talk about it briefly. Yeah. For one, the gotcha moments. I think Tucker's better than that. Tucker's nervous cackle, it goes through me. Like, it's just like,
me too.
Honestly, that nervous,
that's true.
Like that maniacal cackle. And sometimes, it's
like Simon Boss Sinister.
Right.
From Underdog.
And that prep school kid, snooty way of arguing and debating. But what got glossed over past the population thing was he really should know the demographics. The amount of Persians, the amount of Shiites, he should have known a little bit more about this. And just to me, it's another example of, just the lifelong politicians just continuing to play ball with their donors and the people who keep them in office, the people who basically pull their strings. So I think some of the things, I wish we had the clip because there were some nuanced issues to it that I thought were worth talking about, because I don't think it's as black. I don't think anything's as black and white as most people do. I get a little bit obsessive over this stuff, but
yeah, I mean, and again, we saw it last night, and I was kind of disappointed, like you, in Tucker. It's like, come on,
you're better than that.
Yeah, you're better than that. Just if you've got a problem with the idea of going in, say this is my problem. Don't start off with don't start off with a gotcha question that we've seen so many times from the dirtbags in the media. We don't want to see it from you.
But however, let's just play in fairness. Okay. Let's just say hypothetically this was Obama's war, right? Or not Biden, because Biden's useless. But let's just say it's Obama, and he's got his let's say Nancy Pelosi, whoever it may be, in that chair in that situation, and Tucker did a gotcha, and they crumbled the way he did, we would be frothing at the mouth, in my opinion, because we love making fun of Pelosi. We love making fun of, Shifty Schiff and Raskin and these lowlifes. But again, though, man, I just didn't like it for the simple reason. I hate to say the word, but like he's one of our guys, like. So,
well, they're both our guys, and you don't want to see, red on red crime.
Yeah.
Right?
I tweeted. I threw social today. Every time I see one of the good guys on MAGA getting knocked down, it feels like when Ned Stark got killed on Game of Thrones. Right. Like if you're a Game of Thrones, if you fall in love with a character and then boom, they're dead. So if Tulsi's next in line, or Cruz just gets whacked, and then Tucker's whacked, I'm just tired of watching it all happen. To be honest with you, I would just want MAGA to stand together.
Yeah. So which clip do you want to start with?
Well,
let's face it.
We only have 30 seconds before we.
Oh, okay. Well, let's prep a little bit. If people don't know, maybe you've heard about it. Senator Ted Cruz and conservative talk show host Tucker Carlson got into a heated exchange during a sit-down interview on Tucker's program, and basically it had to do with the military action. Potential U.S. military action joining Israel against Iran. Tensions between the U.S. and Iran skyrocketed the past week following Israel's attack on the country's top military leaders. And, of course, Ted Cruz was invited on with Tucker, and they kind of got into it.
Oh, yeah, they did. Not kind of.
Which was not something I think anybody expected right out the gate.
It was uncomfortable, actually.
Yeah, it was a little uncomfortable.
So
we'll dive into that. We've got some of those clips. We'll do that coming out of the break. And we also got sports coming up. We got a lot on the line tonight. Plus some more clips of President Trump with his 2 new polls in front of the White House. Shut up, sir. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. Stay there.
Wounded Warrior Project empowers post-9/11 veterans and their families with life-changing programs and services.
I faced my PTSD, and I'm a better husband and father because of it.
We help warriors get the expert care and support to thrive.
I got involved. I got healthier. I got to be an athlete again.
Through our programs, community, and advocacy, we're proving
anything is possible.
Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/connect.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25-minute speed train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week, with minimal equipment, and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25-minute speed train free at bodywithaneye.com.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Your wallet is always in danger. Criminals can hack your information without you even knowing. Introducing Slim Mint, an ultra-thin RFID blocking wallet that keeps your cards and cash protected. Slim Mint uses the latest RFID blocking technology to prevent thieves from stealing your info. It's ergonomically designed to optimize space and keep your belongings organized. With the auto-locking Slim Mint, your cards and money stay securely in place. It has a built-in cash clip and a flexible outer band to fit your additional cards and cash. Call or click now and get Slim Mint for just $29.99. Order in the next 5 minutes and you'll get an instant $10 discount. So it's only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get Slim Mint at this low price. There's a strict limit of 3 Slim Mint wallets while supplies last. Don't wait, order now.
Call 1-800-608-4172. Call or visit slimmintwallet.com. So call 1-800-608-4172 now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Wednesday night. Damon is off tonight. He'll be back tomorrow night and Friday, of course, as we take the stage at the America First Warehouse for our Friday night live show. Everyone is invited. Tell your friends. Come on down. You'll have a good time. We'll make sure of it. Even Harry on the Highway is going to be back, I think.
Oh, nice.
So that'll be good.
Harry.
RDJ is going to be back in the house as well. KDJ, I should say, is going to be back in the house as well this Friday night. So all we need is you, and we'll have a good time. We promise. And, of course, all you got to do is go to the website. You can scan that. Make sure you get your ticks. Ticks are complimentary, so just show up. But
nice.
You got to make sure that you have a tick.
Yep.
To make sure we have enough seats.
It's a free for all.
Yeah. So there you have it. We'll do Slick Rick Sports in just a little bit, but let's continue on with our discussion regarding the Tucker Carlson interview with Senator Ted Cruz, the Republican out of Texas. One thing that caught my attention, and you said you pointed this out too, was Jon Stewart. Now everybody's everybody agrees, right, that Iran shouldn't have a nuclear bomb.
100%.
Right?
I mean, look, don't get me wrong. I mean, everyone's got them. China's got them. Pakistan's got them. Everyone's got them.
But there are certain people you don't want.
Well, it's honestly, it's like your blind friend who has PTSD, who's screaming at everyone, waving a 9mm around.
Right, or
maybe
wants to get behind the wheel.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have one. So there's really no doubt. I mean,
right.
So that's a simple given. But
when you use something like that to try to, and this is the part that really ticks me off about this Jon Stewart clip.
This is disgusting.
That he ties himself into a pretzel to get to this point, so he can seem like he's oh my goodness, I found what they're up to, like he's some kind of wizard when it comes to figuring out why people are saying or doing certain things, and it's kind of disgusting. It's
disgusting. It's not kind of disgusting. This guy's I wish I could curse. Damon's not here, right?
Right.
This guy is I'm not going to
still can't curse.
Wait for the in-between, the break.
I'm not cursing.
All right, so cut number 2. If you haven't seen it, here it is. Here's Jon Stewart just making a complete douche out of himself.
Try not to throw up on the TV.
Perhaps the reason why the president is being cagey about all this is because not all of the MAGA are embracing Netanyahu's bomb fetishes.
We cannot be inexorably dragged into a war in the Middle East.
We put America first, and that means American interests first.
Our MAGA base, they do not want the United States to be engaged in this.
I don't know anyone that wakes up and thinks about bombing Iran.
She doesn't know anyone who wakes up and thinks about bombing Iran. I got to tell you. I don't think she knows anyone who wakes up and thinks.
Oh, so clever.
Credits!
Oh, what a brilliant writer.
Somebody wrote that.
Yeah, what brilliant.
Of course, I couldn't come up with an original thought.
All right,
I depended on it.
Now, here's this.
I certainly have tremendous policy and, in some instances, space laser differences with these folks. But I applaud any group that is steadfast in a diplomacy-first posture. The only problem with their posture that I see with it is their reluctance to commit America's military to fighting drawn-out and often pointless wars doesn't seem to extend to America.
President Trump should fully deploy the military in the streets. Take back the streets of L.A. Do it, and do it fast.
Huh? Doesn't want to be in Iran. He wants to be in L.A. He doesn't want to deploy the military overseas. He wants to save the military for the real threat.
So much to say.
Us. He's not being hypocritical, just fucking mind-blowing. The MAGA mindset appears to be, we didn't vote for foreign wars. We voted for civil war.
There it is.
The battle for America was going to take place in Los Angeles. The only way to win here is to double and triple down.
The current war that we are seeing waged by the Democrats, by the foreign nationals waving Mexican flags.
The city of Los Angeles is an occupied city. It is time to retake the cities of this country. It is time to use force.
What the f***? They are looking for any pretense. They are looking for any pretense to sick their robot dogs on Democrats. And the strategy that they're using is to inflate the threat that this country now faces, to so rile up their base as to make the left in this country, represented by over 75 million votes in the past presidential election, as a legitimate military target for the United States of America. It's a strategy that's been used before to gin up military conflict.
Yeah.
Do you want to start with this BS?
You can go
there's
first.
so many places to start.
I know.
He's a character.
I mean, we want a war on America. Like, is that not? Is like, could you have a greater straw man? Like, talk about utter, complete horse garbage. I'm trying my best not to curse, Damon. I'm sure you're watching. But like, to me, there's no stupider discussion you could have than setting up that framing that entire thing, an anti-war like stance. Because look, most people are tired of war. I mean, the Pew Research, I have it here, says people are just tired of forever wars, and they're tired of wars in general. They want to fight it out. Go right ahead. Let it not be our business for right now. But whatever that is, we'll put that aside. We're talking about, we watched cities ripped to shreds. We watched police stations burned to the ground. We watched cops murdered in the street because they were handcuffed and they were not allowed to do their job. They were not allowed to, they had to fight a fight with their hands tied.
Yeah.
Cities looted. I mean, prices went up in every city. Stores ruined.
Businesses destroyed. Yes. People's lives destroyed.
Ruined.
Yes.
Ruined.
But Jon Stewart's okay with that, because it happened when when Jobob, when it was for BLM, he was okay with that.
Of course,
he didn't have a problem with that, and we saw what happened when the police and when force was not used, it got worse and worse. They set up their own Chad or whatever the hell they called it in some cities.
Chad,
right.
Whatever it was.
And people were
autonomous zone or whatever.
Exactly. and he's going to sit there and try to twist himself into this insane stupidity pretzel so he can get to the fact that it's going to be a civil war. They want war on us. Meanwhile, if it's so safe in L.A., Jon Stewart, because I know know you're not really paying attention. You're probably too busy, schmoozing, having your $800 dinners and kissing your own ass because you think you're so smart. Then tell me this, Jon Stewart, why did just yesterday, this is published in the LA Times, among other places, Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass is lifting the downtown curfew following a decline in what is this word here? I believe it's unrest.
Right.
Why did they have a curfew, Jon Stewart, if there wasn't unrest? Why would we need police and the National Guard and also the military, a small unit of the military brought in to control the unrest?
And
why?
Cut 17 would have lying right on TV, but I don't know if we have. Can we roll it?
How long is it?
It's, I think, 50 seconds.
All right, too long.
Yeah, you down to the wire.
Again, it makes you wonder, well, if everything was just so perfect in downtown L.A., Jon Stewart, why the hell was there a curfew on for more than a week? Now it's, almost 10 days. Why, Jon Stewart? Because you're just a buffoon. You twisted yourself into a stupid pretzel, and I hope more people call you on it. Mayor Bass, the L.A. mayor that you love because she's so great for your blue cities and making sure that everything is destroyed just in time to get gobbled up by the big corporations, followed a week of enhanced crime prevention efforts in resulting in decline in unrest because, guess what? They had restrictions, which meant curfews. People not allowed to go out, John. So pay attention next time, you dumb doofus douchebag. Woo. Oh, God. What a dipstick.
Easy, guys. You're hanging over the cliff here.
It's just infuriating.
The curse is over the cliff.
These pretentious... Whoa.
Okay. 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
Friend, do you remember when it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank to expand a business, go on vacation, or buy a new car? Well, today, withdrawing your own cash has become a very risky business, according to The Secret War, a shocking new research report. I just read it. And folks, I was amazed to learn why banks are now required to spy on us for the government and then report any suspicious or unusual behavior. I suggest you get The Secret War free. Just call the number on the screen, no charge, from the folks at Swiss America. And get this, did you know simply spending cash today may be enough to have you branded as a potential criminal? That's right. The new war on cash is really a war against all freedom-loving Americans. The Secret War is yours free, so call the number on the screen and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. This book reveals little-known secrets about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms that can help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. We've researched over 1,200 annuities summarizing the rates and benefits for you. So don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Call now and find out how you can get up to 33% more income in your retirement, and you'll receive Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report as an added bonus. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-899-6246. That's 800-899-6246. Again, 800-899-6246.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna! Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room. In a culture that celebrates the weak, show your support by standing with the rebels.
Go to doitfluid.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
These guys from live from Studio 6B, they're pretty hysterical. Have you seen this Slick Rick guy?
Boy, that guy sounded familiar.
Joe Nogan.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice, and on 103.9 Long Island News Radio, Dish Network Channel 219, Pluto TV, Channel 240, Samsung TV Plus, Channel 1175, Roku TV, Apple TV, Amazon Fire. You can find us everywhere, including Select TV, Channel 106, and of course, in all of the socials. We're talking about the Rumblers over in Rumble, the YouTubers on YouTube, the Twixers, Facebook, of course, Kick, Getter, the Getter Mob, and Instagram. If you're on Instagram, LFS6B Show is what you got to look us up for. And, of course, like and share, as Paul says. Let's beat those algorithms and also share your comments.
Yeah, we need to get to 400 on the YouTube just because
on the YouTube.
Damon's going to get mad if we don't.
Right. So, yeah, I'm still kind of worked up over this Jon Stewart.
He's a tool bag. It's a joke.
He's just a munch.
It's a joke. I'd like to see him have a real honest discussion. So where do you want to go now?
Let's do some sports with Slick. Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's My Pillow. It'll help calm me down. I'll put my head in my Mike Lindell My Pillow to just chew on it for a while to get over my anger. Slick, what do you got going on?
All right, well, this news broke a little earlier today. Bus family to sell Lakers to Mark Walter for a $10 billion valuation. Sham Charania of ESPN. The Bus family is entering into an agreement to sell majority ownership of the Los Angeles Lakers to Mark Walter for a franchise valuation of approximately $10 billion, sources told ESPN on Wednesday, the highest ever for a U.S. professional sports franchise. The Bus family will keep a minority share of the team, just over 15% for a period of time. A source said they got to piece off their friends with box seats and things like that. I want to make sure they get the first dibs on merch. In addition, Jeannie Buss will remain the Lakers' governor and continue to run the team for at least a number of years. Sources with knowledge of the deal told ESPN's Ramona Shelburne. It was guaranteed as part of the agreement that Buss would remain in charge for the foreseeable future, and Walter fully endorsed this plan, according to sources. Walter, the CEO and chairman of diversified holding company TWG Global, has interest in multiple professional sports organizations, including Los Angeles Dodgers, Los Angeles Sparks, Premier League club Chelsea, the Professional Women's Hockey League, and through TWG Motorsports, owns several auto racing teams, including Cadillac Formula One. So at least it's going to go into good hands of a sports person who's got good experience operating, and we'll see, because poor Jerry Buss will be turning over his grave as his daughter flips the team for a quick 10B, because I don't think Jerry would have ever wanted to sell a team, quite frankly, but that's my own thought. The Lakers have been owned by the Buss family since 1979, when Jerry Buss purchased the franchise from Jack Kent Cooke. Remember him?
Yep.
Ready for this price? $67.5 million transaction. That's like the average salary of a star NBA player today per year. So unbelievable how times have changed. And Lakers have won 11 championships, the most by any NBA team during that span since 1980. Of course, the Celtics, they dominated in the 60s and 70s. The Lakers were passed to Buss's children when he died in 2013, and his daughter Jeannie has served as the Lakers governor since. So, well, it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. But again, I think it's a good deal. Franchise legend Magic Johnson, a business partner of Walters and somebody extremely close to Jeannie Buss, endorsed the move in a series of social media posts, noting Lakers fans should be ecstatic. And I'm sure that Magic got a nice a couple of bucks there too. Yeah. I don't doubt that, because he doesn't jump on the wagon for anything, that guy. And Kansas City Chiefs accused of racial discrimination in lawsuit filed by ex-NFL player. This is Dylan Gwynn of Breitbart. The Kansas City Chiefs are facing a racial discrimination lawsuit filed by a former NFL player player and team employee. And no, it's not because they named the Chiefs either. In an exclusive obtained by the Daily Mail, Ramsey Robinson, a former player who spent 9 years in the employ of the Kansas City Chiefs, claims that the Chiefs pay their black business employees less than their white counterparts and fired a director of player engagement based on race after he complained about his relatively small salary, the Daily Mail reports. Robinson filed the complaint in the Western District of Missouri this week. According to the complaint, Robinson, who is black, was fired in February after his superior, Kirsten Krug, accused him of assaulting a white female coworker named Melissa Weinz. Krug claimed to have seen the attack on a video taken by security camera. The complaint states the suit claims that Krug refused to share video of the incident when requested. In addition, the suit alleges Krug made statements which suggested that Robinson was somehow dangerous and inappropriate around white female co-workers. The complaint then states that Krug promoted Weinz to replace Robinson in the position of director of player engagement despite her lack of experience and credentials for the job. Robinson's tenure with the Chiefs began in 2016, so he's been around for a little bit more than a cup of coffee, when he was hired at a salary of $35,000. Wow, big spenders back in 2016. Huh? After his promotion to director of player engagement, his salary rose to $125,000. While those numbers suggest a nearly quadrupling of Robinson's salary over 9 years, the lawsuit claims that his final salary of $125,000 is still well below the average amount of director of player engagement earns. The suit claims that the average salary of a player engagement director is $171,932, nearly $50,000 below what Robinson was making with the Chiefs. The former NFL player, who claims that Chiefs president Mark Donovan refused to meet with him about his salary. What's more, Robinson alleges the team fired an African-American woman making $50,000 annually, only to replace her with Weinz, who was allegedly given an $80,000 salary en route to her position as director of player engagement. I know it's a lot to follow there, but the Chiefs got to see what happens. Chiefs have had a few issues. I mean, success always breeds contempt, right? They've had a great team. They won a number of years. Obviously, they fell a little bit short last year, right? Yep. But anyway, very interesting story there. We'll see how that develops and plays out. I think there'll be an out-of-court settlement, and they'll try to put that underneath the. Has anyone
asked if those employees sucked at their job?
Right, exactly. What was their What was their how were they? What was their performance?
This is the thanks we get for keeping them on, even though they suck.
And you know what? And speaking to that, because you mentioned his salary jumped up a lot, but it was still less than other teams pay people in that same position.
Yeah, about $50,000.
I've been in that position where it's like, back when I was starting in radio, I'm like, wait, I'm doing this, and this guy over at this station's making this. That's on you to get that negotiation going.
Exactly.
I mean, if you're taking what they're giving you, that's on you.
Right. No one's going to stop and say, hey, do you want more money?
Right.
Yep. Listen, the Chiefs, and
this goes beyond this guy here. It goes on to everybody. I mean, it's great. You might be making the most you ever made, and then at some point you're like, wait, I'm doing the same job that guy's doing over there, and he's making $50,000 more. You've got to
better
probably
stand up and advocate for yourself.
Great place to get into some negotiations.
Yeah, and
it's really on you.
The Chiefs have been known to be a little frugal, the ownership. And with their, I understand that their training facilities are a little worn down, and the Arrowhead Stadium could certainly use a redo. And I know there's a lot of good Kansas City Chief fans, obviously, in the chats and that watch the show. We have a big audience in that Missouri area, but I got to tell you, they're always a little frugal, so they may have been cutting corners a little bit here and there. Hey, that's a big salary. You got to pay Mahomes too. So, but anyway, that's a wrap in sports. Chiefs in a lawsuit. We will keep an eye on that. I don't think that's the last we're going to hear of that either, guys.
All right. Well, thank you, Slick. And again, Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to mypillow.com. Paul, let's jump back to your Tucker and Ted extravaganza.
Can I do a shout out?
Sure.
Ruby Ivy. We love her, right?
Yeah.
Her husband, Kevin. Happy birthday, Kevin. Ruby, thank you for always being in the chat. And David Wiles turns 70 tomorrow. So happy birthday, David Wiles. Grateful for you guys always in the chat, encouraging us, pumping our tires, hitting the like button. Thank you, guys. So,
right. Well, let me do a $5 Rumble rant since we're at it. Ken B. 412, $5, says he would love LFS6B to give us more deportation reports on ISIS progress.
Fair enough.
A lot more often. That's what we really want to know, especially, I guess, for the people in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We'll try and do that for you, Ken B. 412, and we appreciate it. Paul, what do you got?
Well, we can go really anywhere we want here. I thought, we can't miss the Academy Award nomination from Alex Padilla, that ridiculousness. This is another guy who deserves the dirty diaper. But I want to go cut 6. Tucker asked Cruz, why don't we focus on regime change here instead of elsewhere? So Why don't we roll 6?
I wonder why, after that victory, America didn't thrive in the way that we thought that it would, that I thought that it would. My family was involved in that. I mean, we were very focused on it in my house. Like, we won. And I wonder two things. Why didn't the United States kind of declare victory and make some sort of arrangement with Russia that allowed like mutual prosperity rather than continuing a Cold War? And second, I wonder why the United States didn't get a lot better. Like, why don't we have better infrastructure? Why don't we have fewer homeless? Why do we have all these drugs? Like, if we won, why does our country look like this? I walked across from Union Station this morning, as you do, I'm sure, every day, and all these people lying in the street and sleeping outside. It's like, what is that?
Look, there's no doubt there are really dangerous forces in our society. Some of it is politics and some of it is culture. And one of the mistakes people make in politics is thinking everything is politics. So the political answer, which I happen to believe, is we went much further down the road of liberalism. You look at Bill Clinton, who inherited the peace dividend of the Cold War being over and moved us more to the left, and then Obama accelerated it a lot. And so there are lots of bad economic policies, but I also think they're cultural things. You know, the loss of faith,
I agree with all of
family.
That. I know what you're going to say, and I agree 100%. I bet there's not one word that I would disagree with. All I'm saying is, like, I think it's important to step back and ask.
But I actually think Russia has very little to do with it. So,
well, that's kind of the point that I'm trying to make, which is, like, we're all sort of focused on beating our adversaries abroad, but what is victory worth if our own country becomes what it is now? And maybe we're spending a little too much time focused abroad and not enough time focused on the people sleeping outside Union Station.
So, look, I absolutely think we need to focus at home emphatically, and we need to focus on prosperity. We need to focus on reducing the debt, reducing spending, empowering people, low taxes, small businesses. American free enterprise. It's the most powerful force for fighting poverty the world has ever seen. I
can't disagree with that either.
1,000% there. I also recognize it is a dangerous world, and part of the responsibility of leaders, part of President Trump's responsibility, is to keep America safe. Let's go back to where we started with
Can I ask,
Iran.
You've been in the district a long time in D.C., so have I. And the city's way more dangerous, and Congress runs this city.
No, it's a complete crap hole.
So I'm saying, like, no Iranian's ever going to kill me, but I could get carjacked here. And I just don't understand how the Congress could run this city and focus on the dangers of Iran when the city is like garbage. It's garbage.
But Congress doesn't run the city. We could.
Congress does run the city. It's in the Constitution.
It's in the Constitution, but they've given home rule, so it's a Democrat mayor.
Take it back. You control the Congress.
I'd vote for it, but it is a question of math.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, why? How can people ignore? It's like, if my own kids are drug addicts, but I'm focused on my neighbor's kids, it's like I'm neglecting my own kids. And there's a sense in which the Congress is neglecting the country that elected them in favor of this relentless focus on other people's problems. That's the way it feels as an American.
Look, there are lots of problems in America that we need to fix. Why is D.C. a pit? Because you have a mayor and a Democrat city council that won't let police officers arrest bad guys. And in every city you see across the country, whether it's New York, whether it's Chicago, whether it's L.A., whether it's San Francisco, if you have Democrats, we see the L.A. riots where they won't let people be arrested. All right.
Then why not work in regime change here? Why not use the bully pulpit?
I do. What do you think I do every day? And
I never see a Republican senator stand up and say, I just walked to work this morning over people dying of drug ODs. We're going to shut this place down unless they fix it. They're mad about Putin. Like, what did Putin do to Washington? Nothing.
Yeah.
I just don't know how anybody could hate him for that clip. I mean, I know there's a good half of MAGA that says that was inappropriate. I don't know how that's inappropriate at all. I thought Cruz handled himself properly in that one too. I thought that was the best of the dialogue.
That was very civil.
Clips that I have.
Yeah.
Because it was some
I thought
other
that was very
clips.
civil.
Right. All right.
You're being candid.
And they're both made points that I think everybody can agree with. Yeah. So, all right, we'll take a quick break. We come back, we'll do more with that, and more with you guys in the chat right now. We're going into this break. More sports with Slick Rick coming up as well. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on 103.9 Long Island News Radio. We'll be back. Stay there.
Getting results. Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25 Minute Speed Train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week, with minimal equipment, and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25-minute speed train free at bodywithaneye.com.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere to fix that? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable lithium-ion power plant. So fast, so strong, and so convenient. It's like putting the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Look, you can inflate all 4 tires of your car on a single charge, or inflate a bag full of soccer balls at practice. Bullseye Pro is so advanced, it has a built-in smart pressure digital sensor that gauges and automatically stops when the set tire pressure is reached. Plus, it can be 100% hands-free. You simply set the target pressure and walk away, keeping you out of harm's way. Bullseye Pro is lightweight, durable, and powerful enough to inflate this massive monster truck tire. Plus, it has 4 ultra-bright LED lights to safely inflate at night. Bullseye Pro comes with 3 custom air nozzles on board, so you can easily inflate pool toys, exercise balls, and more. Forget driving to the gas station. Bullseye Pro is your anywhere, anytime inflation station. Call or go online now and get the complete Bullseye Pro inflation system, all for the factory direct price of just $79.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. But to really inflate this offer, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. You get it all. An incredible value for one low price. Call or go online to order now.
To order, call 1-800-976-9718 or go to getbullseyepro.com. So call 1-800-976-9718. That's 1-800-976-9718 or order online at getbullseyepro.com. Order now.
Funerals can easily cost $9,000 or more, but government benefits pay only $255. If you're between 40 and 85, get your free Funeral Advantage Guide. Help keep your family financially protected with up to $20,000 cash immediately.
It's so easy. Just answer a few simple health questions.
Funeral Advantage is something we'll all need. There's no risk or obligation.
Call 800-849-7919.
Slick is a little off his rocker tonight. I think he's upset at Jon Stewart as well.
Too much coffee.
Sound like the blues. It's time for a little Patriot Mobile. Think about it. Every dollar you spend is either supporting your values or working against them. In today's economy, especially in this country, where you spend your money matters. That's how we take our country back. And Patriot Mobile is leading the charge and the way for America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. You can switch to them today without sacrificing quality or service. Not only will you get exceptional nationwide coverage, but unlike most budget wireless providers, Patriot Mobile has access to all 3 major U.S. networks. You can even add 2 numbers on 2 networks on one phone, something the big guys can't even do. So stay connected with flexible, unlimited data plans to fit your lifestyle. These plans offer high-speed data, mobile hotspots, international roaming, device protection, and even internet backup. Here's the best part. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you'll be supporting faith, family, and freedom. If you believe in our First and Second Amendment rights, the sanctity of life, and supporting our veterans, this is where you belong. And switching is simple. Patriot Mobile lets you keep your number, keep your phone, and you can even upgrade. Patriot Mobile's 100% U.S.-based team will get you activated in minutes. All you got to do is go right now to patriotmobile.com/RAV or call 972-PATRIOT to get your free month of service with the promo code RAV. Make the switch today. Defend freedom with every call and text, and you can do that with Patriot Mobile, patriotmobile.com/RAV or call 972-PATRIOT. Talking about Patriots, here's a very slick Patriot. His name is Rick. He's got some sports he'd like to share with you right now. Let's do some Slick Rick Sports, brought to you by Mike Lindell's My Pillow.
Back-to-back segments with sports. sports. Okay,
yeah, well, we got a guest coming up.
Shout out to Christine Kane, who's back-to-back 1999.
Yeah, Paul, could you read it? You have it up there.
No,
Christine Kane gave us another 1999. And she said, help us. Our own Republican committee of Allegheny County refuses to endorse our Pittsburgh duly elected primary mayoral candidate, Tony Moreno. So corrupt. Tony is an Army vet and retired Pittsburgh police officer, loved by everyone, and they refuse to endorse him. That's terrible.
All right. Well, let's get on board for. You know what? Let's see if we can get if Christine can let us know where we can have people go and email to make sure the voices are heard for Tony Moreno.
Yes, absolutely.
How about that?
Yep.
So let's do that. Let's do some sports, a real quick one this time. Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to mypillow.com. Slick, take it away.
Well, the Tigers have just gone atop the Arkansas Razorbacks 2-1 there in the NCAA Men's College World Series. Top of the 7th inning. Well-contested game. And one of the winners going to move on here. And Coastal Carolina gave you that score earlier. They won 11-3. We get some baseball scores, though. To the diamond. Rockies and Nationals, no score. Bottom of the 3rd. Bottom of the 7th, Angels and Yankees tied at 2. Boy, Yankees got to get back to their winning ways. Blue Jays 5-1 over the Diamondbacks, bottom 7. Twins blanking the Reds 1-0 in Cincy, top of the 1st just underway. Must have been a rain delay there. Braves 4-0 over the Mets, bottom 7. Orioles 8-4 over the Rays, bottom 5th. Bottom of the 4th, Royals 4-2 over the Rangers. Finals from earlier today, Red Sox down the Mariners 3-1. Phillies over the Marlins 4-2. Guardians taking on the Giants at 9:45. A's hosting the Astros at 10:05, and Padres taking on the Giants at 10:10 p.m. Get to just one quick story. What is going on with Caitlin Clark in WNBA?
Oh, man.
Indiana Fever coach rips WNBA refs after Caitlin Clark suffers eye poke. I mean, they're torturing this kid. Warner Todd Houston at Breitbart. And by the way, don't kill the golden goose. That girl leaves the WNBA for an injury, and your ratings go in the toilet. You see that. And that's a factual thing. That's not fake news there. WNBA star Caitlin Clark is off the injured list and back on the court. So naturally, that means it's open season on trying to injure her once again. But this time, the Fever's coach finally spoke up against the targeting of her star player. Clark and Connecticut's Sun guard J.C. Sheldon got into it on Tuesday early in the game. Still, it turned more violent in the 3rd quarter when Sheldon gouged Clark in the eye. And then during the resulting arguments, Sun guard Marina Mabry ran up and gave Clark a full body check, slamming her to the floor. I don't have the video on that, but you can use your imagination. Mabry was not ejected from the game, indicating that the WNBA continues to refuse to punish violence against Clark. The fouls on Clark was so blatant that even Fever head coach Stephanie White finally spoke out about the mistreatment. White has generally stood mute as Clark is punched, kicked, eye gouged, pushed, and slammed to the floor at nearly every game. But on Tuesday, she seemed to have had enough. I think it was pretty obvious that stuff was brewing, White said, according to the Indianapolis Star. When officials don't get control of the ball game, when they allow that stuff to happen, it's been happening all season long. It's not just this game. This is what happens. You've got competitive women who are the best in the world at what they do, and when you allow them to play physical and you allow things to happen, they're going to compete and they're going to have their teammates' backs. It's exactly what you would expect out of fierce competition, White added. I started talking to officials in the 1st quarter, and we knew this was going to happen. You know this was going to happen. And she likes to repeat things, I guess. They got to get control of it. They got to be better. They got to be better. Yeah, she certainly does. She must have a parrot. But anyway, that's another story.
But yeah, did you happen to see the video
I did.
of what happened?
I watched the video.
She gets clawed in the face, and then the girl who clawed her
from the back
actually gets back in her face wants to keep going. It's like you just scratch this kid in the face, and then her gargantuan teammate comes over and body checks her. Right. Thankfully, Sophie Cunningham, Caitlin Clark's teammate got in there.
She did.
Too late, though, man. They got to stand up.
And then later on in the game.
Yeah, but I don't know if the league has really got her back, so to speak. No pun intended. To compound the outrage, the refs actually gave Clark a penalty and assessed a technical foul on her for unsportsmanlike behavior after she was attacked. And referee crew chief Ashley Gross justified the call after the game. I would have gave Ashley Gross a gross misconduct and threw her out of the game.
Yeah, they really got to talk to these refs. And the players have to realize, hey, you guys are going to be riding buses if Clark decides, you know what? Yeah. I'm going to go to Europe where they'll probably pay me 5 times what you'll pay me.
Exactly.
And they'll probably kiss my butt and make sure I'm safe no matter where I go. And everybody will appreciate the fact that I'm there.
Yeah, they're flying beautiful chartered flights now. Right. They're living the life of Riley. NBA, the WNBA ratings are way up. And, they don't tolerate this crap in the NBA.
No, not at all.
They do. A guy got his eye gouged. I'd be getting fined $75,000, probably sitting 2-3 games.
Yeah,
so anyway, that's a wrap in sports. But, man, I tell you.
I'm disgusted by
me
it
too.
too.
Yeah, I love the kid. I think she's great. I think she's a class act.
What's the lesson to be learned? I'm sorry to interrupt you. The lesson to be learned. What did we say when she bowed a knee?
Yes,
to the woke
I was going to
mob?
say that too.
It's never going to be good enough.
Right.
Yep. You should have stood up for yourself then.
Exactly.
Bullies don't respond to your kindness. You got to stand up to that nonsense. And at this point right now, I think you guys are both right. She should be like, you know what? Going to Europe.
Yeah.
WNBA, go in the toilet, watch it sink. Everyone like us who never cared for a second will never watch another second.
Right. We're not going to watch them, continually shoot air balls and bricks and watch, basically college bad college basketball.
I mean, really bad.
She's a game changer. She's
the game changer. She's
a female Michael Jordan.
Right.
She's a game changer.
She is your golden goose, like you said. And if they don't put this, right, they're going to have major problems because the fans are going to finally decide. You know what? We're not going to any other games. Yeah. Because why bother?
She's so good, she could probably start her own league.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to check out her I sent this clip to Slick. This is her new enforcer on the Fever. This is cut number 20. This is Sophie Cunningham.
Yeah.
This is the type of person that finally came to Caitlin Clark's defense the other night. Here, check this out. Cut 20.
Football player.
Yeah. Former football player for a men's team.
Yes, yeah, and she is a female.
What a thunderfoot.
Yeah.
Look at that. Yeah, not bad. 20-yard field goal there. But, yeah.
But I mean, she's a tough kid.
Yeah.
And she's a big kid.
Yeah, she's big, man.
Yeah.
She is.
So, and she's jacked.
And she's easy on the eyes, as Paul
I didn't
said.
notice. I'm married. I don't like girls.
So there you have it. Yeah, just a crazy situation in the WNBA. They better clean it up.
They better. This is major. This is a major story.
Yeah. And the racism is just over the top.
Yeah.
Oh,
exactly.
You think?
So again,
and sexism because she's not gay.
Right.
Right.
So again, what Paul said, this is what happens. You just because you side with them, it's never going to be good enough.
Never.
So, all right, we'll take a quick break. We come back, more show. Yeah, more show. Coming up, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. Stay there.
You see the
prayers for ticked off
text from.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Hello, I'm Veronica.
My name is Darvin.
I'm Courtney.
I'm Jackie.
And we switched to Consumer Cellular.
My previous provider was terrible.
Surprise, we've changed your rate.
We wouldn't get to talk to a person.
And then all of a sudden it disconnects.
Now with Consumer Cellular, no problems.
Better customer service. They tell me exactly what I'm paying and why I'm paying for it.
It's within $1 of being half of my old bill.
With Verizon, I was paying about $150 a month. With Consumer Cellular, I'm paying about half that.
Okay, this is doable. This is affordable.
I'm getting the exact same coverage for half the price. That's a beautiful thing.
Done deal.
I got to keep my phone. I got to keep my number.
Switching over took about 20 minutes. That's it.
It's month to month. Very simple.
It's been amazing.
I was now a Consumer Cellular customer.
And I've been bragging to my friends about it, too.
Call 1-800-726-2125.
To switch and save up to half with Consumer Cellular. Plus, new customers can save $25 when they switch today.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
For your free author submission kit, call 1-800-319-0257. That's 1-800-319-0257. 1-800-319-0257. Call now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
All right, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Wednesday night. Damon is off tonight. He'll be back tomorrow night, of course. And, of course, you can catch us live from Studio 6B crew, all 6 of us, Friday night at the America First Warehouse. We'll have full house, full stage, and you're all invited. It's a good time. You should come out. It's a good time. It'll be fun.
It's so good over here. Come over there over here.
Hey, come on over here. We have a little cocktail.
Tommy, 2 thumbs over here.
Come over here.
Forget about it.
He says it 2 times. That's why. Anyhow, let's change things up a little bit. We got to welcome a guest back to the show. His name is Arthur Fissenmeyer. He is a former FBI and senior advisor for Home Title Lock. He's a former FBI SSA. He's also like I said, senior advisor for Home Title Lock. Let's bring him on to the show, shall we? There he is. Art, how are you tonight? Welcome back.
Well, thanks for having me. I'm great this evening. Finally, we're getting some good weather here on the left coast, so lifts up everybody's spirits a little bit.
Yeah, let's hope. We've had 8 straight weekends of rain here on the East Coast. So
we kill for a weekend of rain around here.
It's been kind of stinking. Hey, talk about a little bit. Talk about what's going on, especially with what we're seeing. I saw a video today of a woman, and I forgot what show it was. It was just kind of, I was scrolling through, talking about a scam, because, this is what Home Title Lock prevents, scams. She was talking about how a company is going around buying all these small HVAC companies around the country. And kind of linking them all together, but only buying the name, image, and license, keeping the name, and then having an intricate set up where no matter what they do, no matter who they call, they're still getting somebody from this company, even though it's a different company name. I saw something like that. Talk about what you're doing with Home Title Lock, because it sounds like, that kind of intricate kind of scam that people run, right?
Well, what you got going on there, and it's, quite frankly, we're in the digital age, you get away with this stuff now. And so in the life that I live, I've been with the company for 9 years now. I often say to people when I meet them the first time is, I want to give you a quick, I call it the Home Title Lock pop quiz about their title. And the first question is, do you know what your title looks like? The second question is, when was the last time you saw your title? And the last question is, do you know where your title is right now? And I'm guessing, looking at I'd be, 0 for 9, because nobody can really answer those questions.
Right.
That's the bad news. But the real bad news is the crooks know the answer to all those questions. They know what your title looks like. They know where it is right now. And where it is right now is every title is filed in your county recorder's office. And it's a public document. So in every county in the United States, every document that's filed there is available for public access. Now, in this digital age that we live in, anybody that wants to can go get this stuff. They don't even have to leave their house, quite frankly. If you can come up with a credit card,
right,
even a false one, you can get a copy of somebody's title. Now, with AI and photoshopping and all the kinds of facilities that are out there for the crooks, and believe me, they know where they are and how to use them, they can take your title and change the name on it and forge it and put their name, most likely a false name, on that title that they control. And then they'll go out and take loans out using your house and your equity as collateral for the loans.
Right.
And they aren't taking a couple $1,000s. They're getting $300,000 or $400,000.
Yeah. Now, Art, let me ask you this: is it because of the fact that everything's been moved to making everything digital? Is that part of the problem, as well as the Public Records Act?
Well, this is no, not necessarily the Public Records Act, but this has been going on at some level now. From when I was in the Bureau, back in the 80s and 90s, it happened on a more basic level. But with the digitation of everything that's out there, then everything's available to everyone, quite frankly. A high school kid in this day and age could get a copy of your home's title. The problem is, until they make a change on it, they're just being disruptive. Well, once they make a change, they start committing felonies, quite frankly. And it's worthwhile for the crooks to go ahead and do that, because they can get hundreds of thousands of dollars. And you won't know about it 60, 90 days later. Somebody's going to knock on your door. It's a mortgage company or their attorneys and saying, you haven't paid on this mortgage, so we're going to go to court and get a judge to authorize us to sell your house so we can get our mortgage money back. They don't want your house. They're not interested in your house.
Right.
They're interested in the cash. And that's when things really get sticky for you. The only way to really prevent this, and that's why I'm here, and I have to get Home Title Lock into this, because that's what we do, and we do it better than anybody else. We have our own software. We watch the title of each of our subscribers 24/7 in a national database, and our subscriber, if anything touches your title and disturbs it, our software is going to send you, the subscriber, a copy of that document and tell you something's happened to your title. And if you don't recognize it, you need to call us right away. We have what we call the $1 million triple lock protection. And what we do is we monitor your title 24/7. And if something happens, we have an alert system that our software will contact you. And if you don't recognize it, it'll tell you to call us. And we have our restoration people. We'll spend up to $1 million of our money to get your home's title back in your name. And that's what you got to do. But if the check has already been cashed and the check is cleared, and some guy who did this is probably going to be on a white sandy beach with those drinks with little umbrellas in them, and you're going to be going down to the courthouse with an $800 an hour attorney,
right,
walking you through the process. That takes at least 2 years.
Right.
I've seen it last for many more than 2 years.
Now, what about law enforcement? Again, you being a former FBI guy, I mean, I've seen the movie, Catch Me If You Can. With the guy who was forging checks and stuff like that. Do you guys rely on maybe people who have been busted doing this to kind of show you, hey, what are these guys doing? How is this fraud evolving over the years, to make sure you guys stay on top of it?
It doesn't hurt to hear how the bad guys are operating these days, but it's really the same. They have to get a document, they have to forge a name on it, and then they have to file it. So once they get the document, there's no crime committed. But once they forge it, that's a crime. And once they file it, that's a crime. And then they take out loans, and that's further crimes. So if you're willing to commit, say 5 or 6 felonies before breakfast, at 5 years per, then you could really rack up some time if we get caught.
Right.
The problem is they do this with a false identity, and as soon as that check hits their account, it's transferred so fast that the ink hasn't dried, and it's gone out of the country or someplace that you're not going to get to, and it's going to be in a name that you could never run down. Right. So you're stuck with trying to persuade the bank that it wasn't your loan, and that's where it gets sticky for you. Years ago when I first started with the company, a guy called me, he saw what we did. He said, somebody just did this to me. They stole all my equity. And he said, so I've got to hire an attorney and get a judge to tell the bank that it wasn't my loan and the house is mine.
Right.
And he wanted to know if we could do anything for him. I said, no, the horse is out of the barn here. The money's gone and your house has been compromised. The only thing you can do is what you're going to do is hire an attorney and go get a judge to tell the mortgage company. They're going to have the legal firm of Pitbull and Pitbull. These guys aren't going to let go, and so you've got to figure out how to. And you're going to be facing handwriting exemplars and all kinds of crazy stuff like, lie detectors and all that to try to persuade the judge that you had nothing to do with, you don't know where the money is, you don't know who did it, and get him to say to the state regulator, the county recorder, that they get a court order to put your house back in your name.
Right.
And that's the issue.
Yeah. And Art, that's what you guys do to make sure it doesn't get to that point, right? At Home Title Lock. That's why we're going to find out today. We're extending a call to action. You need to find out today if you're already a victim, if you use the promo code Studio 6B at HometitleLock.com to make sure your title is still in your name. It's as easy as that, and Art will co-sign that with me, and we won't take any money from you. You'll also get a free title history report, plus a 14-day trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, something that Art was talking about earlier. That's 24/7 monitoring of your title, urging alerts to any changes, fraud that should happen. They'll spend up to, like he said, $1 million to fix it. All you got to do is go to HometitleLock.com. Go now. Use the promo code Studio6B. That's HometitleLock.com, and use that promo code.
Do a quick survey there on the set and see how many people passed the pop quiz. I think we're going to be 0 for 9.
Yeah, probably. 0 for everything.
Shut up, Arthur.
We're going to fail art class. Literally.
Guys, I'm going to have to take shooting home.
I'm going to take you guys to school, man. You just you sit around and you think, oh, that's not going to happen to me. And when it happens, you're going to be gobsmacked like you've never believed in your life could happen to you. Yeah. And you know what? There's nothing you can do except fight it. And I had a family that did that. When they got done, the guy called me back. He said, well, I got the good news from the judge. They're going to put the house back in my name. He said, the bad news is it cost me so much in lawyer's fees. I had to sell the house to pay the lawyer. So it can get that crazy. So, for a few pennies a day, go to HometitleLock.com right now. Don't be foolish. Yeah. Penny wise and pound foolish, I think, is the old phrase. Exactly. And it's a really simple process. We do it better than anybody else.
That's right. And you heard it from Art Fitzenmeyer. He's a former FBI, SSA, and senior advisor to Home Title Lock. Thank you again, Art, for joining us tonight. We appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by, and hope you enjoy the weekend weather out by where you are.
Oh, I'm going to love every minute of it. Sorry, folks. It's nice and sunny.
All right. Take it easy. Art, thank you so much for joining us. And, it's just one of the many scams.
Important what he's telling people.
I got to tell you, that guy's as likable as it gets. So
he's very sharp, witty. I enjoy him. Art's one of our better guests.
But there are so many scams, like I was talking about that other scam.
That BlackRock,
and that's something you heard about, right?
That's I did that story because it's killing me. Because BlackRock essentially bought up all the mom and pop HVAC companies, and they exactly like as you said, they keep the front and the face of it, but it's all going back to someone else. And they hold the labor unit.
And what happens is, and the way the woman is explaining it, the prices are up 3 times, but they sit there and you can call the other guy, see what price he gives you, and it's going to be the same price or a little bit higher, and they all have the same iPad. This is what she was explaining. Yeah. It's the same system. It's like, here it is. If you can't afford it, don't worry. We'll just we can finance it for you. And as soon as you miss a payment, they take your house.
And there's no way to vent.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. So it's crazy, some of the schemes that are out there. And again, I was surprised. Actually, I'm not surprised that you knew that.
Yeah, I did that story.
He's just venting.
That's good. Hey, cool your jets.
Yeah, really, exactly.
All right, we'll take a quick break. One more segment. And we'll be putting this show in the books. We appreciate you guys joining us on a Wednesday night. Quick break. We'll come back with more after this. We're jumping into the chats one more time. Chat, live in the chat. We'll see you there. Live from Studio 6B. Stay there.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're going to build a body you can be proud of.
You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little V.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Iran has hit cities across Israel with a massive attack. There are rockets and drones that are hitting our schools, our homes, our synagogues. I'm Yael Eckstein of the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, and we urgently need your response now to help bring emergency food, shelter, and life-saving supplies.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews has emergency teams across the front lines of Israel's war for survival. Call now to give your gift of $45 and help provide food, shelter, and life-saving supplies. It's your prayers and gifts that give hope and comfort to Israel and the Jewish people.
The Fellowship is a Bible-believing ministry, and we desperately need tens of thousands of faithful believers to answer this call for help now.
Call, scan, or go online now to Stand with Israel.
Funerals can be emotionally devastating for a family to go through. Besides the sorrow, loved ones are left with the high cost of arranging a funeral. Funeral Advantage was formed to help protect your family when they need it most. It pays your loved ones up to $20,000 immediately for funeral and any other expenses.
It's a good feeling to know that my family will be taken care of if anything happens to me.
Funerals can easily cost $9,000 or more, but government benefits pay only $255, leaving your loved ones to pay the rest.
It's so easy. Just answer a few simple health questions.
This is so affordable, even for someone like me who's on a fixed income.
If you're 40 to 85, get information on how to protect your family. Funeral Advantage is something we all need. There's no risk or obligation. Call now.
Get the facts about how easy it is to protect your family. Call 800-849-7919. Don't wait. Call now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
All right, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Wednesday night. Tony Moreno, live in the chat. Is he in the chat?
I think so, but
I think he's poking
what did they
around.
say he was running for?
He's running for mayor of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Oh, wow.
Tony Moreno.
Let's hope he wins, because he's obviously a conservative, and it's gone ridiculously woke in Pittsburgh. It's like that new Silicon Valley wackadoodles who ruined San Francisco, went to a great steel city of Pittsburgh, salt of the earth people there, and you know,
They're ruining that too.
It's like people like sneeze soy sauce.
Oh.
Is that like whacking the dog?
Talk about good fortune.
The soy babies over there are terrible.
Sneezing soy sauce and whacking the dog.
Yeah, they're whacking the dog.
It's better than duck sauce.
Oh, that sounds gross.
Anyhow,
the soy.
Paul, what else do you have tonight?
I got a lot of stuff, but I got one thing that I want to. The audience has been so nice to us all night, but I got one clip that is like, all right. So let me frame this way, because we have to put a disclaimer on this. If you are full, go kill them all. Yeah, I trust the TV. Turn the set off right now, or just step away from the keyboard. What are the givens in the equation we know? One, we know the mainstream media will lie at all costs, and from both sides.
Right.
We know that propaganda is the ultimate tool. We know that the first casualty of war is the truth. We know that politicians will endlessly lie to keep their money going. Can we agree on those things?
Yeah.
We know the intelligence agencies are full of baloney, and they don't care who they kill, who's in their way. They're going to keep their agenda going. We know the war machine is unstoppable. Do we agree on all of those things?
Yeah.
Politicians lie, right?
Yeah.
It's a never-ending Like, we've been buzzsawed to death with propaganda and lies and torture and nonsense. So it's okay to challenge what the TV tells you, even though it's our guy. Now, do I think Trump, is a warmonger? No.
No.
Do I think Trump is one of the all-time good dudes? Like I told you,
yes.
I told the audience the time I got to meet him, I spent like 10 minutes with him at a party where he was holding my son when he was 3 years old. The guy was so down to earth. This was right before 9/11, 4th of July, right before 9/11. The guy was you would never believe in a million years this guy was a billionaire. You'd think this guy was a cop or a landscaper.
Yeah, that's a great story. I remember you telling us that.
Maybe, down the road I'll say it again. But this guy, I'm a fan.
Yeah.
I really want.
Me too.
I want him to save the republic. That's because we know that the neocons have completely taken over the left wing.
Right.
The war. Listen, people were having a field day watching Obama and Hillary at the State Department destroying, blowing people to smithereens. I mean, Obama set a record for killing the most non-combatants, women, and children. I mean, and he got a peace prize for it. So I just want to say that I don't trust politicians, and I don't know.
You're not going to find a lot of people going, you know what, Paul, you're crazy for not trusting politicians.
So
no, I don't think anybody trusts politicians.
I think Trump is up against a machine, and he's one man. I think he's got a handful of people that he put around him that we know are trying to fight with RFK. Like, he created a coalition that kind of deconstructed the old Republican Party and made the Democratic Party look absolutely feckless and useless. Yeah. And when this goes this way, I'm propagandized to believe that it's going to be another forever war. Damon says it isn't. You don't believe it is. A lot of really smart people like Chris Allen.
I don't think he wants that, and I think he would do everything to avoid it.
I agree. So now we put the big disclaimer out there. Can I just show a clip from Shipwreck? Shipwreck we all know who Shipwreck is on
Shipwreck Crew.
Shipwreck Crew we agree she does a great job on Twitter. I have a clip of her going through all the stuff I've been watching when a Democrat, or a neocon was in the White House. So if we could play this is why I am, I'm starting to put my money into Raytheon. I'm putting my money back into Grumman. I'm putting my money back into Palantir because I'm concerned that this is going to be, I'm just afraid we're going to provoke, a false flag attack or a sleeper cell or something horrifying.
Is this cut number 4? Is this the one you're referring to?
I don't want to piss off the audience. I love you, but...
All right, cut number 4.
In 1992, Iran was 3 to 5 years from nuclear capabilities. In 1993, Iran was pursuing nuclear weapons close to capacity. In 1995, Iran was 3 to 5 years from nuclear capacity. In 1996, Iran's nuclear acquisition could be catastrophic. In 2003, Iran's nuclear program is a global threat. In 2004, Iran aggressively pursuing nuclear weapons. In 2005, Iran's nuclear ambitions must be stopped. In 2006, Iran could have a nuclear bomb soon. In 2007, Iran is racing to develop nuclear weapons. In 2008, Iran's nuclear program was nearing completion. In 2009, Iran was 1 to 2 years from nuclear capabilities. In 2010, Iran could produce a bomb within a year. In 2011, Iran was steadily moving towards nuclear weapons. In 2012, months away from will complete enrichment by spring or summer, 6 to 12 months. In 2013, Iran was continuing nuclear weapons program. In 2021, Iran was closer than ever to nuclear weapons. In 2022, Iran was weeks away from nuclear breakout. In 2023, Iran was advancing nuclear enrichment. In 2024, Iran was dangerously close to a nuclear bomb. In 2025, Iran was days away from enriching uranium for a bomb. How very hole in the ozone layer of you. How very modern day ice age. How very climate catastrophe. Just thought maybe if you saw it in a timeline, it would help you.
So all I'm saying is, I just want to be objective at all. I just don't ever want to be so ideologically polarized that I can't see or be objective. I want to constantly test my belief system to make sure that I am not getting lulled to sleep in any way. Do I think Trump is up against it? Yeah, I think there's a machine of neocons and bankers. All wars are bankers' wars. Everybody profits from this except for us, the MAGA people, the American people who work our butt off and pay half of every dollar we make to a government that will not lower its rate to refinance our debt because the banking machine at the Federal Reserve is a scam. So putting it out there just to think objectively. I do believe Trump is up against a machine that he needs more allies. So I don't want to. I believe in him, but
Well, two quick things here. Let me just say this. I noticed in her breakdown, in Shipwreck's breakdown, she left out 4 years, 2017 to 2020. She didn't mention Iran at all, and that's because of the Trump policy of trying to strangle them. Financially,
it was like a blackout period.
Right, that was kind of a blackout period that was worked in there. Yeah. But also this part too, and here's something to keep in mind. And again, I agree. I think we're getting probably kind of shafted when it comes to real facts. Except when they tell you what they're going to do, you should probably listen. And for that, I'm going to go to Cut 14. Here's the Iranian parliament today. Cut 14, check this out.
This is great.
So,
exactly.
Say what, I mean, people have their doubts.
Oh, I don't have a doubt.
But,
listen, two things can be true at once.
Yeah.
These are sick bastards. There's no question about it.
If given the opportunity,
without a doubt,
they would annihilate.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt that this is two things can be true at the same time. But I think what the real thing is, Douglas McGregor today said something to the effect of, what's scary here is that Netanyahu has more people in the Senate under his control than Trump does, and Trump can't get the entire Senate to turn on him. And that's what's frightening about this machine. It's very, it's 60 years of roots.
And it's built on money.
It's built on money.
Lots of money that people just don't want to give up.
Yeah, and, at the end of the day, I care about our kids' freedom. I care about liberty. I care about, a constitutional America. And I want everyone to still have their privacy. This digital world we're in, that's around the corner disgusts me.
Yeah. All right. Well, there you have it.
Yep. Panthers dent crack Stanley Cup while celebrating latest title. They actually cracked the Stanley Cup.
That's a way to close out the show, Slick. Thanks for that quick Slick Rick Sports update to close out the show. Thank you for everybody for watching. As always, we salute our active and retired military members, our first responders, EMTs, firefighters, police, Border Patrol, ICE agents, everybody working to make sure we stay safe. Everybody on the front lines, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Everybody on the show, of course. Aaron and Fran on the booth. Slick Rick is over there with his shoe. Big Paulie. Big Paul. Hey, Big Paul.
205-pound Paulie.
Max Fat Paul is here. And, of course, everybody in the chats, thank you for watching. We'll be back tomorrow night. Damon will be back as well. We appreciate you. Have a great evening. Until then, of course, we'll see you soon. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. Peace.
Your wallet is always in danger. Criminals can scan and hack your information without you even knowing. Worse yet, it's bulky and so disorganized. But not anymore, because Slim is in. Introducing Slim Mint, an ultra-thin RFID blocking wallet that keeps your cards and cash truly protected. And now may be your last chance to get it for a low price. Slim Mint uses the latest RFID blocking technology to prevent thieves from scanning your wallet and stealing your info.
Having your information stolen is a nightmare, but with Slim Mint, I know I'm protected.
With money clips, cash can easily fall out, but with the auto-locking Slim Mint, your cards and money stay securely in place. Then just press the button to release the lock. Slim Mint is ergonomically designed to optimize space and keep your belongings organized. It has a built-in cash clip and a flexible outer band to securely fit your additional cards and your extra cash. Even with everything you see here in the Slim Mint, it's still ultra-thin. Bulky wallets are uncomfortable, but the Slim Mint is so compact it fits in any size pocket. Plus, it keeps everything easy to access.
Slim Mint holds everything, from pictures to credit cards, my driver's license. Yeah, it's still so thin.
Say bye-bye to bent cards and damaged magnetic strips. Slim Mint keeps them protected. It's crush-resistant and can really take a beating. Similar wallets sell for over $100. But call or click now and get Slim Mint for just $29.99. Order in the next 5 minutes and you'll get an instant $10 discount. So it's only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, this may be your last chance to get Slim Mint at this low price. There's a strict limit of 3 Slim Mint wallets while supplies last. You still have time to get your very own Slim Mint wallets, but you must act fast. Don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-608-6630. That's 1-800-608-6630. Call or visit slimmintwallet.com. So call 1-800-608-6630 now.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com.
Big win for the sane people at the Supreme Court, upholding a Tennessee law, again, that every sane person should agree with. The NAACP, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, which is still what they call it, not extending an invite to a very important VIP, which I guess repeats myself. And also Americans in other countries. Holy cow, do some people not understand how other countries operate. All that and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point Tonight. My name is Jobob. Thanks so much for tuning in. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. This is Turning Point Tonight. Now, before we get to any of those stories and our fantastic panel, I got to talk about this story coming out of Massachusetts. A recent report has said that Massachusetts, not the biggest state in the union, I think 16th in terms of population, is going to spend about $1 billion in their emergency shelter fund. And who is staying in those emergency, there we go, shelters? Well, it's illegal immigrants. Now, the story from Fox News says migrants, but I always assume that means illegals because migrants are people that move from Illinois to Wisconsin, not from Ecuador to New Jersey. Illegal immigrants is what I say, but that's just me. Now, about 40% of those capacity shelters are filled with illegal immigrants, and the cost is unbelievable. If you break down the numbers specifically, that amounts to, Fox News reports, about $3,500 per week per family, which, if you get to thinking, is also kind of crazy because extrapolate that over the course of the year, that's about $180,000 of taxpayer money going to these shelters that 40% of which are occupied with illegal immigrant families. What's fascinating about that number is that the median income of a household in the state of Massachusetts is about $100,000. In other words, somehow, some way, taxpayers in Massachusetts are footing the bill of $80,000 more than the median income per household in the state of Massachusetts. Now, remember, Massachusetts also come under fire with their governor butting heads with Donald Trump over the transgender sports and a bunch of other stuff. What I only can say about this is I hope that the federal government doesn't continue sending money to places that waste it on illegal immigrants in housing that should be made available for American citizens. Here to comment on that and so much more is host of the Chris Hand Show. It's Chris Hand himself and conservative commentator Haley McAnally. Yes. I'm so sorry if I butchered that one, but guys, thank you for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Chris, I want to start with you. The budgeting costs for all of this, it is fascinating. When you look at states like California, I'm not sure about Massachusetts, but California has you have to balance the budget every single year. And every single year they go through this charade of, we can't cut this or that or this. And it ends up that the public realizes, holy crap, we're spending how much money on illegal immigrants? This seems to be the same case in Massachusetts. Any chance this makes a dent in the perception of what Massachusetts should be doing as a state regarding their budget?
No, it's never gonna change. It's never gonna change. We grew up there. I grew up there, and we affectionately refer to it as Taxachusetts because it's one of the worst states in the union. The liberals there will cheer for this. And if I recall correctly, it was just a few months ago that Governor Healy was saying that they were running out of money. They needed more money. They asked for more money in January. They asked for more money 6 months before that, and they're asking for more money again. when are they going to learn that this is unaffordable at every level? And you hear so often these liberals saying, well, if you get rid of the illegal aliens, it's going to hurt our economy. If you keep the illegal aliens, it's going to hurt your economy. And I don't understand why they don't recognize that. And I'm not sure that they ever will, Jobob.
Yeah, it blows my mind. Haley, the numbers to me, I thought were astonishing. Look, if you want to fund emergency shelters, fine. Okay, go ahead and do it. That's your state's prerogative. But the expense, like, how does it get to be that the cost per family is $80,000 more than the average or the median family makes in the same state?
You know, I think this is a perfect case of you get what you vote for. And also, I think this is a great case for play stupid games, win stupid prizes. And at the end of the day, what these families are finding out is that these people they voted for are the ones that are making it unaffordable to live in Massachusetts. I've never been. Hopefully I'll visit one day. I'm sure it's a beautiful state. However, it's hard to see, it's hard to comprehend how people are okay with this. And I think what liberals tend to do is err on the side of compassion. But who are you really being compassionate to? Is it the illegal immigrants, or is it Massachusetts? Is that how you say what someone from Massachusetts is? How are you compassionate toward these families that can't afford to put food on their tables, yet here we are looking at all these people getting free resources and free taxpayer-funded services? I think that their thinking is a little off kilter there, to be kind.
Yeah, at a certain point, I'll just say, hey, my family's here illegally. Please give me $3,500 a week in resources to help me with whatever it is that I'm struggling with. Speaking of people that have lost their minds, the people that were upset about the Supreme Court ruling today that upheld Tennessee's law, Chris, you live in Tennessee, that banned gender affirming care. In other words, mutilating children's bodies, which of course nobody wants to see. The highest court in the land, John Roberts, said that, well, yeah, this does not discriminate against anybody from a sex standpoint, which is the 14th Amendment argument that they were making. Chris, you know, again, this is one of those where you kind of look at it like, great, this is a win for conservatives. Also, why the hell did this need to be decided on? This feels like the epitome of what warning labels are. Why did they need to put a warning label that says, don't put the flamethrower against your forehead? Apparently, there are people that need to say that. What is this saying to you as a guy from Tennessee?
Yeah, warning: don't eat glass. This is the essential thought behind it. So the news broke during my show today while I was live on the air, and we were very excited. And I just want to give props to Attorney General Skermetti for the work that he did on that. And I also want to give flowers to Matt Walsh. I don't know if you guys know, but there's oftentimes some talk behind the scenes here in Nashville that the Daily Wire guys came to town and they don't do anything locally. I think that we can dispel those rumors once and for all, because Matt Walsh was instrumental in making this happen with his Vanderbilt investigations. That being said, yeah, gender affirming care, the left manipulates the language. It is gender mutilation. And the craziest thing about all this is that even with the puberty blockers that they're arguing for, it actually ruins the gender affirming surgeries that they want them to have further down the line. Because I don't know the best way to put this, but you need a bit more girth and length to do the surgery that the liberals want you to get to affirm your gender. And those puberty blockers ruin it. That's before we even get to the fact that it's going to make these kids sterile and it's going to ruin the rest of their lives. And these poor kids, they're actually detransitioning at a much larger rate than anybody knows, but they're shut down and they're silenced online. And they find themselves in the situation where they realize that they made a horrible mistake. Their parents realize that a horrible mistake was made. And it's irreversible. This is a huge win. The ripple effects are going to be felt for a while. And I just want to say, God is good that this was ruled the way it was.
Totally. Yeah, it's a great thing to see. We'll also label this section of the podcast. Chris Hand discusses girth and length. Haley, I want to read you a quote from the New York Times article talking about this, which I thought was hilarious. The decision, play the intimidating music here. The decision, which came amid Trump administration's fierce assault on transgender rights, was a bitter setback for its proponents. You know, these libs are probably a lot of tears tonight. But at the end of the day, you know, I guess how important is it to kind of set the precedent of, no, you can't do, if you're an adult, you know, probably a bad decision, but go ahead and do whatever you want to do. You can't do it to kids.
Yep. As a former Democrat, this is a very interesting hill for them to die on. To be honest with you, this is probably a 90-10 issue at this point. The things in this narrative they've said about kids is not a winning issue at all. So I'm excited to kind of see the liberal meltdowns. It's something I live for. It's more like my version of a Super Bowl, to be honest with you. And I think that going forward, we're going to see more of this pushback, especially from independents and the right about these things that they're doing to kids. In Nebraska, we had a bill pass very similar to this with puberty blockers. And you start to think about how this rise of the talk of mental health is going on, yet they are pushing all of these things that are destroying children's mental health. One of those being is affirming their confusion. And to affirm their confusion and say, it's okay, you can cut off these healthy appendages, is something that we just cannot get behind as a society. And I think, like we were talking about with Matt Walsh and the Daily Wire guys that were really on the forefront of a lot of this and really raising the red flags, I think that this is an absolutely phenomenal moment for the U.S., and I can't wait to see the momentum behind it.
Yeah, it's going to be great to see kind of how the ripple effects, because this kind of effectively gives other states the green light to do similar, take similar measures and get this thing passed across the board. You know where I think a lot of these people get their crazy ideas, if they're going to obtain crazy ideas, this is no surprise, colleges. And lo and behold, the college job market is not doing great for recent college grads for a bunch of different reasons, which I'd love your guys' perspectives on. Chris, the unemployment rate for college grads, according to the New York Post, was 2.7 for 22 to 27 years old. It's now jumped to 5.8%, according to the New York Federal Reserve. Why is that? Why is it that college grads are having a difficult time finding jobs in the workforce? And I feel like I can anticipate some snark here.
Well, I would want to check and see what percentage of those degrees are gender ideology studies, first and foremost, and then we could probably find the reality of the answer. I think that a lot of these college kids are coming out with entitlement. They think that they deserve a high-paying job. They're not going to get it. They don't want to start from the bottom up. They don't want to put their foot in the door and really grind it out. And then on the flip side, you're seeing high schoolers who are being able to get out of high school with $70,000 a year jobs welding. And I think that really comes down to the issue. You have a lot of individuals who are getting garbage degrees and a lot of debt that they're saddled with, and they won't settle for a low-paying job because they're thinking to themselves, I'm college educated. I should be getting more than this. When the reality is, yeah, you got a piece of paper, but you haven't earned or proven anything. And that's a harsh reality for a lot of these kids to face. And I do say kids, I think, you know, these are the younger segments of the population. They got to figure it out. But you can figure it out if you want to put the work in, but a lot of them don't want to do that.
Totally. Yeah. Haley, it wasn't all that long ago I was in college. I think like 10 years ago. But at the time, the joke was, you know, for philosophy majors, you won't ask, well, would you like fries with that? It's why would you like fries with that? And nowadays, like philosophy majors, you know, at least is somewhat respectable, even though we joke about it. Today, you see these clips on social media of I am intersectionality, gender, women's studies, underwater basket weaving. How did it change so quickly, it feels like, to kids getting these unbelievably useless degrees?
You know, color me shocked that all of these liberal art, women in queer studies in Palestine degrees are not absolutely crunching up the job market. I am shocked, actually. But at the end of the day, as a recent college grad, everyone, I went back after being in the workforce for about a decade. I went back and got my degree, which there was a lot of commentary about, which I think is very unique. I went to community college, don't have any debt, and I love that. I think that's a path that we don't quite talk about enough, and going to the trades too. Even Mike Rowe just did a great episode on his podcast about the amount of people that are going right into trade schools and getting jobs, six-figure jobs right out of school. And that really is a path that I think we can highlight a lot more. Also, I think right back to the entitlement, I think kids just think they deserve everything. I recently saw a TikTok where this woman was sitting in her car just sobbing. First of all, crying on the internet is something we should absolutely talk about later on in this episode, but she's just sobbing that she got her marketing degree and does not have like a $600,000 job. And it's one of those things where you got to work your way up the ladder, do the grit, do the grind, do the time. And at the end of the day, you're going to see that manifest and pay off.
Totally. Speaking of saving the time, if you're actually interested in getting a Palestinian queer studies degree, let me save you the time. You're gonna go there and get a flying lesson off the nearest roof. Don't waste your time doing that. Haley and Chris will be back after the break to discuss what I think is one of the more hilarious videos, not necessarily in like a slapstick type way, but an ideologically hilarious video. And we'll check in with Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent, right after the break. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. My name is Jobob. Thanks so much for sticking with us. Let's get to Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent. Monica, let's get the nitty-gritty stuff out of the way. It appears to me not much has changed as of right now, but among the big stories of the day, Iran, immigration numbers, what's the president saying? What are you hearing over there? And before we discuss the big, beautiful, new, shiny object at the White House, what's going on?
Yeah, Jobob. I mean, the president really keeping it under wraps over his conversations with Iran, as it's obviously facing a lot of tension overseas with strikes back and forth between Iran and Israel. The president really not giving any sort of details to what those conversations were, or if he's giving an ultimatum to Iran, what's directly discussed. I know that here at the White House, CNN has really been pressing the president as to when they had a conversation, what was discussed, and the president really keeping it under wraps. But he did say that he's very satisfied with the numbers as it pertains to the southern border. About 95 apprehensions for the month of May, 0 released. Compare that to the last administration from exactly a year ago, more than 60,000 illegal aliens released into the United States. So president very happy with those numbers and is really encouraging other people to be happy about it too. He was saying, none of these reporters ever talk about the good news that's been happening with this administration, just constant prying in the bad news. But regardless, great border numbers, and we do not know any details as to what's happening overseas. But he did say that the National Security Council meeting went very, very well. So that's what we know.
Yeah, again, we'll all find out together how this plays out, and we hope for the best for the United States. And I think a lot of us can say we trust Trump. That's he'll do what's hopefully in the best interest and make the right decisions. Speaking of new things at the White House, there behind you, if you look really close, you get up really close to your TV when Monica is on that shot. There's a big new flagpole in the back there. Monica, tell us about it. I thought it was fascinating because we talked to you about this not all that long ago. And it's already done. I assumed if it was a federal government project, all right, in 3 years, they'll get around to finally doing the permitting. But no, the flagpoles are there. What's the update on those flagpoles?
Yep, North and South Lawn, these nearly 100-foot flagpoles cost $50,000 each, and they are massive, Jobob. I was there when the giant American flag was hoisted up onto the flagpole. The president was saluting as it was going up. It's very big, it's very beautiful, and it's very exciting. And I know the president still wants to put, so the project's not done. He still wants to put some flowers around the base of the flagpole on both the north and south lawns. But a really, really beautiful day to do it. Unfortunately, there's some rain clouds rolling in. So the north lawn one is still a little bit delayed. But when he was putting up the flagpole, on the south lawn, we were talking to the president kind of one-on-one. And I asked him directly, I said, what made you put up these flagpoles? What gave you the idea? And he said this is something that he's always wanted to do. And he's really happy to do it. And I also asked him, because some of the flagpoles here at the White House have little eagles, golden eagles on the top, and this one doesn't. So I asked him, hey, what made you come up with this decision? And he said, the little ball on the top of the flagpole, it's more classic. I'm an eagle guy, he said, but I went with the ball because it's a more classic look. But he's very satisfied with it. And it's beautiful, and in person it's massive. So a lot of excitement here at the White House. And also, to your last point, Jobob, the president, when we were asking him questions, he seemed very calm. He did not seem worried at all as it pertains to Iran or any of the foreign tensions that are escalating. He didn't seem the least bit concerned about anything, which seems to be a positive thing, I think.
Yeah, I would say so as well. Not to drag you into a hypothetical here, but is there any word on whether or not the president will take those flagpoles with him? Because the next time a lib is in the White House, you can just imagine them hoisting up the rainbow flag immediately on those flagpoles that President Trump paid for.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm hoping that maybe there's an executive order in the near future that says don't touch these flagpoles, especially during the month of June.
Right. Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent. Thanks for taking the time.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. In my opinion, the NAACP has a hilarious name, especially in modern times, and especially with what it is that they say to do. The National Association of the Advancement of Colored People, which I've been told numerous times is an outdated term. I actually haven't been told that. I don't use that term, but shame on you if you use that term unless you are at the NAACP. Well, they are making news yet again, and I'd like to get our panel's response. Chris and Haley are back. Guys, Chris, we'll start with you. The NAACP broke a 116-year tradition and did not invite the sitting president to their big national convention. Now, it should be said that President Trump has never accepted that invitation the course of the last time he was president and now, but this time the invitation is not there on the table. Chris, President Trump doubled his support of black men since the 2016 election. Where are they going from here from an organizational standpoint? Do you think they're going to make progress in getting people onto their side? Is this a good idea, bad idea, or kind of a nothing?
I'm not sure, man. I don't think about the NAACP that often, but I do understand. I do understand why they didn't want to invite Donald Trump. He's obviously a huge, massive racist. I mean, did you see him in the early 90s when he got a civil rights award alongside Rosa Parks and Muhammad Ali, stealing their spotlight? What a bigot. Did you see him? Did you see him when he pardoned Lil Wayne at the end of the last term? Like, are you kidding me? Are you serious? I think it's time that we all admit Donald Trump is just an absolute racist, and the NAACP is right, and we should all march in solidarity with them.
And he's a king. Don't forget that. He's
a racist bigot king. It's unbelievable.
Haley, I guess this shouldn't come as a shock to anybody, right? The NAACP members have not liked Donald Trump the entire time. Do you think it kind of just damages what little credibility they have left, if any?
I am, again, this inclusivity, I'm looking for it everywhere. It just seems like we are not getting our fulfillment with the NAACP in this regard. And so I think a strongly worded email is definitely in store from a lot of people. But absolutely, it's not just this that destroys their credibility. Almost every single move and message they put out destroys their credibility. And at the end of the day, you have these huge conglomerates of these social justice organizations that are like, we want unity, we want to have the same rights as everybody else. But when you make a move like this and not invite the sitting president of the United States that has called for unity so many times, and you just absolutely ignore that facet and that messaging, I think that absolutely just takes a rock and shatters the glass window that is their credibility.
I was debating on whether or not I was going to make this joke, but yeah, go for it. The National Association of Advancement of Colored People not inviting the orange man is so indicative of just how they just segment off what they believe.
That's a color.
Yeah, orange is a color. According to the libs, by the way, I think he looks like a normal person, and I think they colored the screen when they put him on camera. But according to them, he is orange. So how does that not count as a colored person? Jeez, we're off the rails here. Speaking of off the rails, though, there was this hilarious video that I feel like is funny, but it also kind of sheds light on the mentality or the mindset that way too many Americans have in terms of their relationship with other countries and international affairs. Watch this clip, and I want to get your guys' reaction here about some Americans protesting in Egypt. Watch this.
Country and our law. Okay, so your message has been already received, and you can go back and turn back to Cairo. We're supposed to arrange all of that.
We could do it in America. Okay. Why can't we do it here?
What are you doing here? It's against our law. Now.
Chris, I personally, as a guy who's been around a little bit and kind of traveled to a couple different places, the first thing that you should know is respect the laws and the culture of the place that you are. America is the best culture, in my opinion, and it's also just correct. But other places don't have the same culture, so you shouldn't go pretend that, well, I'm an American, I can do anything I want. That's how you get unheaded, I guess, right? How does this kind of permeate into protest culture for the libs?
I don't understand what they're thinking. They obviously have no sense of reality. We see that with the Queers for Palestine stuff, to Haley's point earlier in the broadcast. Yeah, they have no idea. They have no concept of reality, that their ideas are not welcome where they are. But we see this so often. It's like the grass is greener on the other side. Well, I'm going to leave America because we got a king now. And then you'll see videos online where a woman did leave America. I don't know if you saw this one. A woman left America, went to Africa, and she recorded a video, selfie style. She's like, everybody's stealing everything. These bugs are dangerous. They're going to kill me. I'm coming back to America. It's like over and over again, this narrative is just broken for them, and they don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, Haley, especially now with kind of all the international turmoil that's going on, it seems ridiculous that there are people out there that live amongst us who think that just, well, everything works the way it does in America, and there's no nuance here. And, well, if we can do it in America, why can't we do it here? And I think the reaction to that guy is like, what are you talking about? was completely appropriate. Your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I have to preface this by saying there's nothing worse than white liberals. I don't know what it is, what is in their water, what groceries they are buying. I don't know. But the entitlement from them and this idea that they have to be this like white savior all the time is nauseating. And that's what I got from this video, is that they went into this, the land that's not ours, with different rules, different laws, and they just took over, or tried to take over, I guess maybe is a better term to say.
Yeah.
And I think at the end of the day, what we're watching is how they're getting a huge reality check, that they have it so good in the greatest nation to ever exist. And they should go to Gaza. I think they should go to Gaza. They should go to those places and see how good we truly have it here. And then maybe we'd get a little shift in perspective there.
Seriously, I think people underappreciate, not I think, that's the biggest problem we currently have. America was never great. Okay, find me the perfect utopian society, by the way. Why don't you start with Soviet Russia and work your way forward and see how well all of that equity works out. Chris, Haley, thank you guys so much for taking the time. Really appreciate it. We'll have you back.
Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Coming up next here on Turning Point tonight, a fascinating clip from Alex Clark's Culture Apothecary podcast. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
This guy said, I want to marry my girlfriend, but she's messier than I am.
Oh, shut up, marry her. Good grief.
He said, I really can't stand this. I'm not sure she's ready to be a wife. Is this a valid deal breaker?
She should not marry you. Just good grief. People are messy. People are clean. Here's what's awesome beneath religion, money, beliefs, political. The number one characteristic, the variable that determines whether you have a good marriage or not, are y'all friends? And here's what's funny. I have a friend named John who's super comically messy. For years, we've made fun of him. We've laughed. We've just cleaned up. He's just a messy guy. He's an incredible man, a great husband. He's literally stood in front of me during altercations when we were younger. Like, he will take any, he is a ride or die.
I love that.
And it has never occurred to me on the way home from watching the fights at his house, when the house is messy or when he leaves my house, to think, what is he trying to say about our friendship? It's never occurred to me. He's my friend. He's taken, right? He's willing to go to jail for me. He's a friend. And yet I will leave his house and be like, that dude's so ridiculous, so messy. And he's my best friend. And I drive home and there's some towels in a hamper, and I instantly go, what is my wife trying to say about just fold the stupid towels? You know what I mean? Fold the towels.
Yep.
And if there came a thing in my marriage, we had 2 sinks, but I would shave and I would swish it around, but there would still be some of those little hairs. And early on in my marriage, my wife said, hey, I know this isn't a huge deal, but when I see those, I want to stab you, like and make you not alive. And I was like, I will clean those, right? But it was owning, this is about me, not about you. And so if you get married or you see somebody and say, hey, like, there's the hamper right there, and you've put the clothes like right by it. Could you just like put them in there? You can do one of 2 things. You can pick up the clothes and just drop them in the hamper and go about your day. It takes 1 second. Or you can choose to make it this big existential, she doesn't respect us, she's this. Or if you get in her car, I don't want to out my wife on this shit. I get in the car sometime and there's like so much stuff shoved in that little pocket of the door. I can just clean it up, or I can go one more. I can just hire somebody to come clean the car up because we're in a season of blessing right now. A cool thing I used to see with my son when he was really young is every Sunday night we would go just fill mom's car up with gas. Instead of being the guy that's like, the car's always on it. I know my wife hates getting gas, and I've come to learn she doesn't super feel safe sometimes downtown getting gas by herself.
Yeah, that's the scariest place to be.
It never occurred to me. I'm a 6'2", 200-pound Texan. It never even occurred to me to be scared at a gas station.
Oh yeah, I'll drive out of the way to go to a safer gas station.
So what a gift that I can throw my son in the car. We get 30 minutes of just father-son silly time. We sing real loud. I'm trying to teach him the great old metal classics, and he's into 80s country or whatever. We have some great time, and I can say, hey, this is how a husband loves his wife. I can take that. Or I can sit there and get all dramatic and give myself a stroke on, you know what I mean? Like, what a dumb way to live, dude.
Right.
Pick it up.
This girl says, my fiance wants me to work on being more peaceful and less stressed out after working all day. He says, I don't want to marry myself and is worried that if I can't handle work stress, I won't be able to handle the stress of kids. Is this a valid criticism or unfair, since as a single woman, I have no choice but to work as hard as I do right now?
I have a little daughter. My big dirty secret was I had like one of the top parenting mental health shows in the country, and my daughter wouldn't hug me. And it was heartbreaking. And at first it was funny when she was younger, and then it got frustrating, and then it got like, hey, I'm bigger than you. You have to hug your dad. Like, it became like me trying to impose my will. And then it broke my heart. And it was her saying one time, my wife said, hey, and she used my own words against me, which is she often does. She's not against me, but with me. And she said, has it ever occurred to you that our daughter's little bitty teeny tiny body has identified you as not safe? And I was like, dude, I don't swear, I'm a good dad. She goes, oh, no, you're the best possible dad. But we all know. I was like, y'all know what? And she said, you have a nuclear reactor right here. We feel it. And we all know, just like, keep space. And my son, he keeps space by hugging, by like, you'll be all right, Dad. And I got upset and frustrated me, and I went and sat down with a therapist. And I ended up saying some stuff that I hadn't told anybody ever about what happened when I was a kid. And so I walked around with this thing that my daughter had the sense she could feel it. And it was about 9 months later that we were doing something, and I said the words, Josephine, will you get off me? And I remember being like, oh my gosh, like, I'm a human jungle gym for her now. But it was, I needed to go find peace, and money wasn't doing it, and success wasn't doing it, and healthy kids and a good marriage wasn't doing it. So I think that, like, I want you to come home and have peace here is a valid way. Like, I see something in you that you don't see, and I want you to have this experience.
Yeah.
The challenge is when you try to extrapolate it to, because if you don't do this, then maybe one day you won't. That's where it gets to be like you're playing like quarterback Dr. Phil in your house. And I don't know that that's fair, right? It's easier to say, because one day it's harder to say, when I've had a crazy day, I want to come home and have a home that's peaceful, and you come home wired up. And I love you so much, but I want us to be able to drop our shoulders when we get home. Yeah. And I don't want to feel like I'm coming home to an electric fence.
Me as a woman hearing that doesn't make me like immediately defensive.
It's an invitation.
Yeah, it's an invitation. And also it's like asking the question, you know, I see this, I want this for you, I want this for us. How can I help you to get to that point?
How can I love you today?
Yeah.
Just today.
Yeah.
Because very few people want to be a charity project. but how can I love you today? And that's a scary question for a guy to ask. And it's a scary question for a single woman who's just grinding and crushing it. And it's hard. It's hard. It's hard to come home and flip that switch.
To her point also, she's saying, like, I'm a single woman right now, so like grinding it out at work is all I know. Right. Once I'm married and once we're having a family, you know, seasons change, maybe things will change.
Right. But it's usually that inner machine that's running. Yeah. That may not come from work. Work may be a way that you're trying to solve that inner angst. Wow. And I'm going to work, I'm going to crush it, and I'm going to make it. I don't need nobody. And I can do it all on my own, and look at this, and look at this, and look at this. I think that's the greatest lie of the 21st century for women is, now that you can. My mom, this is not a long time ago, my mom was not allowed to get a checking account without my dad's signature when they got married. That was a law, right? That was not long ago. And so this idea that you don't need men for anything has turned into, you shouldn't need anyone for anything ever. Yep. And that's just not true. It's not true. And so you've got a whole generation of people trying to earn that place in their world and realizing there's no place for me to drop my shoulders. The question that saved my marriage is, how do you want this house to feel like when you walk in? And we reverse engineered that. And my wife always made fun of me. I was a big, like, forget your feelings, let's just go do that. She said, no, how do you want this house to feel when you walk in? And I told her, I want you to be happy that I'm here. Yeah. And she said, okay, that starts 3 days before. When you don't eat right, you get real grumpy because you don't sleep well. And when you don't exercise, you get pent up and you start poking at everybody. And vice versa. She took her, you know, like, I was able to speak into it as well. But it was a sense of, how do I want this house to feel? And I don't think any of us have a psychology for what peace feels like. I don't think we know what that feels like, because even when we're at peace, we're just told, oh yeah, well, somebody else is hurting and somebody else said this, and can you believe? We don't have a place for peace, and that's just very unnatural for our bodies.
This girl says, when I first got with my boyfriend, he said he was so attracted to me for having a really successful career and how hot it was about the amount of money that I make. He even said it's his type and he typically only dates high achieving women. Now he's saying he hates how I'm always stressed out, that I don't cook enough for him due to how much I work outside the home. Why the switch?
The dudes your listeners are involved with, man, it's crazy. It's such a bizarre picture of masculinity out there in the world, man. It's wildcats.
Is that what the problem is? Is the crux of these types of questions that these men have a warped idea of masculinity?
A completely dysfunctional idea of masculinity.
So explain that. What are they thinking and what is the correct way?
The bravest thing in the 21st century is not joining a jiu-jitsu gym. I trained with MMA fighters for years. I know that. Getting kicked in the head is not fun. It's not brave. It's what everybody does. I've got a bunch of tattoos. Getting tattoos is not brave anymore. When Joe did it, Rogan did it, or when the old punk rockers did it in the 70s, they were saying to the world, I will never have another job other than this. That's not the case anymore. They're CEOs with sleeves now, right? It's not brave. Yeah. So really doing what's the next most courageous, brave thing is finding the thing you don't know how to do, the thing that exposes you the most. And what is that? It's being comfortable sitting down with somebody and saying, you are freaking successful and you make twice as much money than I do. And I had this picture in my head that my wife would always just make dinner for me. I don't know where that picture came from, or maybe it came from my childhood, or maybe and that's not the world I live in. So I have two choices. I can just go make dinner for us because that's awesome. And I'm going to learn how to cook and be amazing. And I'm going to check out some of these awesome YouTube videos where these dudes are amazing cooks and they're awesome. Or I need to find somebody who makes less money than me and who has a different picture of what home looks like because I'm that insecure. I mean, it's that simple.
2025, featuring the boldest voices in the fight. Secretary Pete Hegseth, Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Brett Cooper, Secretary Kristi Noem, Riley Gaines, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, and more. Join thousands of students, future leaders, and freedom fighters. This is the battleground of ideas. This is the Student Action Summit. The future is ours to build. Register now at SAS2025.com.
That's odd. I think they pronounced my name wrong. It said "and more." It's Jobob, but that's okay. Mistakes happen. But that's right. I will be speaking at the Student Action Summit as well. That is happening in Tampa, Florida. Go to the website, SAS2025.com. Get your tickets today. It is a fantastic event. I won't say it's our best event, but not because it's not awesome, but because how do you even pick a best or a favorite of all of the fantastic events that, again, is happening next month in July 11th through the 13th. In Tampa, Florida, SAS2025.com. You can also go to TPUSA.com, find out anything else we're doing, as well as donate and keep the conservative voice on college campuses alive and well. You can also email the show anytime you want, tbt@tpusa.com, whether you agree or whether you're wrong. We're running out of time, so I want to get to this. It's Woke Wednesday, and this is Whoopi Goldberg, and it's Woke Wednesday. Yes, thank you, highlighter lady. Again, we don't have a ton of time here, so play this clip. It's 11 seconds long, but it's Whoopi Goldberg saying one of the most ridiculous, hilarious, but just play the clip.
Yeah, I think it's very different to live in the United States in 2025 than it is to live in Iran.
Not if you're black.
Not for everybody.
Not if you're black.
Guys, don't go to Tehran. Do not anyone at the table to go to Tehran.
Okay, putting all of the conversation of Iran aside, because there are better voices to listen to, go listen to the Charlie Kirk show if you want a good, in-depth, nuanced idea of what's going on there. But also, it is not a great place to live. If you're comparing it to the United States of America, Tehran specifically, I wouldn't choose that in 100 picks. If you gave me 100 opportunities to say, where do you want to live? Do you want to live in anywhere in the United States, or do you want to live in Iran, in the Middle East, under the totalitarian dictatorship rule of the Ayatollah? I will pick the United States 100% of the time. Even if Barack Obama is president, even if, God forbid, Hillary Clinton is president of the United States, I would live here over there. Then to say, no. It's only better if you're not black in the United States, because if you're black in the United States, that is worse than living in one of the most dystopian hellholes on the face of the earth. Insane, Whoopi. But again, are we surprised? Are we shocked that Whoopi Goldberg thinks that it's worse to be black in America than live in Iran? I wish I could say I was more surprised, but I can't. So that is Woke Wednesday at its finest. Whoopi Goldberg. I seek professional help, maybe, Whoopi. I would appreciate you doing so. It is funny, interesting too, when we get flashes of like local control out of Whoopi Goldberg saying, "Look, we can't trust the federal government anymore because of Donald Trump, so we need to take back our schools at the local level." Yes, and then she goes on to say this nonsense, which is I don't know. I don't know what's going on up there. Possibly the same thing that's going on in Joe Biden's brain. But anyways, that'll do it for us here at Turning Point tonight. Charlie Kirk is going to take us out. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. God bless America.
email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. I first want to say thank you for rewarding us as a program for being the go-to news destination in times like this. Let's put the screenshot up on screen. We right now are the #1 conservative podcast on the Apple charts, and we are #3 overall in the Apple News charts. And out of all categories, we are the 12th biggest podcast behind Call Her Daddy, Joe Rogan, and Pod Save America. We are right there up with the big boys. And it seems as if when there is breaking news, this is how I know our program is really hitting the mark. That is how I know what we are saying on this program matters, is that when the news gets more and more intense, when the news starts to get more and more confusing, our show does better. That's a great sign. If your program, your podcast, your stream does better when things get crazier, that means that people come to you to try to make sense of the insane and to understand what is happening from a fair, measured, and patriotic America First approach. So thank you for that. You guys can subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast, and you can listen to all of our conversations on demand 24/7 if you are doing yard work, if you are going for a walk, if you are going for a drive, you can listen to our podcast, and thank you for that. Okay. So we were told all along by U.S. lawmakers that we need to take out the Iranian nuclear program, and you can make a good argument for that. You can make an argument that Israel has wanted to do that for quite some time. It's becoming more and more clear to the surface that Israel will not be able to finish the fight unless American B-52 bunker-busting bombs will get involved. Okay, you can hold that position, and you can hope for the best. You can hope that there is a strike, and we get in and we get out, and we use the Moab and a 30,000, 40,000-pound bomb, 30,000-pound bomb, and it works perfectly, and hopefully no U.S. troops die in response. I can understand that argument. I really can. President Trump has been consistent for over a decade, saying that Iran will not get a nuclear bomb. Iran will not get a nuclear bomb. President Trump has said that for 10 years. However, if you watch carefully and closely, amongst the Washington, D.C. and neoconservative, neo-imperialist class, especially in the Republican Party, they've kind of shifted gears here. They've shifted gears from Iran should not have a nuclear weapon to Iran should not have an Ayatollah. And they've tried to ever so subtly shift the Overton window as if we weren't paying attention. So wait a second, hold on. First it was that Israel is going to take out the nuclear weapon. And then it was, well, America is going to help Israel take out the nuclear weapon. Still the same theme, but a shift, but still the same theme. One that is defensible if done correctly and prudently. I have some caution towards that intervention, but I can get it. I can get behind that if President Trump executes in a way that only he can. But hold on a second. They're trying to pull a switcheroo. Yesterday afternoon, the neocons that have been wrong about every major foreign policy decision of the last 20 years. They were wrong about Afghanistan. They were wrong about Iraq. They were wrong about Libya. They were wrong about Syria. They were wrong about the Arab Spring. The entire Middle East is filled. It is at capacity with their failures. You cannot point to a random Middle East country without seeing somewhere that John Bolton, Lindsey Graham, and the entire gang of ferocious neoconservatives have messed up. So we've been told it's all about nuclear weapons, but it seems as if there's a more aggressive push to get rid of the Ayatollah. Now, to be clear, of course, we on this program want to see the people of Persia resume self-determination. The Persian people are wonderful. They're the highest IQ people on the planet, are right near it. They're incredibly industrious. The Persians that I know across Chicago, where I grew up, or in Phoenix, are amazing. In Scottsdale, they literally have a restaurant called The Persian Room. I get it. But this is a completely different thing. If the people of Persia want to take back their government organically, authentically, from the ground up, we will be cheering them on. Of course we will. But Western forced central planning regime change is if we are just going to take out the Ayatollah. Oh, really? What comes next? What comes after regime change? Might be, oh, well, we need a small number of U.S. troops to support the new regime. And then, well, the new regime needs our financial support. Then, okay, then we need a few more U.S. troops. We have seen this play before. Or, again, regime change, you have no idea how this is going to work out. You have no idea. The best case scenario is like probably 5,000 U.S. troops and $100 billion. The probably most probable scenario is a bloody civil war that results in a couple 100,000 people dead, all these different ethnic groups fighting. Iran is a country of 92 million people. Let me repeat. Iran is a country of 92 million people. It's 2.5 times the size of Texas. Again, we've been reporting this on our program the last couple of days. It is a beast of a country. Not to mention you could trigger another refugee crisis coming to the West. And so Lindsey Graham, listen very carefully. We went from take out the nuclear program to regime change in just a couple of days. This is why our program is succeeding right now. Because we are taking a non-ideological, patriotic, America First approach right now, where other people are all over the place. No intervention under any circumstances. Okay, I can hear that. I can sympathize with that. But 86% of Americans don't want Iran to have a nuclear bomb. Or you have the people that redesign the entire Middle East in their image. Meanwhile, our country is collapsing. Let's play first 342. This is Lindsey Graham. He lives for this, by the way. Lindsey Graham's identity, his reason for being, his excitement, his thrill, is to try and execute regime change in Iran. Play cut 342.
I hope it's eliminated. I would like to see this regime fall, but I'm going to leave it up to the president as to what to do and when to do it. But I do know this. If we don't take out their nuclear program now, we'll all regret it. We're very close. Be all in, Mr. President, in helping Israel finish the job, and let's see where we're at after we neutralize their nuclear program.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
The U.S. official said Trump is seriously considering joining the war and launching a U.S. strike against Iran's nuclear facilities, especially its underground uranium enrichment facility in Fordow. It is built into a mountain. They cannot get to it without our bunker-busting weapon. They need it.
There is a reason the Ayatollah is developing ICBMs. ICBMs are intercontinental ballistic missiles. You don't need an ICBM to bomb Israel. They're bombing Israel with ballistic missiles. You need an ICBM to get to America. If Iran gets a nuclear weapon, I think the odds are unacceptably high that we would find out with a mushroom cloud over New York City or Los Angeles or Tel Aviv and Israel. And what Israel has said is we are going to act. Israel's a tiny country. It's the size of the state of New Jersey, and they are taking out Iran's military with surgical precision. They're taking out virtually all of the senior leaders of the military. They're taking out their nuclear scientists. They are leveling nuclear facilities on the ground, and I think President Trump is exactly right to say we stand with Israel.
I hope it's eliminated. I would like to see this regime fall, but I'm going to leave it up to the president as to what to do and when to do it. But I do know this. If we don't take out their nuclear program now, we'll all regret it. We're very close. Be all in, Mr. President, in helping Israel finish the job, and let's see where we're at after we neutralize their nuclear program.
Do you think the United States should assassinate the supreme leader if they can?
The assassination of any individual, any foreign dignitary or leader on this, but we most certainly need to have regime change in Iran. This is the same regime that's threatened America and Americans. This is the same regime that oppresses their own people, that they use the money that they get from oil money to be able to put towards terrorism, to be able to kill us and our allies. They chant death to America in the streets. We definitely need a new regime there.
Last night, the IDF eliminated Ali Shamadani, the regime's wartime chief of general staff. Shamadani held the role for only 4 days before meeting the same fate as his predecessor. This mission was based on real-time and emerging intelligence. We have delivered significant blows to the Iranian regime, and as such, they have been pushed back into central Iran.
I talked to the president last night. I just want to say this. I'm so glad he is where he is at. He's the right guy at the right time. He's calm as he can be. He's resolved. He's steady. I think he's done a marvelous job of handling this conflict. And I believe the sun is about to set on the Iran nuclear ambitions. They need our help, Israel does, to take out Fordo. They need help from us. I'm hoping the president will provide Israel the help they need to finish the job of the last nuclear site underground. And if we accomplish destroying the Iranian nuclear program, it will be historic for the region and historic for the world.
The fact that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon is clear. As the White House reminds us, since taking office, President Trump has clearly stated no fewer than a dozen times that Iran cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon, for anyone who's unclear on that fact. President Trump has made the same pledge no fewer than 40 times before taking office, even as far back as 2011. One of the highest priorities of the Trump administration is the safety and security of the American people.
They said Gen Z would stay silent, that we'd back down, that we'd forget what's worth fighting for. But this generation remembers. We remember truth. We remember freedom. And now, we rise. This is more than a conference. It's a call to action, to reclaim the future, to ignite a movement that cannot be ignored. Student Action Summit 2025, featuring the boldest voices in the fight. Charlie Kirk, Secretary Pete Hegseth, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Brett Cooper, Secretary Kristi Noem, Riley Gaines, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, and more. Join thousands of students, future leaders, and freedom fighters. Raise your voice and take action. This is the battleground of ideas. This is the Student Action Summit. The future is ours to build. Register now at SAS2025.com. Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, radio stations across the country, honored to be with you as always. We're here at the mobilebitcoin.com studio, and my goodness, there is a lot happening, and it is continuing. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. I first want to say thank you for rewarding us as a program for being the go-to news destination in times like this. Let's put the screenshot up on screen. We right now are the #1 conservative podcast on the Apple charts, and we are #3 overall in the Apple News charts. And out of all categories, we are the 12th biggest podcast behind Call Her Daddy, Joe Rogan, and Pod Save America. We are right there up with the big boys. And it seems as if when there is breaking news, this is how I know our program is really hitting the mark. That is how I know what we are saying on this program matters, is that when the news gets more and more intense, when the news starts to get more and more confusing, our show does better. That's a great sign. If your program, your podcast, your stream does better when things get crazier, that means that people come to you to try to make sense of the insane and to understand what is happening from a fair, measured, and patriotic America First approach. So thank you for that. You guys can subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast, and you can listen to all of our conversations on demand 24/7 if you are doing yard work, if you are going for a walk, if you are going for a drive, you can listen to our podcast, and thank you for that. Okay. So we were told all along by U.S. lawmakers that we need to take out the Iranian nuclear program, and you can make a good argument for that. You can make an argument that Israel has wanted to do that for quite some time. It's becoming more and more clear to the surface that Israel will not be able to finish the fight unless American B-52 bunker-busting bombs will get involved. Okay, you can hold that position, and you can hope for the best. You can hope that there is a strike, and we get in and we get out, and we use the Moab and a 30,000, 40,000 pound bomb, 30,000 pound bomb, and it works perfectly, and hopefully no U.S. troops die in response. I can understand that argument. I really can. President Trump has been consistent for over a decade, saying that Iran will not get a nuclear bomb. Iran will not get a nuclear bomb. President Trump has said that for 10 years. However, if you watch carefully and closely, amongst the Washington, D.C. and neoconservative, neo-imperialist class, especially in the Republican Party, they've kind of shifted gears here. They've shifted gears from Iran should not have a nuclear weapon to Iran should not have an Ayatollah. And they've tried to ever so subtly shift the Overton window as if we weren't paying attention. So wait a second, hold on. First it was that Israel is going to take out the nuclear weapon. And then it was, well, America is going to help Israel take out the nuclear weapon. Still the same theme, but a shift, but still the same theme. One that is defensible if done correctly and prudently. I have some caution towards that intervention, but I can get it. I can get behind that if President Trump executes in a way that only he can. But hold on a second. They're trying to pull a switcheroo. Yesterday afternoon, the neocons that have been wrong about every major foreign policy decision of the last 20 years. They were wrong about Afghanistan. They were wrong about Iraq. They were wrong about Libya. They were wrong about Syria. They were wrong about the Arab Spring. The entire Middle East is filled. It is at capacity with their failures. You cannot point to a random Middle East country without seeing somewhere that John Bolton, Lindsey Graham, and the entire gang of ferocious neoconservatives have messed up. So we've been told it's all about nuclear weapons, but it seems as if there's a more aggressive push to get rid of the Ayatollah. Now, to be clear, of course we on this program want to see the people of Persia resume self-determination. The Persian people are wonderful. They're the highest IQ people on the planet, are right near it. They're incredibly industrious. The Persians that I know across Chicago, where I grew up, or in Phoenix, are amazing. In Scottsdale, they literally have a restaurant called The Persian Room. I get it. But this is a completely different thing. If the people of Persia want to take back their government organically, authentically, from the ground up, we will be cheering them on. Of course we will. But Western forced central planning regime change is if we are just going to take out the Ayatollah. Oh, really? What comes next? What comes after regime change? Might be, oh, well, we need a small number of U.S. troops to support the new regime. And then, well, the new regime needs our financial support. Then, okay, then we need a few more U.S. troops. We have seen this play before. Or, again, regime change, you have no idea how this is going to work out. You have no idea. The best case scenario is like probably 5,000 U.S. troops and $100 billion. The probably most probable scenario is a bloody civil war that results in a couple 100,000 people dead, all these different ethnic groups fighting. Iran is a country of 92 million people. Let me repeat. Iran is a country of 92 million people. It's 2.5 times the size of Texas. We've been reporting this on our program the last couple of days. It is a beast of a country. Not to mention you could trigger another refugee crisis coming to the West. And so Lindsey Graham, listen very carefully. We went from take out the nuclear program to regime change in just a couple of days. This is why our program is succeeding right now. Because we are taking a non-ideological, patriotic, America First approach right now, where other people are all over the place. No intervention under any circumstances. Okay, I can hear that. I can sympathize with that. But 86% of Americans don't want Iran to have a nuclear bomb. Or you have the people that redesign the entire Middle East in their image. Meanwhile, our country is collapsing. Let's play first 342. This is Lindsey Graham. He lives for this, by the way. Lindsey Graham's identity, his reason for being, his excitement, his thrill is to try and execute regime change in Iran. Play cut 342.
I hope it's eliminated. I would like to see this regime fall, but I'm going to leave it up to the president as to what to do and when to do it. But I do know this. If we don't take out their nuclear program now, we'll all regret it. We're very close. Be all in, Mr. President, in helping Israel finish the job, and let's see where we're at after we neutralize their nuclear program.
Now he continues in cut 343, which is the real incriminating one. I would like to see this regime fall. He says that, but he continues. Play cut 343.
Here's what I can say. Taking the Ayatollah's regime down is a good thing, not a bad thing. And I'm willing to risk what happens next because I know what's going to happen if they stay in power. They're going to keep trying to destroy Israel. They're going to keep fomenting terrorism, and they're going to try to build a bomb, and they'll use it until they're gone. Their goal is a religious goal, to destroy the Jews, to destroy Sunni Islam, to destroy us. These are fanatical religious Nazis. I'm willing to risk them leaving. I think it will only get better.
Sounds good, right? That is such an immature, shallow, sloppy, irresponsible, insane, frenetic approach from a U.S. lawmaker. Oh, I know what happens when they remain. Actually, you don't know that, Lindsey Graham. The first rule of foreign policy is you must enter things with humility. That is the first rule. You don't know how things are going to work out, actually. You could predict them. You can have probability. You could look to history, but you don't know with certainty. And that kind of arrogance and that kind of pride is exactly why we got into the quagmire of Iraq and Afghanistan, and why Libya is still in a civil war, and why 600,000 people died in the Syrian civil war, resulting in 6 million refugees, largely remaking the polity and the entire demographic composition of Europe because we thought we knew. No, you don't know, actually. In fact, it could be a catastrophe. And I'm going to build out more why we must together resist regime change. It's not about taking out the nuclear program. That's a separate topic. You could support that. That is defensible. It is indefensible after everything we've seen the last 25 years. To start beating the drums for regime change at yet another Middle Eastern country, this one being the biggest of all we have dared to get involved in. Z-Factor, if you guys want to get some sleep, go to relieffactor.com. That is relieffactor.com. Z-Factor is a wonderful way that you guys are able to get to sleep very quickly. You guys could check it out at relieffactor.com. It's more than just a magnesium or melatonin supplement. Relief Factor doesn't just mask pain, it helps reduce or even eliminate it. In a few weeks or even days, you'll start to feel the difference. Give Relief Factor a try with their 3-week quick start. It's only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Visit relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. That is relieffactor.com. relieffactor.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to our podcast. We'll be right back.
Speaking the truth, no one else has the guts to say. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. I encourage you guys to go to whyrefi.com. They were amazing supporters of the Young Women's Leadership Summit and our Student Action Summit. That is whyrefi.com, YREFY.com. Get out of student loan debt today at whyrefi.com. Private student loan debt in America totals about $300 billion. About $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. YRefi offers a 3-minute rate check without any credit impact. Do you have a co-borrower? Well, YRefi can get them released from the loan, and you can give mom or dad a break. You can even skip a payment for every 6 months up to 12 times without penalty. Call 888-YRefi-34 or log on to YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. May not be available in all 50 states. Many clients aren't even able to make the minimum monthly payment on their private student loans when they first contact YRefi. It may not be available in all 50 states. Go to YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. That is YRefi.com. So check it out right now. Again, YRefi is a wonderful Arizona-based company. They're phenomenal. They're patriotic. They're tough. And they will fight for you in your private student loan debt situation. So think about who in your life has private student loans and refer them right now to YRefi.com, YREFY.com. We'll be right back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Oh, now to my favorite U.S. Senator. We're here at the Bitcoin.com mobile studio. James Lankford almost threw the 2024 election. By the way, in other news, if we were not on the verge of a potential regime change war with Iran, we'd be covering the phenomenal news. Do you know that back in May of last year, over 64,000 people crossed the southern border into the interior of the United States? Do you know how many people crossed the southern border in May coming into America? Zero. None. Zero. That should be the number one news story in the country. And thank you, President Trump. Thank you, President Trump, for getting that done. And congratulations. But James Lankford, remember, he was doing a deal with Joe Biden. James Lankford was the Republican Senate appointed liaison to work with Joe Biden. Now, I don't want to spend too much time for James Lankford. He's not up for an election for a while, but it is instructive just because of how wrong he was on the border. But here's James Lankford, who wanted to do a deal with Joe Biden on the border, and praise God we killed that bill. Because now look at the border. 0 people and we have mass deportations. That was one of the greatest legislative derailments in modern history. It was one of the greatest mobilizations of you in this audience that got on their phones, got email, and got in the grassroots, and boom, killed it. But now James Lankford is back. Look at that, 62,000 to 0. James Lankford said, oh, no, we need to bring it to 5,000 a day. Remember that? James Lankford wanted to be 5,000 people a day. So if James Lankford would have had his way, it would have been 150,000 people a month. And now it's 0. So James Lankford, after he tried to throw the 2024 election and derail President Trump's border agenda, he is back not calling for the welfare of the people of Oklahoma, saying that Oklahoma has a fentanyl problem or that we need to improve schools or that we need to try to have lower taxes or less regulation. No. James Lankford from Oklahoma, he's talking indistinguishably from a member of the Israeli Knesset. And I'm just saying right now, by the way, if you're from Israel, you might want regime change. That's a completely different calculus. I get it, actually. But we have American priorities and American money and American funding. And when you are an American U.S. Senator, your calculus should be completely different. What is good for America? What has America done the last 25 years? You have to look at it from the prism of your country and your country first. James Lankford he says it even more explicitly. Play cut 331.
Do you think the United States should assassinate the supreme leader if they can?
The assassination of any individual and any foreign dignitary or leader on this, but we most certainly need to have regime change in Iran. This is the same regime that's threatened America and Americans. This is the same regime that oppresses their own people, that they use the money that they get from oil money to be able to put towards terrorism, to be able to kill us and our allies. They chant death to America in the streets. We definitely need a new regime there.
I mean, it's really hard for me in the 2.5 minutes I have remaining to put into words how insane this person is, how reckless and irresponsible it is. It's hard to even grasp how a U.S. senator says, oh, yeah, no, we need to assassinate the leader. Oh, really, James Lankford? I would like you to go on a Codel and tell me how Libya is going. How's Libya? How are the seas of Tripoli? Tell me, how is Libya just chummy and wonderful? How's Benghazi, Libya doing today? Would you like to go on a vacation there? Or how about Afghanistan? We did regime change in Afghanistan only to have the Taliban take over again. How did regime change in Iraq go? We got ISIS. And he's like, oh, yeah, we just have to get rid of them because they repress their own people. Yeah, okay, smart aleck. I could pick 50 other countries that repress their own people. That is not criteria for American Western involvement to get rid of who's in charge of the country. Oh, yeah, I mean, they're really oppressive. Yeah, okay, no one here on this program likes Vladimir Putin. We also think that you must be delusional and insane and unspeakably reckless to say we should get rid of Vladimir Putin. The guy that controls the most time zones and the biggest nuclear arsenal on the planet probably has that country under control, and we shouldn't just take him out for no good reason. Oh, yeah, just take him out because he's bad. Yeah, while we're at it, let's just assassinate Kim Jong-un and Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin and the Ayatollah. Oh, well, they've chanted death to America. Right, we got that part. Again, regime change is an outgrowth of a prideful, cloistered, sheltered view, acting as if you know certainly what is going to come next. Again, it's a country of 92 million people, a fact that I hope is repeated a lot. 92 million people. What's going to happen when the country's in turmoil? What's going to happen to the 2,000 ballistic missiles? That'll be fun. Will all of them be launched at U.S. troops? How many U.S. troops are you comfortable dying, James Langford? We have 40,000 troops within missile range of Iran. All of a sudden, the Ayatollah goes out and some religious fanatic just starts launching ballistic missiles at U.S. troops. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump's latest gift to the country is up and waving for the world to see. Happening this morning, the commander-in-chief had brand new flagpoles put up on the north and south lawns of the White House. He even showed up in person to oversee some of the construction. But then Mr. Trump got down to business, addressing everything from how his tariffs are benefiting the country to criticizing Fed Chairman Jerome Powell for not lowering interest rates. By the way, the Fed is set to wrap up its June meeting today.
I got a call from Congress last night. Sir, there's a problem. I said, what is it? Money is pouring in. We don't know how to account for it. I said, check the tariffs. $88 billion came in from tariffs. No inflation. And it's going to get even more so. I know what I'm doing. So we have a stupid person, frankly, at the Fed. He probably won't cut today. Europe had 10 cuts, and we had none.
And in other headlines at the White House, President Trump calling for Iran's unconditional surrender amid this morning's latest Israeli airstrikes on Iran's capital city, Tehran. In the meantime, the Iranian Foreign Ministry says, quote, any American intervention would be a recipe for an all-out war in the region. The hostilities between Israel and Iran over Iran's continued uranium enrichment and nuclear development programs are now in their 6th day. The president also trading verbal jabs with Iran's supreme leader this morning after Ayatollah, Ali Khamenei warned that U.S. strikes against Iran will, quote, result in irreparable damage for them. President Trump responding simply by saying, quote, I say good luck. The commander-in-chief also pointing out that it's not too late for Iran to give up its nuclear program. Well, we're going to be taking a look at the markets coming up throughout the day, but I can tell you this, making headlines right now is that the United States Senate passed the Genius Act, which seeks to create a regulatory framework for U.S. dollar cryptocurrency tokens. Regulating so-called stable coins has bipartisan support in the Senate, with several Democrats joining Republicans in an effort to impose federal rules on crypto. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. We're here at the Bitcoin.com mobile studio. What do we have, guys? Okay, we have a couple videos going viral on TikTok right now. Let me play one, actually. We were doing a lot of content. We have like 50 million views the last couple days on TikTok. It's incredible. Let me see if I could find one that is applicable to the topic that we're playing now. Oh, that's actually an interesting one. This one has gone very, very viral. It's a couple weeks old. Play cut 27.
The question is macro Islam compatible with Western values? Macro. Of course it's not. There are three major reasons why. Islam does not believe in freedom of speech. Islam does not believe in freedom of religion. And Islam does not believe in separation of mosque and state. Those three things are antithetical to the West. In a Muslim-majority country, most Muslim-majority countries, you cannot criticize the Prophet Muhammad. In most Muslim-majority countries, you do not have the same robust freedom of religion protections. And finally, whereas we in the West are very careful to try to intermix religion and state, they are commanded to actually go into the state and try to change the state to be more Islamic around the core pillars of Islam. And the last thing I'll finally say is I cannot see a single Western country that has become more Islamic and has become a better place to live that is happier or freer.
That is going viral on TikTok amongst many others. Go to TikTokeconomicimpact.com. That is TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Check it out right now. From Arizona Taco King to Coco Asante, American small businesses thrive on TikTok. So go to TikTokeconomicimpact.com. That is TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Joining us now is super smart guy, one of my favorite guests to help analyze all of this, Breitbart News editor-in-chief Alex Marlow and host of the Alex Marlow Show. Alex, great to see you, my friend. Alex, it's one thing to say that you want limited, precise, and direct strikes against the Iranian nuclear program. It is an entirely different category leap to all of a sudden say that you want America to get involved in the assassination of the Ayatollah and the forcible takedown of regime. Alex Marlow.
Charlie, it's so exasperating for anyone who doesn't want President Trump to be entirely isolationist, just for the sake of variety, which is where I find myself. I don't think we should be telling the entire world we're not going to do anything, that we're going to be entirely predictable, that we're just going to stay out of everything internationally. I don't think that puts America in the strongest position. And then to watch some of these guys, Senator Lankford, Senator Graham, start talking about regime change. We're not talking about regime change. We are talking about a decade and a half half of Donald Trump keeping his promises. He tweeted in 2011, Charlie, Iran's quest for nuclear weapons is a major threat to our nation's national security interests. We can't allow Iran to go nuclear. Now, we can have the debate. Is Iran on the brink of going nuclear? I know you've been having that debate. You've been doing an amazing job navigating that. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about nuclear Iran. We're not talking about deposing anyone. We're talking about regime change. Who are these guys? These guys want a regime change everywhere on earth just for the sake of doing it. It is mind-bogglingly horrible for this country to have these types of people leading our Senate.
Yeah, and just so I want to make sure everyone understands just a quick Middle East history over the last 20 years. I mean, just so that we're keeping score, the pushback that we put on social media, and Alex, I was very aggressive against regime change yesterday. By the way, if you want to take up the Iranian nuclear program with American missiles and American fighter jets, I can hear that argument, actually. I'm not going to be overly ideological. I have some caution towards that. I think that we need to be prudent and prayerful and humble. But using the B-2 bomber or bunker busters towards that under President Trump's discretion and leadership, fine. But now all of a sudden we are like at a completely different level. We were told that it's all about nuclear weapons, and Nikki Haley this morning tweeted this. This is very important. Nikki Haley came out. This is how you know that we are starting to push back successfully. Nikki Haley says, where is the Nikki Haley one? We have it somewhere. She says that we should not get involved in regime change in Iran, but instead take out the Iranian nuclear program. I agree with Nikki Haley. Now, I think Nikki Haley is saying that because the online momentum changed. Did you see that, Alex? It changed yesterday. It changed largely because regime change got introduced into the conversation. Alex Marlowe.
Yeah, this is the whole point, Joe, that you've been trying to navigate this from a really intelligent and important perspective. There are a couple of things that are no-fly zones, figuratively speaking, on either side. One thing that is not good is that Donald Trump has given his word that the Iranians cannot continue to try to enrich beyond the civilian level, and they continue to do so by every reportable measure. That is not good. That puts the president in a tough spot. He has also said that they cannot continue to fund these terror proxies. They continue to do that. So President Trump's word makes a difference around the world, and President Trump knows this. That's why he wants to do something. Maybe it's defensive, maybe it's just intimidation, maybe it's brokering a peace, but he doesn't want to sit on his hands and do nothing. We know that because he left the G7. Not to mention, good for him for getting out of Canada earlier. That was a good call. But on the extreme perspective, on the other side, they're seeing in the Republican establishment, the exact people that the MAGA movement displaced, the types of people that I worked hard against over 10 years ago with Steve Bannon and Stephen Miller and all these people, like Andrew Breitbart, at the ground floor of this overthrow of the Republican establishment, talking about the exact type of stuff that we opposed, which was regime change in the Middle East, having no idea what was going to happen next, other than that Americans were going to spend a lot of blood and treasure and America's defense sector was going to be rich. We're not talking about that anymore. That's a total non-starter. And I think it cheapens the good work that President Trump is trying to do in the region.
Yes, and so the base is now declaratively saying no regime change, no regime change. Now, this is what Nikki Haley said. Quote, the U.S. should not engage in regime change in Iran. Our focus should only be on our national security. The Iranian regime has threatened the U.S. with nuclear production for years. We should support Israel in eliminating Natanz and Fordo sites to prevent the threat of atomic bomb against the U.S. The Iranian people should decide who they want for their leader. That's their decision, not ours. Stay focused. So, look, I agree with actually 90% of that. I think, again, it's not her call of whether or not we should eliminate the nuclear program in those two cities. I think that's for President Trump to make. I think that we need to also differentiate for everyone keeping score online where they say, oh, my goodness, Donald Trump started a new war. It is very conceivable that if he bombs those two cities, that is not a new war. Now, Iran could retaliate, and then what happens after that? But I trust President Trump 100% in this moment. He's a man made for this moment. Understand, he's been through all of this. He took out Soleimani. He took out ISIS. He is able to navigate this. Alex Marlowe.
Yeah, you're right on this. And Trump is the man for the moment. Thank God, literally thank God that he's the one in charge, because he's the only one who's going to be able to, I think, balance all the various factions here. And it's an incredibly nuanced debate. And I don't think anyone on either side should be talking to us in childish ways, because this is not an easy one. This is one where there are many different gradations of what the appropriate response could be. And I'm up for hearing that debate out, which some people are trying to have. Iran is believed in death to America. That became a prominent dominant slogan since 1979. They hate this country. They hate our people. And in general, I think the people of Iran deserve better than the current regime. That said, when America has tried to do regime change in recent years in the Middle East, all it has done is enriched America's defense sector and destabilized the region and not done anything to help. That is a huge component of Trump's base is aware of that and doesn't want any part of it. So now we're talking about regime change off the table. So what are the nuances of what we can do in between? Of course, standing up to Iran if they're taking proactive attacks on America or our allies in the region is something where we're going to provide defense capabilities. No brainer. Do we want to leave on the table? Perhaps we could do something to take out, for example, that Fordo nuclear facility, which should not be operational. Everyone agrees it should not be operational, and it is only operational because we have not chosen to destroy it. I want to hear that debate. And I don't know, I'm not saying we need to do anything right now, Charlie, but what I am saying is let's not take that off the table. Let's not broadcast to the bad guys that we're willing to let them get away with anything. But overall, I feel like people are starting to find an equilibrium. That J.D. Vance tweet yesterday was perfect. That was almost my exact position on the issue. I'm sure you've covered it on the show to this point. But It feels like sanity is winning out at this time. But we have to be very vigilant on this because there's a lot of deeply interested parties on all sides here who are trying to prove some sort of a long-standing beef and trying to settle it their way. We can't have that right now. This is a very nuanced moment.
What do you make of the politics of this? There certainly is a lot of chatter online. It's superficially dividing some people into their corners, but I think if President Trump navigates this with prudence, I don't think this is a permanent fracture. I think all of this can be remedied and healed, especially if we don't have U.S. troops on the ground and we don't get into a prolonged conflict. I think it's very conceivable that by July 4th, people are saying, what, Iran? Like, what were we involved in? At least that's what the goal should be, in my estimation.
At the risk of making your show boring, because agreement radio isn't always the best, I completely agree. I don't want any boots on the ground. That's a no-go. I don't want regime change. That's a no-go. But other than that, it does feel like we're starting as a movement for the most part, to understand that so long as American boots aren't on the ground, then this is one where even if you don't get exactly what you want, you, the person in the MAGA base, that we can have faith in President Trump, that he can not only act judiciously and act with prudence here, but then also reassemble his coalition by the time we ever go to vote again. So I'll tell you one other thing that's interesting here, Charlie, is that we're debating the big, beautiful bill here. And as some of these guys, Rand Paul, who is not for the bill at the moment, and I am for the bill. I'm hoping the bill gets through. It's a tweak, sure, but I like the bill. He was saying that Lindsey Graham is using it as a vehicle to secretly explode the military budget. That's why these statements by Graham are so destructive. It could divide the coalition potentially if those guys get too big of a voice within this debate. But Trump is going to settle this, and I think we're going to end up in a good spot, and I do not believe that the movement is going to get too fractured. I think people are highly emotional online in some cases, trying to get their point across, but I'm optimistic even those people will eventually come back to the rest of us in MAGA.
Yeah, and I hope that's right. And so, I mean, look, it's very conceivable thanks to President Trump is a unique political force where he's capable of just dropping a bomb and saying, okay, we're done. He did it with Soleimani. And yes. Remember the restraint. Remember, back in 2019, this is very important, Iran shut down a drone. And Lindsey Graham and warmongers around President Trump wanted him to kill 140 Iranians in response to shooting down a drone. And President Trump famously was like, no, that's not fair. That's not equal. Then he was done. And he was like, no, not doing that. We're moving on. It was not proportional. Remember the Syria strikes? People wanted him to do way more. They wanted him to do full regime change of Bashar al-Assad. But he did limited missile strikes and no more. And he did that twice. Same with the Houthis. He does have a pattern of using violent, proportional force and then getting out, disconnecting, de-escalating. Soleimani, Moab. So I do think that people need to look at this in historical Trump terms, and not everything is a land invasion of Iraq. We should be very worried about that. But ISIS was quick as well when you allowed the military to do their job. Alex Marlow, stay there. Everyone check out Breitbart News. Phenomenal. Check it out right now. GoodRanchers.com. Good Ranchers is an amazing way where you guys can feed your family. The meat arrives, and they do a great job. Go to GoodRanchers.com, promo code Kirk. That is GoodRanchers.com, promo code Kirk. Oh, my goodness. My kids love the chicken nuggets. Love the chicken nuggets. So go to GoodRanchers.com, promo code Kirk. That is GoodRanchers.com, promo code KIRK. Good Ranchers has been a long supporter of this program. You guys can get American-sourced meat, not this mystery meat from other countries. So go to GoodRanchers.com. That is GoodRanchers.com, promo code Kirk. 100% American-sourced, free from hidden additives. GoodRanchers.com. The chicken nuggets, oh my goodness, they're seed oil-free. They are gluten-free. You will love it. Did you know that 85% of grass-fed beef sold in stores is imported? Here's how Good Ranchers will solve that problem. Go to GoodRanchers.com, promo code KIRK. We'll be right back, everybody.
On air and on fire for the preservation of our nation. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back, everybody. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We have our new Student Action Summit speaker drop. Let's play cut 288. Must have the wrong cut sheet. Okay, while you guys figure out that, let me just tell you some of the new speakers. We have Greg Gutfeld. We have Megyn Kelly. We have Pete Hegseth. We have Kristi Noem. We have Steve Bannon. We have Donald Trump Jr. We have Josh Hawley. We have Laura Ingraham. We have an incredible lineup. Let's go to cut 330.
Action Summit 2025, featuring the boldest voices in the fight. Secretary Pete Hegseth, Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Brett Cooper, Secretary Kristi Noem, Riley Gaines, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, and more. Join thousands of students, future leaders, and freedom fighters. This is the battleground of ideas. This is the Student Action Summit. The future is ours to build. Register now at SAS2025.com.
SAS2025.com. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, patriotmobile.com/Charlie. You've heard about Patriot Mobile for a while now. You probably know that for years they've stood in the gap for every American who believes in faith, family, and freedom are worth fighting for. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT. Patriot Mobile is one of the few carriers with access to all 3 major U.S. networks. They have unlimited data plans, mobile hotspots, international roaming, internet on-the-go devices, and home internet backup. You can't get this all from the big guys, so what are you waiting for? Make the switch today and experience the Patriot Mobile difference. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. So take a look at it right now, patriotmobile.com/Charlie. I think you'll really enjoy it, patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Continuing with us is Alex Marlowe. And so, Alex, I agree on the Israel-Iran news that President Trump can navigate this correctly. The neocons like Lindsey Graham and James Lankford must be dismissed. Let's just talk about American politics right now, domestic, because I actually prefer to talk about the domestic over the foreign and the immediate over the distant.
Yeah, Charlie, I don't want to cut you, but this is what Steve and Tucker were talking about how some of the Israel stuff, it does make you think that are someone trying to distract us from domestic stuff, like that Trump's doing all the ICE raids now. All of a sudden we're talking about,
right?
Yeah, you got to wonder.
I mean, we have big, beautiful bill. Alex, the one thing I do want to comment on and just brag on this administration, because Breitbart has done the best coverage, period. And Malusian with Fox News has also done great coverage. I got to give it Breitbart really phenomenal cred here on the border. For years, you guys have been covering the border. Show that graphic up again, guys. We went from 62,000 people crossing the southern border to 0 in the month of May. Alex, that is a breathtaking statistic. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I said this at 100 days if Trump did nothing else other than play golf after the border numbers, he's still an A+ president based off of this stat. And you were kind enough to have me on last week, and we talked about Los Angeles and how important the ICE raids are and how it's just such a culture shock in LA that is so overdue that we're doing these things because we just normalize. He's questioning things that we've just accepted in this country that are utterly insane. Why we should have the dumbest border policy on planet Earth, which we had until about 5 months ago. And he just said, well, we're just not going to do that anymore. And no one was bold enough to do it. I mean, people are shocked. They have no idea what's going on. But what he's done, and a lot of it is with these high profile raids, going after all sorts of different types of people in different ways, the shock and awe approach, it has sent a signal to the rest of the world, to the cartels, to the people in the Northern Triangle countries, to anyone who might facilitate illegal aliens to cross into this country that America is closed. We are no longer doing it. That's why I love all of Kristi Noem with her great hairstyle. I like Tom Homan with his out of central casting attitude towards the border. Stephen Miller, every Stephen Miller meme is productive. All of that sends a signal to people that America is not tolerating this.
We got to get my favorite Stephen. Where's the Stephen Miller Home Depot meme? Do we have that one? It's one of my favorites where Stephen Miller says, "Hola, amigos," and he's wearing the orange Home Depot this over dressing.
Charlie, there's so much truth to it because I've known. Yeah, Stephen and I grew up in the same area at the same time. It's we're so you're not going to be able to hurt his feelings. You're just not. He's been called everything already, and we have seen the absolute rot that illegal immigration does to a society firsthand in LA and California. And we're not afraid to talk about it. We know all the issues backwards and front, him in particular. And so he doesn't care. We're doing the deportations. That's what we're doing. We're going to get as many as we possibly can in, and we're going to broadcast that to the entire world. And all the outrage from the left, that helps us because it reminds people of how intense the Trump border policy is. It is an AA++ issue, and you're right. He needs all the shout outs in the world for it.
Yes, and so we were told, though, by James Lankford that we needed a bipartisan bill to get this done. It turns out all we needed was a new president. And to have 0, Alex, I mean, that is an extraordinary feat.
Crazy cool. It's just amazing. It's because they're not trying anymore, and that's the issue. And that's the main thing that we realize is that if we just discourage people, if we end the industry, if we're saying that you will not make money as a human smuggler, as a cartel member for trying to get people in here because they're just going to get turned away. That's why Remain in Mexico is so popular. That's why cracking down on visa overstays is so important. And sure, the wall, I want the big, beautiful wall with big, beautiful door. I want more on that. But it's really sending the signal that you are not going to get in. And if you do get in, you're not going to be able to work. And once that signal signal sent, the entire industry collapses. They learn to do something else. The cartels will lean into other things, not good things, of course, but they're not going to help the smugglers the way they have. And they're not going to run the smugglers the way they have for, my career until the last 5 months.
Alex, great work. Check out Breitbart News, Breitbart.com. Alex Marlow Show. Alex, thank you so much.
Thanks as always, Charlie.
And also 1 million self-deportations. If that ratio holds with Eisenhower had, we're going to have a lot of deportations. Second hour coming up.
right, so we're going to take you to the White House now. You can see President Trump walking there in the distance. He is coming down in order to put up a brand new flag. The president, of course, as we've been reporting all morning long, having two brand new flag poles installed there at the White House. And now the first one is going to have a flag raised there. You can see the president walking down, a number of dignitaries there with him, a number of cabinet members and advisors following him down. foreground. These two flagpoles, by the way, are being installed on the north lawn as well as on the south lawn of the White House. And I can't tell you, unfortunately, at this point, which one he is going to. However, the president did come out early this morning as the crews were putting up the first flagpole. He oversaw what they were doing for a little while and then even took to the microphone to answer questions before reporters who were on site there. There in the foreground, you see the flag being unfurled, and that's the flag that's ultimately going to be raised there at the White House on this new flagpole that President Trump says was his gift to the nation. So, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like the president has arrived on site there. Let's see if we can listen in as all of this happens. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of sound here to be had, so I'll just kind of talk over these pictures. Again, President Trump there with a number of members of the cabinet as well as a number of advisors by his side as this new flag is going to be raised here over the White House. Again, if you're just joining us, President Trump donating, if you will, what he called a gift of two brand new flagpoles at the White House. One is on the north lawn, the other is on the south lawn. And now, at this moment, we're getting ready to see that first flag be raised. There are a number of dignitaries on hand as the flag is getting ready to be raised. You see it there. It's now affixed to the actual pole, and it's going to be raised here into the sky to wave high above the White House for the entire world to see. Again, this is a gift from President Trump, showing his patriotism and adding his own legacy, if you will, putting something new up there over the White House, and it's going to be a flag. Two flagpoles just installed today there at the White House.
I think you know you're good. Let it go. Let it go, guys.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA. Well, there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say.
All right, so you've been seeing the newest addition that's been added to the grounds of the White House. 1600 Pennsylvania now has a brand new flag flying high above it. President Trump offering up one, well, actually two. There's two brand new flagpoles that have been installed today, and you just saw the raising of a flag over one of those poles now on the north lawn of the White House as well as the south lawn. We were able to witness it go up there. You also saw the president and a number of dignitaries joining him to watch as that flag went up.
Okay, we're back live from Washington, D.C., and today I have an extremely impactful conversation I had with Nala Ray at our Young Ones Leadership Summit. She's been very brave and forthcoming about her journey from OnlyFans and then finding God and Jesus. I think you'll really enjoy this. You can listen to the entire conversation on the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Take a listen. Nala Ray, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show.
Thank you so much. This is an honor.
So I met you at one of our campus events.
Yeah, what an exciting event too, especially for you being at your last, right?
That was the conclusion.
Yeah.
Went very viral.
It did.
So what in your own words, why don't you tell me your story?
All right. So I'm most known for being OnlyFans is like one of their top models for the last 5 years. So that's a pretty great accomplishment in that realm, that world. You know what I'm saying? So being like a top earner, being very famous, very public about what I did, going on podcasts saying the most ridiculous, crazy things for views. I mean, you do that, but in a better sense, obviously, and for a good cause. I was not. So that's what I did for the last 5 years, and that's what I'm known for. You know, I grew up as a pastor's kid to a Baptist pastor.
Really?
Yeah, not a lot of people know that, but like I think that's where my journey really started, in a cage of religion. You know, I didn't have a relationship with Christ. I just knew church, going to church, being on the worship team, and doing what my parents told me to do.
So I have a ton of questions, but we have a lot of older Americans that listen to this, and they have no idea what OnlyFans is.
Oh, wow.
So
It's the downfall of America.
Right. So thank you for saying that. So OnlyFans is not just modeling. It is
That's
more
what they
than
love
that.
to portray it as.
Right.
You're a model, right? When you think of model, you're thinking of walking on runways, being prestigious, like you're very beautiful, you know, that is your lifestyle, and getting paid to do that, but not being paid to show nothing. So OnlyFans in a nutshell is literally just you selling whatever you want behind a paywall. And OnlyFans loves to portray it as just being a model, but it's so much deeper than that. I don't know one person on that platform that doesn't show nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like doesn't, show just like clothing. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
With on. It's all about porn.
So yeah. So for those that don't know in the audience, OnlyFans is a subscription service. So mostly used by men, but also women, but
Yes.
mostly men, would you say?
Because men pay for sex.
Right. So
That's
they're
why.
paying individuals like yourself to either send them individually or to view your naked pictures.
Absolutely.
So how popular is this platform?
You know, when I started back in 2019, it wasn't that popular. Like I was so unaware of what that platform was. It had been up apparently since like 5 years before that, but it was just looking like a subscription-based website where you could sell fitness courses, cooking courses, you could be a therapist on there. That's what they sold it as. And that's exactly what they intended it for it to be. But it turned into something very different, very fast. And I was one of the leaders in that movement of putting porn on that site.
So how many people were giving you money a month?
Oh my gosh. My max subscribers were like 270,000 subscribers.
270,000. That's a lot.
That's a lot. It's a big fan base.
That's like 2 Arrowhead stadiums. If you know Arrowhead
It's
Stadium.
massive. When you think about it like that, in
Or like
real
2
person.
big house, like the Michigan Big House, 2 of those. And they were mostly men.
Almost all men. I'd say 90% of men.
So just as a side note, OnlyFans has millions of young men that then pay young ladies and sometimes other men, but that's a whole separate.
That's a very separate issue.
To have them have personalized.
It's called the girlfriend experience. You know, you get in relationship with this girl online. That is it's like the whole girl next door movement. Like, you know, it's a relationship. That's what the girls and OnlyFans market it as, but you do not have a relationship with them. So almost 90% of the women on OnlyFans are managed by OnlyFans managers.
I was going to get into that.
Right.
Would you call them pimps?
1,000,000%. They're grooming pimps.
Did you have one?
Absolutely. I had 2.
Really?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
They're like in their 40s. They're men. OnlyFans agencies are only run by men. I've never met or seen one that's not run by a man. So immediately off, you're dealing with women who have either daddy issues or broken homes, and then now men come in their life and tell them what to do. They cannot force them to, but they'll insinuate you will never make enough money if you don't do this scene. You will never do this. They always provide either drugs and alcohol at the content houses, very readily available. They'll bring in big porn stars to work with those girls too. That has happened to me many times, where someone who doesn't even work on OnlyFans is brought in to be like an object for other people.
So there's a fair amount of college women that get drawn into this.
Absolutely.
Would you say millions?
Yeah, absolutely. So many being at 18 years old.
Yeah. And what is shocking for some older Americans to hear is how normalized this has become.
That's what I'm seeing too, is that, well, sex is so readily available even on your Instagram feed. You know what I'm saying? You're just seeing girls half naked in bikinis showing and supporting their OnlyFans, you know, so broadly.
And so then let's go back to you for a second. So you're a pastor's daughter. What state are you from? Where are you from?
Illinois. I was born there.
What part?
Decatur.
I know Decatur. Yeah. So I'm from Wheeling, Illinois.
Okay.
Yeah. Northwest suburbs.
Okay.
So yeah, I know Decatur. That's central Illinois.
Yeah.
So you're a pastor's daughter.
I was, yeah. My dad was a Baptist pastor for a long time. I don't even know how our family got into that. It was so sporadic. I have a very broken family, though. A lot of it started with my family losing everything we had in a tornado. We lost our home, our clothes, our toys, our food. Everything was gone one night.
Well, how old are you?
I was 8 years old. And so your family, like, I'm the middle of 5 children with 2 parents at the time. So then after that tragedy happened to my family, my dad divorced my mom because he cheated on her. And then I lost my dad for like 2 years. He left our life. And then he came back in the picture 2 years later, remarried my mom, became a pastor out of nowhere. So we went through multiple church splits after that. I don't know why, but we did. We went through so many church splits. My dad stopped being a pastor, was dragging his family all around like Florida, Illinois, everywhere, just to like live his dream of being in the spotlight. You know what I'm saying? Even if it was just a pastor. So my life drastically changed. And now my parents are divorced again. My dad's in jail facing a life sentence.
Oh, what did he do?
He did a lot of things, actually. A lot of it started with their second divorce because he cheated on her again. He was stealing money from me while I was on OnlyFans. He had a lot of drug addiction, and nobody really knew about it. It just randomly came out. It was awful.
It's terrible.
It's terrible. And then he broke into my mom's house with like a gun and a knife, and like assault and battery happened. And so he is now facing a life sentence.
So walk me through the first moment you heard about OnlyFans.
I was on Instagram. I was a literal nobody on Instagram. I just like fitness stuff. My name is Fitness Nala on Instagram. I love fitness stuff. So this random person reached out to me. It was a gentleman, reached out to me. Well, he's not a gentleman. He's just a man. But he reached out to me and started talking to me about OnlyFans, and COVID had just hit. So like we're all like getting sent home from work. I was in a very normal job, working a 9 to 5, like I was working in orthopedics at the time, like scheduling surgeries and stuff. So they moved me home because of COVID, and he reached out to me and was like, hey, you do so good on OnlyFans. You would make so much money. All you have to do is use my referral code and sign up. So anything I would make, he would make 5% of it. That's what he was trying to do. And OnlyFans had that like rule for a while about referrals and stuff like that. If they could get people on OnlyFans, they'd make money off of you.
That's how they grew the
et cetera, 1,000,000%. So then I got on OnlyFans just showing bikini stuff. And like my first month working very hard, I made like $87,000. I quit my job immediately and went full into OnlyFans.
In 1 month?
1 month.
Okay, so this is early, 2018, 2019, right? So you're one of the first pioneers of this app. So you are, at this moment, do you have a good relationship with your father?
Semi. Yeah, I was closer to him than I was any other person in my family.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that relationship seemed like it was taking a turn downwards as this was happening?
It honestly wasn't at that point. Like I loved my dad. I had a good relationship with him sort of after he came back to our family.
We'll be right back with more from Nala Ray. I need to tell you first more about Relief Factor. Relief Factor is an amazing way that you guys can get out of pain. Maybe it's knee pain, back pain, joint pain, elbow pain. Take a look at it right now at relieffactor.com. That is relieffactor.com. Relief Factor is a wonderful way that you guys can get out of pain. Pain is debilitating. It gets in the way. And Relief Factor is a wonderful way to liberate you from that. Go to relieffactor.com. That is relieffactor.com. Or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF. Relieffactor.com. That is relieffactor.com. I know there's lots of different pain that you might be experiencing, and Relief Factor can get you out of it today. That is relieffactor.com. Relieffactor.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. We'll be right back.
In 3 hours, then 4 years at a woke university. And it's free. The Charlie Kirk Show.
If you guys want to have your private student loans taken care of, go to yrefi.com. Just remember, YRefi, they have been amazing supporters of this program. YRefi has supported us through so many different types of projects and endeavors. Our entire campus tour was brought to you by YRefi, from University of Florida to Florida State University, all across America. YRefi was there for us, including our Young Women's Leadership Summit. Y-Refi may not be available in all 50 states, but Y-Refi can get you out of private student loan debt. Private student loan debt totals over $300 billion. Y-Refi is not a debt settlement company, and they work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. Go to yrefi.com, just call 888-YREFI34 or log on to yrefi.com. That is YREFY.com. Just go to yrefi.com today. Y-Refi offers a 3-minute rate check without any credit impact. Bad credit is accepted. Do you have a co-borrower? Y-Refi can get them released from the loan. You can give mom or dad a break to go to yrefi.com. That is YREFY.com. Be right back. Welcome back. Here's more with Nala Ray. Let me know what you think of this conversation. Freedom@charliekirk.com, and become a member today. Members.charliekirk.com to watch the full conversation in its entirety. Enjoy.
I felt like he was the only person that I really related to in my family. We're kind of like the entrepreneurs, like in the family, stuff like that. So like our relationship kind of stayed the same, where my mom and mine's completely disintegrated. She stopped talking to me for 4 years. After that. I never spoke to one of my siblings after that for the next 4 years either. So it was just me and my dad.
So you are posting bikini pictures.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure at some moment there was a fork in the road.
Of course.
Where you had to make a conscious decision to post more than bikini pictures.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the girls watching this right now, they all put bikini pictures of themselves on Instagram.
Absolutely.
So that's not unusual. I don't think it's good, but that's not unusual. Bring us into the room of the moment that you decided to hit publish on a naked picture of yourself.
So it was when I felt like I'd like nothing else to lose. My parents had found out I was on OnlyFans like a month and a half after I'd started, and they found out from other people. So I really thought I could hide it. I really did, but you can't hide from the internet when you're on it. So they found out, they confronted me about it. And this was right before I was going to move to California. And so I was in Florida at the time. They confronted me about it. That was when my mom decided to completely cut ties with me. And I was like, well, my dad supports me being on it. He truly said he supported me. And if he was younger, he would probably do the same thing.
Was he still a pastor at the time?
No, no. Thank goodness, right?
That would be quite an interesting
absolutely.
pastor. Yeah.
So yeah, I felt like I had absolutely nothing else to lose. I didn't have friends. I didn't have a boyfriend. I was just ready. And so I was like, okay, I'm moving to California, and it went hardcore real fast.
And first of all, thank you for being so open about this, because I think our audience needs to know, because this is replicated now, unfortunately, thousands of times.
Right, and it's not talked about enough.
Thank you for being so vulnerable with it.
Absolutely.
Were you seeking money, or was there something else was there a validation?
Oh, validation and attention. I struggle so hard in my family dynamic with feeling loved. My mom wasn't like a loving, nurturing mom. She was like a disciplinarian, kind of cold, like therapist kind of mom. You know, it wasn't like, come hug me, come give me love. It was just kind of like, let me teach you something new so you'll be good at something kind of mother. Nothing wrong with that. But when your child really craves love and they don't get it, they look elsewhere for it. And I did. So my validation came from men, because my dad, was supporting me and doing porn. So for me, I was like, okay, cool. I'm doing nothing wrong here. Just validating that sin over and over again. But yeah, I turned mainly for attention. I never thought I was going to make that kind of money, but that attention felt really good, even though it was bad attention.
How much money were you making a month at the peak?
$300,000 to $50,000 to $400,000 a month.
Yeah, so that's about almost $5 million a year.
Yep.
Okay. So talk our audience through the different levels of experiences, for lack of a better term, that the audience could purchase.
Wow, I had a whole menu, actually.
So walk us, what was on the menu?
How graphic do you want me to be?
Well, not graphic, but how personal, because
extremely personal.
Meaning the man would pay exorbitant amount of money to get not just the naked picture, but to feel like he could control.
If they wanted a customized video.
That's the point, that it was about the control.
It was controlled completely, and they could ask for anything. It didn't mean I had to accept everything, and I didn't.
What kind of money are we talking about here?
It depends on the request. It always depended on the request. The higher the risk, the more money it was. And a lot of very weird men asked for very weird things.
5,000, 10,000, 20,000.
A few whales did pay for stuff like really like 20,000 was like one of my biggest requests for a very weird video. And like even down to like pictures that were like really odd, like wanting to see like the pores in my skin, like really weird stuff. So yeah, it was weird, but I really tricked myself into believing like, oh, well, I'm at home, I'm safe, this isn't really affecting me. Yeah, I'm like literally catering to really perverted men, but they can't touch me. So it made it better for me, and mentally it did. And I smoked a lot of weed, actually.
Yeah, so I was going to ask you about that. So almost there's a 1-to-1 correlation between the porn industry and heavy drug use.
You cannot do porn without drugs or alcohol. You cannot do it.
Why do you think that is?
You have to numb yourself because what you're doing is immoral. You're absolutely no ethics are involved in what you're doing. There's nothing good about it. There's nothing that feels good about it. Like people love to watch porn and be like, oh yes, that's so satisfying. It's so pleasing. It's so good. Nothing about it is good. It's so dark and evil. And the scars it leaves after every scene is so damaging. You have to try to forget it. Like weed is really does aid in memory loss. So for me, smoking was just like, try to forget. It put me to sleep every night. It helped me wake up in the morning. It was my absolute everything.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump is calling for Iran's unconditional surrender amid this morning's latest Israeli airstrike on Iran's capital city of Tehran. In the meantime, the Iranian Foreign Ministry says, quote, any American intervention would be a recipe for an all-out war in the region. The hostilities between Israel and Iran over Iran's continued uranium enrichment and nuclear development programs are now in their 6th day. Still, President Trump appears to be holding out hope for cooler heads to prevail and a peaceful resolution.
We'll see what happens. Look, nothing's finished until it's finished. You know, war is very complex. A lot of bad things can happen. A lot of turns are made. So I don't know. I wouldn't say that we won anything yet. I would say that we sure as hell made a lot of progress. And we'll see. The next week is going to be very big. Maybe less than a week. Maybe less.
The president also trading verbal jabs with Iran's supreme leader this morning after Ayatollah al-Khamenei warned that U.S. strikes against Iran will, quote, result in irreparable damage for them. President Trump responding simply by saying, quote, I say good luck. The commander-in-chief also pointing out that it's not too late for Iran to give up its nuclear program. There's big news coming out of the Supreme Court this morning as the High Court upholds Tennessee's ban on gender-affirming care for transgender minors. The justice's 6-3 decision will likely set precedent for challenges to restrictions on care and treatment for transgender youth. 26 states have laws similar to the one in Tennessee. Today's ruling comes amid efforts to block federal spending on gender-affirming medical care for people under 19 years old. The Trump administration has also called for using only therapy and not broader health measures to treat transgender youth. Writing for the conservative majority on the court, Chief Justice John Roberts holds that Tennessee's law does not violate the Constitution's Equal Protection Clause, which requires the government to treat similarly situated people the same way. Making headlines right now, the U.S. Senate passing the Genius Act, which seeks to create a regulatory framework for U.S. dollar cryptocurrency tokens. Regulating so-called stable coins has bipartisan support in the Senate, with several Democrats joining Republicans in an effort to impose federal rules on cryptocurrency. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
The MAGA doctrine and president of Turning Point USA. Here's Charlie Kirk.
Okay, we're back with more, but first I need to tell you about My Patriot Supply. Let's go to mypatriotsupply.com. My Patriot Supply is a wonderful way to be able to be prepared for what might be coming next. Every 4th of July, I think of what it means to be free. It's not just fireworks and cookouts. It's remembering that our freedom was earned, and keeping it means taking responsibility for ourselves and our families. That's why I shop at My Patriot Supply. They're an American-owned and operated company that helps me stay prepared for whatever comes. From storms and blackouts to shortages to supply chain issues and worse, I've stocked up on emergency food kits, water filtration, solar backup power, and I sleep better knowing my family is covered if things go sideways. And right now, My Patriot Supply is having a massive 4th of July sale. So if you've been thinking about getting prepared for emergencies, this is a great time to do it. Shop the sale now at mypatriotsupply.com. That is mypatriotsupply.com. So take a look at it right now, mypatriotsupply.com. Did you develop relationships with other OnlyFans creators?
Absolutely. I thought they were all fake. I really did. Like, I had a really hard time making friends because everybody in it is so messed up in the head, like truly messed up. Like on the outside, they'll be all sweet and inviting, but they're only there to justify your sin. You're only friends because you do the same thing. And it feels good. You're like, oh, cool. Because I always looked at it like this. Like when I was on OnlyFans, normal people who don't do OnlyFans are just kind of fascinated by you, or they're repelled by you. They're all like, that's so gross. I wouldn't come like within 10 feet of that person. Or they're so like, oh my gosh, that's a porn star, you know, just infatuated with you. But other people in the porn industry, they get it. You're probably doing the same kinds of drugs. You're drinking the same kinds of alcohol. You're doing the same kinds of scenes. It's familiar. So
how many years were you regularly producing content?
When we're talking about porn, for 4 years, but content 5 years.
Okay. So walk me through like year 3. You've been doing it for 3 years.
Yeah, I was getting really into my niche in year 3.
So talk about that.
So I became like the gamer anime girl. That was my niche in the system.
What does that mean to
So dressing up, cosplaying is just dressing up like another character. Like whether you think about superheroes, villains, anime, like I would do wigs, I would change my eye color, I would wear different makeup, I would speak differently, like really embodied a whole nother person. So my whole thing on OnlyFans was you can get any kind of girl with me. Because I'm blonde, I'm brunette, I have redhead. One day I have pink hair, another day, like I'm not the same girl twice. So,
which for men desire variety.
Absolutely. And I knew that if I offered that variety, I'd make more money, and I did.
Yeah.
So instead of going to another girl who's like, let's say I was redheaded, they wanted a blonde, they don't have to get off of me. I could still be a blonde for them, you know?
How often did you post content?
Every day. I had a team. So all I did was
your team.
All I did. Okay. So an OnlyFans team, I had 2. One was a really okay. So the first agency that ever picked me up was very early on. Like I was 6 months into the industry. They found out about me, saw my numbers, and they were like, wow, we need to pick her up. I knew nothing about OnlyFans agencies. And it was a really perverted, two perverted men in that agency who would literally call me with like their junk hanging out to try to like masturbate to me while I was just on a call with them. You know, they'd invite me to content houses.
What is a content house?
Content house is a place rented out to invite other creators similar to you to create content in different rooms. All you do is drink, drugs, and create content, like a revolving door.
That's really dark.
It's only with other females, though. There were never males at these events other than the heads of the agencies. So you're at a place where you're creating content almost every single day. Yep.
So year 3.
I work 7 days a week.
Yeah. Year 3 becomes year 4.
Yeah.
Walk me through the moment where you're at the top of your game, right? You are the Heidi Klum of OnlyFans, okay? The top of the porn industry. Why did you stop?
So I stopped at year 5. In September 2023, I was scrolling on TikTok and I saw my husband now, Jordan, and he's right here. So he was dressed up on TikTok. So he's prior military, and he had this like bulletproof vest on, a helmet. I'm like, why is this guy on TikTok looking like G.I. Joe, right? So I was like, that's so funny. And I just engaged with him a little bit on live, and then I gifted him a little bit. Gifting means just like helping him win TikTok live battles. And so then he messaged me on Instagram thanking me so much, and we got connected that way. We gave each other's phone numbers. He called me out of the blue one day, like FaceTime me, and this is a good Christian man. He has no idea who I am, like didn't even bother to look at my social medias, was just thankful that I was in his life. And I was like, okay, cool. He FaceTimes me, and we spent the next 8 hours on the phone, like engulfing in conversation together. He just spoke about God like I've never heard someone speak about Christ ever in my life, even being through like pastor's kid, religion, church after church after church. He spoke about God in such a loving way. And like, you could just see the love, and like, you know, that people say now, like that Jesus glow, he had that, like something so special within him. And I wanted it. I was so attracted to like why he felt this way. So we continued to talk day after day. Our conversation became longer and longer. I had stopped doing content at that time. Like I stopped producing. I was just, you know, my agency was like recycling content from my past now. I just stopped. After I started talking to Jordan, I just felt something inside me that was like, like I felt wrong creating content while I was speaking to someone, but he wasn't my boyfriend or anything. He was just a friend. And the more he spoke to me about Christ and like sent me, like texted me like Bible verses, once or twice a day, would send me just full on videos of like Christian speaking. And I was like, who does he know who I am? Like, I don't like believe in that, you know, anymore. So I told him, I was like, hey, you know, I'm on OnlyFans, right? And he was like, whoa, what's that? You know, he was not on that side of the internet. So then, I told him everything about what I was doing, how I made my money, everything. And it didn't repel him at all. I was so awestruck. I was like, wait, you're not disgusted by me? You know, like, how could you not be? So at that time, like, I was really starting to feel like what I thought was guilt at the time, but it's conviction. Starting feeling conviction over what I had done, what I was doing. And that's what made me stop, like, producing content at the time.
So first of all, it's a beautiful story. But it's not that easy, I'm sure. You stopped doing content, but there was an agency that was making a lot of money off of you.
Absolutely.
So
like 40% of my earnings.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you really weren't making $5 million?
No, I was not making that. And then OnlyFans takes 20%.
Oh, so you were making not $5 million.
Not $5 million
again,
a year.
Probably
And then California taxes are ridiculous.
Yeah. So, yeah,
we're not going to talk about that.
But, okay, there's still a lot of money, but yes.
Yeah.
But hold on, you say I'm going to stop producing content. What did your pimps have to say?
You know, I didn't tell them what was going on. You know, some creators do take breaks and they need those breaks. Like they really do. I witnessed that a few times with women having like mental and emotional breakdowns that will just leave the internet, you know, and then come back and act like everything's okay. I witnessed that quite a few times. And women who had to go to therapy for drug abuse and addiction. It really does happen all the time. So they weren't surprised when I stopped. I had been a workhorse for like the last 5 years. So it wasn't like surprising that I needed a little bit of a break, but I never mentioned anything. It just started like slowly like sliding out. I like just slowly stopped producing, you know, and my team did their job, continued to sell what I had made. 5 years of content's a lot of content. So they weren't worried about anything until, you know, Jordan and I told Jordan, I had just gotten saved. I had just gotten baptized in January of 2024. And so I told him outright, I was like, I don't need you anymore. Like to my manager, I was like, I'm quitting OnlyFans. His response was very typical of what I thought he would say. It was just like, you know, you can't make it in the real world. You need this money. Like, what are you going to do now? You need me, stuff like that. It was just so controlling. And I really got to see a very dark side to him after that. You know, it was a really scary thing for me to like let that life go. It was terrifying to me because I'm like, now where am I going to make my money from? What am I going to do with my life? Like, this is all I know right now. I don't have my family in my life, you know? So, and then even the day I told my dad, like I wanted to get off OnlyFans. He was like, oh no, you should stay on for another year and a half.
Great father.
Great father.
Yeah. So you cut the cord. You deleted the accounts.
Absolutely. It's all gone.
All gone.
All gone.
You wiped it.
Everything.
And then you started life new.
Yeah.
When did you get married to your husband?
We got married in March 2024 on Easter weekend.
Praise the Lord.
Yeah.
And so you got baptized. You have repented from this entire life, right?
Mm-hmm. And turned away. Repentance is different if you don't change. Mm-hmm. Repentance means to take a change. So,
but the modern gospel knowledge says that, you know, Jesus gets you, and like you could still do OnlyFans and Jesus will just say, I love you.
Well, that's a Mr. Potato Head Jesus. That's a made up Jesus. You know, we love to identify Jesus as accepting us for who we are. I've even heard, you know, artists like Sophie Rain, one of the biggest OnlyFans models, even be like, oh, Jesus loves me. Yeah, yes, he loves you. He does not love your sin. He does not condone what you're doing and saying, oh, you're happy, you're making money, it's okay. That is not the God we serve, thankfully for that, because it would never induce change.
Were there points throughout your journey where, walk me through some of the lows? On
OnlyFans? Or, man, I was smoking so much. I was drinking. I wasn't like an alcoholic, but I did drink. So I felt like my life really didn't have much purpose other than showing my body. That was all I was to the world. So it was just a mouthpiece and a body.
That must have made you quite depressed.
I wasn't depressed because I didn't feel anything from smoking.
You numbed yourself.
Oh, I couldn't feel anything other than anger sometimes. And I threw myself into the gym. I was lifting crazy weight. Like that was like the only feeling I had was like pain in the gym. Other than that, I didn't cry. I didn't feel anything. I didn't sit in the shower and sob, like nothing like that. I felt nothing.
Of the women that are now OnlyFans creators still, mm-hmm. What do they have in common? In
common of what?
Back history, like they're dry.
Oh, they're broken. Absolutely. In any sense of the form of brokenness, it exists in their life. They don't have to have family issues to be broken, but maybe something happened along their life. They didn't have the right direction. Parents didn't parent. They were friends to their kid. That's a big issue too, I see. Like if a parent is not being a parent, like the Bible says specifically to raise up the child in the way that they should go. That's a very big job as a parent to lead your child into one, knowing Christ, and then into their future. It's a really hard decision we make, especially in the generation we live in now, just soiled in social media, soiled in this idea of Jesus in a box.
Okay, before we head into break, I need to tell you guys about Alan Jackson Ministries. We're honored to be partnering with the Alan Jackson Ministries podcast, and today I want to point you to their Culture and Christianity, the Alan Jackson podcast. What makes it unique is Pastor Alan's biblical perspective. He takes the truth from the Bible and applies it to issues that we're facing today. Gender confusion, abortion, immigration, Doge, Trump, and the White House, issues in the church. He doesn't just discuss the problems. In every episode, he gives practical things we can do to make a difference. His guests have incredible expertise and powerful testimonies. Each episode will make you recognize the power of your faith and how God can use your life to impact our world today. The Culture and Christianity podcast is informative and encouraging. You can find it on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss any episodes. Alan Jackson Ministries is working hard to bring back biblical truth into our culture. You can find out more about Pastor Alan and the ministry at alanjackson.com. That is alanjackson.com.
American made. And darn proud of it. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. I'm curious, how do you feel? Do you want regime change in Iran? I do want to hear from you, freedom@charliekirk.com, on your thoughts on how you believe America should handle what is happening in Iran right now. Boy, I think regime change would be a very, very dangerous and potentially catastrophic and civil war-inducing move. So email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. Open up your podcast application and type in Charlie Kirk Show. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We want to make sure you guys can hear all of our episodes on demand in real time. Student Action Summit is coming up, SAS2025.com. Take a look.
Student Action Summit 2025, featuring the boldest voices in the fight. Secretary Pete Hegseth, Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Brett Cooper, Secretary Kristi Noem, Riley Gaines, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, and more. Join thousands of students, future leaders, and freedom fighters. This is the battleground of ideas. This is the Student Action Summit. The future is ours to build. Register now at SAS2025.com.
That's SAS2025.com. Stay right there. Welcome back, everybody. Before we hear more of Nala Ray, and this is going very viral on TikTok right now, and that's how we reach the next generation on TikTok. America's small businesses rely on TikTok to succeed, helping them attract more customers and drive more growth. From small batch sellers to fast-growing brands, 74% of businesses on TikTok say it's helped them scale by hiring more employees, boosting sales, and expanding to new locations. Like Arizona Taco King, who grew from a mom-and-pop taco cart to 2 thriving restaurants in just a year. Or Coco Asante, who upgraded to a larger facility and brought on more staff, letting their handcrafted chocolates reach more customers. Or Dan O's Seasoning, who went from a one-man show to a team of 45, now supporting dozens of hardworking families. With TikTok, small businesses are thriving, finding their customers, and expanding. Learn more about the TikTok's contribution to the U.S. economy at TikTokeconomicimpact.com. That's TikTokeconomicimpact.com. TikTokeconomicimpact.com.
Porn is everywhere. Like when you talk to most young men and ask them, what was the age where you first experienced porn? It's crazy how young it is.
Parents just don't care.
They don't care, or
Parents
they want to
actually
ignore.
helping them. Yeah.
Right, and they want to ignore.
Yeah.
Like at 13, I was molested. That was my introduction into sex. Was a very perverted sense of the word. So it could be anything. It didn't have to do with parenting. It could be anything. Drug abuse, watching drug around you. Like, man, anything can affect that. And women need to be led. You know, God is your leader first and foremost. You don't have to have a husband to lead you, but you know, women need that direction. So when you're being directed by groomers in OnlyFans agencies, of course, you're going to do the worst of the worst. I compromised so many times when I never thought I would. I did.
And so you got married in spring of 2024. Mm-hmm. You gave your life to the Lord. Uh-huh. Admittedly, I can usually anticipate how things are going to play out on the internet. I'm pretty good at that.
Okay.
But when we announced you at our Young Women's Leadership Summit, the self-righteous backlash was very confounding to me. Mm-hmm. And usually I'm like, I can kind of get it, but like, they're like, what, Charlie, why would you have Nala Ray speak? I said, well, from what I understand, she's repented, convicted towards a new life. She's given her life to Jesus. She's married and has a lot to share about this industry. Mm-hmm. I hate to even ask you this, but like, what do you say to people that say you're a fake, you're a fraud, you're disingenuous?
I think in general, change is a very hard concept for people to grasp because that normally means you're stuck. Being stuck sucks. So change is an idea of completely rerouting. And if you've lived a certain way most of your life, it's hard to reroute somewhere else. For me, it was very difficult to give up promiscuity, to give up weed, to give up cussing, to give up, seeking after attention of the world. It was like, I'm still dealing with stuff like that in counseling. I'm not perfect. I am not like completely healed now and here to just share my message. I'm very broken because of the choices I made. But I realize those choices and I'm very open about it because I want to help other people. Either where it's coming from the left or the right side, I see a disingenuine act of, concern. I feel like they're acting out of concern, but it's really not concern. It's just putting down because they're stuck in their own life and they don't know how to change. Or maybe they do know how to change, but they don't want to change. Changing is hard.
Yeah, and I think at least some of the criticism is, I don't know, it's like, I don't want to say legalistic because I hate that word. But, I mean, at least from what I understand, and I think I know the Bible pretty well.
I'd say you do.
I think repentance is like a pretty important component of Christianity, right? and not just like saying the words, but actually demonstrating that you're leaving a sinful lifestyle.
It would be very different if I was sitting here today and being like, I don't even think I'd be here today if I said, oh, I accepted Christ in my heart, I'm changing, and I'm still on OnlyFans.
Yeah, we'd have a much different conversation.
I would not be here today. Yeah, absolutely.
I'd be asking much different questions.
Yeah. So I think what's crazy about the people that love to hate on me, I like to call my biggest fans, is that mainly that, they push for change. They say like, why don't we change in this generation? What is wrong with our youth? But then when it actually happens, so like a case like mine actually happens, they cannot believe it.
It's a great point. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I think it truly is a hard concept to grasp for them.
And it's like no one knows. I mean, I can't read your heart. Only God can.
Absolutely.
But I can read your actions. And
actions do speak louder than
unless
words.
you have some sort of like burner OnlyFans account, do you? Right?
You can ask my husband.
Right?
No.
But like aren't you like in tax debt or something?
Huge amounts of tax debt.
Yeah, which happens to all these OnlyFans people.
Yeah,
right? Okay, we'll be back tomorrow with more from Washington, D.C. This is your reminder to join us at members.charliekirk.com to watch this full interview. Talk to you tomorrow, and God bless.
what happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is.
You believe the U.S. is moving closer to striking Iranian nuclear facilities. Where's your mindset on that?
I can't say that, right? You don't seriously think I'm going to answer that question. Will you strike the Iranian nuclear component? And what time exactly, sir? Sir, would you strike it? Would you please inform us so we can be there and watch? I mean, you don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do.
Here we go. Israeli jets streaking through the skies over Iran, hammering military targets, including missile launchers and Iranian nuclear facilities.
This as Iran continues firing missiles into central Israel and now warning if the U.S. gets involved, there will be, quote, serious, irreparable consequences.
We're looking for a long time. Yeah. We're looking. I only want one thing. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Right. That's it. I'm not looking long-term, short-term. And I've been saying that for 20 years.
President Donald Trump faces a major decision. Sources say he's considering whether the U.S. should join Israel in striking Iran's nuclear sites. Iran warns that U.S. intervention could spark an all-out war.
No, they had bad intentions. You know, for 40 years they've been saying death to America, death to Israel, death to anybody else that they didn't like. They were bullies. They were schoolyard bullies. And now they're not bullies anymore, but we'll see what happens. Look, nothing's finished until it's finished. I was the hunted, and now I'm the hunter.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily here live. Jack Posobiec, President Trump now indicating that he is weighing the decision whether or not to strike Iran's nuclear sites, particularly the one that's been in a lot of focus and the variety of National Security Council meetings in those have been this Fordo underground site, which the Israelis do not have the ability to hit on their own. They lack the bunker busting munitions. Today is June 18th, 2025, Anno Domini, and we're on with General Flynn, President Trump's first national security advisor. General Flynn, how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm watching videos that people are sending me in about launches that are still taking place from Iran. I mean, it's pretty extraordinary, this moment in history that we are in. And this is not a history lesson, folks. This is reality. And Trump has a god-awful lot of pressure on him right now that I know that he probably will put on himself because he wants to make sure that he makes absolutely the best decision for the American people. That's what Trump's focus is. It's not the best decision for Israel. It's not the best decision for Europe. It's the best decision for the United States of America. That's the pressure that Trump, I know he'll put on himself. We have extraordinary capabilities that will be presented to the President of the United States, and he's well aware of these capabilities from already having served as the 45th president, so he knows about what some of these things can do. I do think that this Fordow site is a really critical site because it is one of their deeper, more hardened targets, and you just can't get there with the normal bunker buster type bombs that some of our allies around the world have, and we've used in some smaller target sets. And this particular one is very, very deep underground. The U.S. intelligence community has been watching this, the build out of this for decades, not just Fordow, but all these other sites as well, going back to the days when they were just holes in the ground and they started to do the construction. So these are things that are known, the levels are known, the depth are known, the type of geology that constructs these things is known. All these things are known. So
and what we're
Trump's
waiting on is
really,
President Trump's decision. Sir, we've
really
got a quick break coming up right now, but we've got the general on for a few moments. We'll come right back with him in the next segment. This is huge. We've got all the breaking updates right here. Don't turn it off. Human Events Daily continues.
force truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back live, Human Events Daily. We're on with General Flynn, President Trump's first national security advisor. General Flynn, as we just went on our last break, you were talking about the pressure that's on President Trump. Can you walk us through, obviously not revealing any classified information, but when you're in a National Security Council meeting like that, walk us through what it feels like. How is the information presented to the president? Does he bring in the intelligence staff, or is it high level? Is it casual conversation? Put us in the room as best you can.
Yeah. So everybody that's sitting at that table with the President of the United States has access to an extraordinary amount of information through their own networks, through the U.S. intelligence community, through the Department of Defense, through Homeland Security, through international partnerships and relationships like Marco Rubio as an example, in some of the diplomatic conversations that I'm sure that he's had with leaders around the world, as well as President Trump. The vice president is also a player in these as well. These are really critical moments. The ambassadors in the region are probably on secure video teleconferencing systems to be able to get real-time, on-the-ground information and intelligence, as well as the ability for Trump, if he needs to make a phone call to any world leader, he can do it right then and there at that moment. So at the fingertip feel in an environment like that, the president has an extraordinary amount of information. Now, the challenge is going to be on the ground intelligence in Iran for where's the head of the Iranian people at, right? I mean, we're seeing all kinds of videos coming out where they're clapping for the Israeli attacks. They're rising up, but are they ready to go ahead and sacrifice to basically overturn the regime that's still in charge right now, still appears to be in charge, although there's been reports of 3 aircraft that have flown into Oman in the last probably 12 hours. One of those aircraft, I'm told, is the presidential aircraft from Tehran. So there's a lot of activity. There's a lot of movement going on. Does Israel have the capacity to continue to wage this campaign that they're involved in with the ability to respond to what appear to be thousands, at least 1,000 of these ballistic missiles? And I just posted something at Jen Flynn just to give some people some of the capabilities and the ranges of what these missiles are capable of doing. Remember, you have China is right there. North Korea has a stockpile of these type of ballistic missiles. And we know the North Koreans, they provided some of this ordnance to Russia. So who's to say that they can't divert some of these into Iran? And maybe they have done this in the past, 6 months or so. So there's some other intelligence gaps that we're going to have, that the president's going to have when he's trying to make these types of decisions. One of the things that I'm very concerned about is I'm concerned about the way that the intelligence, and particularly the intelligence community, will shape the narrative going to the president of the United States. This is where Tulsi Gabbard, who I'm a big fan of, she's going to have great discernment. She's going to have to give her own gut feel on this. And there are going to have to be experts. I can tell you, I worked with many of them down at the U.S. Central Command when I was the senior intelligence officer for U.S. Central Command. Some of the best intelligence personnel in the arsenal of the United States intelligence community are sitting down at Tampa. So I guarantee that the commander, Eric Kurilla, General Kurilla, is also going to be on a secure video teleconference with the President of the United States at this moment, as well as Pete and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. You're going to have possibly leadership, military leadership from the region that will likely be on a secure video teleconference with the President of the United States. So the president is going to gather and take in all of this information. Typical Trump, he'll go around and if you're in that room, he's going to go around and ask you, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think? He's going to take it all in, synthesize it, and then he's going to make a decision. And the one thing that he will make a decision on, and like he says, unconditional surrender, he will make a decision that will ensure Trust me on this. It will ensure that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon while he's the president of the United States. They will never have a nuclear weapon, and I guarantee that that's going to be the case. So if that has to be the commitment of a particular capability to have such a destructive effect on whether it's Fordow or some other place, Trump will make that decision. He will make that decision. The other thing is all this talk about military, another military quagmire in the Middle East. Hey, folks, we're already in the Middle East. We provide billions of dollars. We provide military forces. We provide all kinds of training and equipment and education to every single Arab country in that region. Never mind having headquarters and our own military footprint already there. So we're already there. We're already there. So stop it. Stop it with we don't need another. Yeah, we don't need to be sending military divisions and Marine regiments. We don't need to be sending large numbers of troops. We do need to make sure that we are protecting our own people that are in those embassies and in some of the basing that we do have in that region. That's got to happen. That's the responsibility of the President of the United States. There is commitment of great naval force capabilities. I think we're on our third aircraft carrier battle group. That's a big deal. Those are big commitments, whether it's in the Eastern Med, whether it's in the Arabian Sea, whether it's in the Persian Gulf. So with those capabilities come extraordinary arsenals and capabilities. So I want people to understand that Trump has got a big decision. Jack, I'll turn it back to you. I know we've got short on time.
And General Flynn, as we look at this decision, so let's take U.S. capabilities, considerable as they are. We're now hearing, by the way, the breaking news that I just wanted to throw out is that we're hearing that a third aircraft carrier may now be making its way to the region, not in the Persian Gulf, but in the East Med, so off the coast of Israel. And the question that I have, though, is let's say Israel and Iran, just their capabilities back and forth. People are watching these salvos take off. Israel is flying the air sorties. Iran is firing missiles. But is this something that can go on indefinitely? President Trump tweeted using, of course, the royal we control the skies above Tehran. But is this something that can go on indefinitely, or are we witnessing a sort of war of air attrition between Iran and Israel?
Yeah, that's a great way to describe it, Jack. It cannot go on indefinitely. The capacity of these nations, they do not have the capacity to continue this forever, right? So at some point in time, you're going to see a diminishing capability and a diminishing capacity from both countries. Now, in terms of Israel, if Israel continues to get the support from the United States of America, there's an awful lot that we can do. We got to look at what are the Chinese doing? What are the North Koreans doing? What are the Russians doing? I understand that Putin also put out a statement, very strong statement today about U.S. involvement in the Middle East. So I haven't seen the formal statement yet, but I understand that came out earlier today. So we'll have to wait and see what does that mean. So the capacity doesn't exist to continue this thing. One of the things that Israel has done in Iran is they've gone after the targeting mechanisms, the ability to be able to precisely launch these missiles at specific targets. And that's why you see a lot of the missiles that are coming out of Iran are hitting civilian targets. And they're doing it partly on purpose, but also because these are not precision-guided munitions. These are not precision-guided capabilities. These are now launched in a particular direction on a particular azimuth, on a launch direction, and they're going to just hit whatever targets they hit. So they're going to hit a lot of civilian targets, where the Israelis, on the other hand, are going after military infrastructure and infrastructure that is part of the military-industrial complex of Iran. And that's why you're not hearing screaming about numbers of civilians that the Israelis are killing, but you're seeing Iranians killing and targeting civilians. This
Folks, we're coming up on a quick break here. We're on Jack Posobiec, General Flynn, Human Events Daily. This is Real America's Voice, your only place to get the unfiltered truth. We'll be right back.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being here with us. President Trump's latest gift to the country is up and waving for the world to see. This morning, the commander-in-chief had brand new flagpoles put up on the north and south lawns of the White House. He even showed up in person to oversee some of the construction, and he was there as the first flag was raised over 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Then Mr. Trump got down to business, though, addressing everything from how his tariffs are benefiting the economy to criticizing Fed Chairman Jerome Powell for not lowering interest rates. By the way, the Fed is set to wrap up its June meeting today.
I got a call from Congress last night. Sir, there's a problem. I said, what is it? Money is pouring in. We don't know how to account for it. I said, check the tariffs. $88 billion came in from tariffs. No inflation. And it's going to get even more so. I know what I'm doing. So we have a stupid person, frankly, at the Fed. He probably won't cut today. Europe had 10 cuts, and we had none.
The other big story happening at the White House, President Trump calling for Iran's unconditional surrender amid this morning's latest Israeli airstrike on Iran's capital city of Tehran. In the meantime, the Iranian Foreign Ministry says, and I'm quoting here, any American intervention would be a recipe for an all-out war in the region. The hostilities between Israel and Iran over Iran's continued uranium enrichment and nuclear development programs are now in its sixth day. The president also trading verbal jabs with Iran's supreme leader this morning after Ayatollah Ali Khamenei warned that U.S. strikes against Iran will, quote, result in irreparable damage. President Trump responding simply by saying, quote, I say good luck. The commander-in-chief also pointing out that it's not too late for Iran to give up its nuclear program. Well, another story making headlines this morning, apart from the stock exchange, is the situation as it comes to cryptocurrency. Making cryptocurrency headlines right now is the U.S. Senate actually changing up some rules and implementing new rules as it relates to that. We'll talk more about that as well.
Today, you know, they talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back. Real America's Voice. We're on with General Flynn, President Trump's first national security advisor, former head of the Defense Intelligence Agency. General Flynn, you were telling us before about some of the on-the-ground intel and how obviously in any cases of a conflict like this, the war of information becomes the first thing. The first casualty is always the truth. And so it's very hard to get to that ground truth. But you were talking about how what's on the ground in Iran is going to be critical for the president's decision-making process going forward. And you were breaking down some of that real-time intelligence for us.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we have, and there is information that is coming from inside, and some of that is not through normal intel channels. To be honest with you, the intel community, particularly the CIA, has, you know, they should have so many years of on the ground knowledge, and they really don't. where you have really good intelligence is coming from people that are in the region that have been there for a long time, that we have developed relationships with for so many years because of on-the-ground combat operations, fighting alongside of some of these people in places like Afghanistan and Iraq and other places in the region. And they don't trust the U.S. intelligence community, to be very blunt. But they trust those of us who have, in many cases, fought alongside them. So the type of intelligence that Trump really is going to need to be able to make decisions about, and one of the things that I want to take a little bit of a step back, Jack, on is this is not about the Iranian people. So this is about the Iranian regime. This is not about going after the Iranian people. And I think Trump has been very clear on this. There are others that are spewing this nonsense that, Trump is doing this, it's against Iran and Iranian people. No, this is against the Iranian regime, to decapitate the Iranian regime. And as he said, he's calling for unconditional surrender. And I'm for it. I mean, we cannot have the kind of tyranny and hatred and basically the threatening, like I think President Trump called it, like a bully, right? A bully. They've been a bully for 3 decades. So that on-the-ground intelligence that is coming out and providing good tactical information about the sentiment and the feeling of the Iranian people and where things still are happening or still are occurring. What is going on when we know about aircraft, for example, when we get reports about aircraft taking off, right? Or we get reports about family members, regime family members that are gathering their Gucci and their gold and starting to move into different places to get absconded out of the country by some of their foreign partners like Russia or China. That kind of stuff is good to know because it gives the president a sentiment of the conditions on the ground, never mind what our capability is or what capacity or whether we can fly a B-2 bomber out of this place or that place. Can they have, all of that technical stuff? We have all of that in abundance. It is the tactical, very exquisite, very, very hard to get intel that he needs right now. And some of that is being provided. I know that some of that is being provided to people that are trusting and providing it to the right people at the right moment. I think that's really critical. I mean, really what we have is we've got the president has a couple of options here. He's called for unconditional surrender. So he might say, I'm going to give you another clock to look at there, Khomeini. And I'll give you 72 hours, maybe a week. But you're going to have to do some, here's some criteria that you're going to have to follow. Or maybe he just says you got 24 hours, right? I mean, so Trump, I think in the next 24 hours, I said this 2 days ago, that the next 72 to 96 hours are going to be some of the most intense moments in U.S. history that we have ever experienced. And I personally believe that right now we have as Governor Huckabee, the ambassador to in Israel said, we have the right person at the right moment in history in Donald J. Trump, probably dating back to as far back as maybe Truman, when Truman had to make the decision about dropping bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And I'm not talking about Trump having to make a decision about dropping any kind of nuclear capabilities. I'm just talking about newer capacities that we have, or newer capabilities that we have to be able to destroy
for the job
things
chosen by the American people. General Flynn, I know you've got a heart out. Where can people go to follow you and collect all the information, the sit reps that you're putting out?
Yeah, they can follow me at Gen Flynn on X, and I'm on about 7 other social media platforms, but at Gen Flynn, Gen Flynn, or go to generalflynn.com, and you can follow me there as well.
All right, General Flynn, thank you so much for your expertise, your analysis, and putting us right inside the room. That's what you get, the inside story from Human Events Daily on Real America's Voice and nowhere else. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump is calling for Iran's unconditional surrender amid this morning's latest Israeli airstrike in Iran's capital city of Tehran. In the meantime, the Iranian Foreign Ministry says, and I'm quoting, any American intervention would be a recipe for an all-out war in the region. The hostilities between Israel and Iran over Iran's continued uranium enrichment and nuclear development programs are now in the 6th day. Still, though, President Trump appears to be holding out hope for cooler heads to prevail and for a peaceful resolution.
We'll see what happens. Look, nothing's finished until it's finished. You know, war is very complex. A lot of bad things can happen. A lot of turns are made. So I don't know. I wouldn't say that we won anything yet. I would say that we sure as hell made a lot of progress. And we'll see. The next week is going to be very big, maybe less than a week, maybe less.
The president also trading verbal jabs with Iran's supreme leader this morning after Ayatollah Ali Khamenei warned that U.S. strikes against Iran will, quote, result in irreparable damage. President Trump responding simply by saying, quote, I say good luck. The commander-in-chief also pointing out that it's not too late for Iran to give up its nuclear program. There's big news coming out of the Supreme Court this morning as the High Court upholds Tennessee's ban on gender-affirming care for transgender minors. The justices' 6-3 decision will likely set precedent for challenges to restrictions on care and treatment for transgender youth. 26 states have laws similar to the one in Tennessee. Today's ruling comes amid efforts to block federal spending on gender-affirming medical care for people under 19 years old. The Trump administration has also called for using only therapy and not broader health measures to treat transgender youth. Writing for the conservative majority on the court, Chief Justice John Roberts holds that Tennessee's law does not violate the Constitution's Equal Protection Clause, which requires that government treat similarly situated people the same. That's a quick check of your headlines.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back here live, Human Events Daily. By the way, guys, leave that shot up for a second. So for those watching on screen here, we've got a live shot. The weather's not cooperating, but you can actually see the first flagpole that President Trump has raised just today. And unfortunately, the weather's not cooperating for the second American flag. But this is the first time you've seen actually an American flag flown from the lawn of the White House. And I wish the weather were cooperating a little bit better, but you know, it's storming, booming and storming here in Washington, D.C. But the flag looked really great, at least when we were first able to see it, but we're not able to quite get that shot in as much as, we'll wait for the weather to be a little bit nicer, but just incredible view. And of course, we love seeing Old Glory flown in all of its glory there on the lawn of the White House. Before we bring in our next guest here, I'd love to go to, we've got two shots, and guys, if we can, I'd love to play them both here. We've got Lindsey Graham and James Lankford. So their thoughts on the current conflict or potentially brewing conflict between the U.S. and Iran.
I would like to see this regime fall, but I'm going to leave it up to the president as to what to do and when to do it. But I do know this. If we don't take out their nuclear program now, we'll all regret it. We're very close. Be all in, Mr. President, in helping Israel finish the job, and let's see where we're at after we neutralize their nuclear program.
Do you think the United States should assassinate the supreme leader if they can?
The assassination of any individual, any foreign dignitary or leader on this, but we most certainly need to have regime change in Iran. This is the same regime that's threatened America and Americans. This is the same regime that oppresses their own people, that they use the money that they get from oil money to be able to put towards terrorism, to be able to kill us and our allies. They chant death to America in the streets. We definitely need a new regime there.
All right, Jack Posobiec back here on Human Events, Real America. So I just want to bring in now Libby Emmons. She's the editor-in-chief of Human Events and the Post Millennial. So Libby, you run both of the sites. You run the Post Millennial, you run Human Events. A week ago, we weren't talking about regime change in Iran. We were talking, and I remember being here on this network and on this show talking about the bill, the deportation bill. We were talking about mass deportations. We had these huge ICE protests, and which turned into riots very quickly in Los Angeles and other places. President Trump had his military parade. What's going on that has driven all of this so quickly?
Yeah, it's been a huge, quick diversion. Sometimes I think of media like the Eye of Sauron in Lord of the Rings, and it's just that the big eye will shift suddenly, and then everyone looks in that direction without paying any attention to the things that they were literally looking at just 5 minutes ago. So last week, of course, we had all of this stuff start to heat up in Israel. Israel took aim at Iran. Iran, of course, hates Israel, and all of a sudden, we're all supposed to look overseas. We're all supposed to look at these this fighting between other nations, one of which is allied with America and one of which is not. And of course, America provides a great deal of support to Israel. But the things that are happening here at home are still happening. The deportations are still underway. The issues between ICE and Democrat lawmakers is still happening. City Comptroller and mayoral candidate Brad Lander in New York City yesterday was detained when he tried to obstruct an ICE arrest. He was demanding a judicial warrant for a man whose asylum hearing had failed. He was not permitted asylum, and so he was going to be deported, and Lander got in the way of that. He was arrested. We'll see what happens there. This follows a number of Democrat lawmakers who are either getting arrested or really trying to get arrested because they think that this will do better for them in the long run. At least that's my theory. We also still have Tren de Aragua in Aurora, Colorado. Police in that city released body cam footage showing Tren de Aragua members in Aurora, which we remember from last summer, terrorizing residents in that apartment building. So that's still going on. You still have riots going on in Portland, Oregon, where, that's like the main hobby is to riot. You have residents there basically begging Antifa not to destroy their property and not to, make things miserable like they did back in 2020 when they rioted for 100 straight days. But there's a lot going on stateside. There's a lot going on with the Supreme Court. We actually had a win today, which I was very excited about, where the Supreme Court upholds Tennessee's ban on child sex changes. So that's a huge win, not just for Tennessee, but for America at large and the 26 states that have put that into place. I know that a lot of women in America are super excited about this. A lot of people have been fighting for this for a really long time. So that's awesome. I can't even contain my joy about that. It's way more awesome than what's going on between Israel and Iran. I think we should keep looking at these things.
Libby, if I can I ask you, and just interesting tidbit, but you mentioned before something to me about the click-through rate on stories that you're seeing on the back end. So obviously the way that it usually works, Post Millennial covers the day-to-day news domestically, and then Human Events, we've got the opinion, but also the international news. Can you tell me which side is picking up more traction right now, even as the Iran-Israel conflict takes off?
Yeah, our readers are primarily interested in domestic American news and the opinions on domestic American happenings. That's what people are looking to us for, and that is what we're focusing on. There's plenty of news out there on Iran and Israel and will we or won't we, or trying to analyze, Trump's last Truth Social post and how that interacts with, Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz and whatever else is going on. But our readers are really still interested in the things that impact their lives, right? Yesterday, we got word from Customs and Border Patrol that they had released 0 illegal immigrants into the country in May. That's zero. That's 0 illegal immigrants released by CBP into the country in May, and that contrasts with 64,000 in May of last year under the Biden administration. 64,000 to 0. That's pretty impressive. We also saw a release of some numbers that showed that real wages for blue collar workers are up, I think, a couple of percentage points for something like the first time in 60 years. And that's what a lot of our readers are interested in. That's what we've been seeing in the numbers of what gets traction and what people want to read. I think also we had a story out yesterday about the fact that the majority of Americans across race, gender, and party lines are opposed to American intervention in this new fight between Israel and Iran. So Americans want to know about America.
Can you walk me through that? Can you walk me through some of that poll that you're seeing?
What was that?
Can you walk me through some of that poll that you're seeing? You're talking about all Americans. Was that the Economist poll?
I think it was a YouGov poll. I think it was
Economist, YouGov together.
Yeah, and so I looked a little bit at that. Hannah Nightingale covered that for the Post Millennial. I didn't dig too much into it, but I was surprised to see that it was across all parties. I mean, both parties don't want to get involved. All sexes, male and female, don't want to get involved. All races don't want to get involved. And it was across class lines too. If I recall, there were income categories as well. And people don't want to have America get involved in this conflict. You had President Trump, when he was campaigning for office, touted his record in the first term that no new wars were started, no new foreign wars were started. And that was certainly something that was part of the impulse for a lot of people to vote for him this time around. Americans love when we're not at war and we can focus on the issues we have here at home instead of being a policeman to the world.
But yeah, and I've just I've noted anecdotally, and I threw this out on X earlier today, and I'd love for people to respond, 1776 at humanevents.com, that I've just been noticing an uptick. And so, Libby, do you remember when the Ukraine war kicked off, there were all of these billboards that just mysteriously popped up around the country, about Ukraine. It was the Ukrainian flag just all over the place, and you would see it everywhere. And I was driving around, and I would just see it, even in like rural areas. Like, he was paying for all these billboards in malls, etc. And it was inescapable, completely inescapable. And now all of a sudden I've noticed, and I'm in the DC area, but I'm seeing on X that people are also tracking this all over the country, where they're seeing ads on YouTube and ads on podcasts and Apple Podcasts and Spotify when they do those programmatic ads, all of a sudden beating the drums for war with Iran. And it's like there is a paid campaign to actually manipulate America into getting into war with Iran. And, clearly the military industrial complex would put a lot of money behind that. And I keep saying that the neocons hear cash registers every time they see a map on TV with arrows on it. But I said, look, wait a minute. No one's going to manipulate the president of the United States. And certainly no one's going to manipulate Donald Trump. He is going to make a decision, whether it be peace, whether it be negotiations, a limited strike, a full-on war. He's not going to be allowing anyone to lead him into something he doesn't want to do. And I look at this campaign and I find it repugnant. I really do.
Yeah, and I've also noticed that I listen to a ton of podcasts all the time, weekly ones, daily ones. And I've noticed that a lot of these podcasts that cover American affairs are also sort of pro-war all of a sudden. And I'm like, where did this come from? How is this suddenly the subcurrent of, this podcast I listen to that's about history? Like, why is this what's going on all of a sudden? So it has been pretty rampant. I agree with you, though. I think Trump learned a lot of lessons during his first term, where he chose advisors who did not necessarily have his best interest at heart or the best interest of the American people at heart. And he has pushed a lot of those advisors away. He's not doing that anymore. He's not taking the same kind of, judicial nomination recommendations that he took during his first term. And he's being a lot more careful about that. And I think we can see that, too, in that he's not showing his cards at all. Even when he was asked earlier today, hey, Mr. President, what are you going to do about Iran? He was like, you think I'm going to tell you? No, I'm not talking about that. I'm not telling you about that. I'm talking about these flagpoles, which also I think are pretty cool. But I think that he should be a hard man to sway, because that's what America should be. It should be hard to sway America.
Libby, we got a quick break coming up here, but General Flynn said it, I think, best earlier, is that President Trump is going to make his decision based on what's in the best interests of the American people. And the American people sent him to office resoundingly with the trust and backing and representation that he would put their interests first. That's what came up on the campaign trail: Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and that's what we trust President Trump to do. Just a quick break. We'll be right back here. Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily.
What we are doing every single day is we are dedicating ourselves and our staff and our students and our activists for a full revival of America.
Get ready to launch into the future of freedom at the largest student event in the nation. SAS is back. Join thousands of fellow students ready to pioneer a bold new era for America at our Student Action Summit. And we're bringing in the biggest voices in the movement, featuring Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Dr. Ben Carson, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, Brandon Tatum, James O'Keefe, Benny Johnson, Jack Posobiec, and more. From July 11th through 13th in Tampa, Florida. Register now at SAS2025.com.
When I'm working long hours, I'm always listening to Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec, Real America's Voice, Human Events Daily. And if you want unfiltered coverage, President Trump, all things MAGA, you know that Real America's Voice is the place to be. Jack Posobiec, along with Stephen K. Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Steve Gruber, Stinchfield, and all the rest of the crew here. This is your spot. Libby, we're talking about, I think that the general sense of what we're talking about here is, are we taking the eye off the ball of the domestic agenda and all of these wins, these W's, like the Supreme Court case that just took place, the huge momentum, and I was making this point on Timcast last night about the deportations. We had a 55%, I think it was CBS, had to pull up 55% of Americans now support all illegals being deported. And yet, as you say, the momentum is now suddenly being shifted into other places. And as we do that, suddenly it's like, hey, where did the vote for the bill go? Where did all the momentum go for pushing the deportation bill across, funding that, funding ICE, getting more ICE raids up? And all of this was taking place. And now that energy seems to have been just dissipated and pushed elsewhere.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's really important to not deflate the domestic agenda where we don't have a ton of time left before the midterms. We really need to nail a lot of these policies and make sure that this stuff is implemented, such as the deportations, rounding up criminals, illegal immigrant criminals, all of this stuff. I think it's super important. And if we do take our eye off of it, we leave the Democrats an opening to put a stop to it. We already saw, the Trump administration is having trouble getting a judge to agree that they can take the X gender marker off of passports. That's something too that's going on. So I think it's really key to keep the focus on what we have control over, which is the domestic agenda. Not we personally, but Americans, right? I mean, Americans are petitioning their government to do what is in the best interest of the country, and there's no reason for them to take their foot off the gas there. We just have, several months left until the midterms. Democrats are already gearing up to try and figure out how to get a majority back in the Senate and the House. This big, beautiful bill is facing trouble in the Senate. There's all kinds of negotiations that have to happen before it can go through. And they were looking at a deadline of July 4th. I saw a report yesterday that questioned that would even be able to happen. And of course, these kinds of things need to go through if we want to continue the MAGA agenda through 2026. So yeah, Americans, call your congressperson, call your representatives, let them know that they work for you. You don't work for them. We don't work for Israel. We don't work for, regime change in Iran. We don't work for any of that stuff. The government is here to serve us and to serve what America needs to have done. And those are the most important things. And those are the most important things to keep an eye on.
Well, and I think that's where President Trump is coming from. And I agree with General Flynn on that President Trump's decision, whatever it may be, is going to be a decision that's made by himself, not manipulated by outside groups, not manipulated by ad campaigns, not manipulated by any of the talking heads on TV. And, I say that with full self-awareness, podcasters, etc. President Trump is his own man, and he is not going to, and he understands the very, very real risks of war and peace. That's why he's always stood for these things. And he also understands the risks of nuclear war. And I think that's why he's taking this nuclear program so seriously. And I think that's why he's always taken it so seriously, because he understands that nuclear war would mean the end of the planet and life as we know it. It's one of the main reasons that he's called for negotiations with Russia. And it's one of the main reasons that I think it's smart that he has continued to keep that open line with the Russians, and even brought it up at the G7 when he said, look, perhaps the Ukraine war wouldn't have even taken place if you hadn't kicked Russia out of the G8 when it was called the G8, because you had the ability for dialogue. And he is the first president since when Reagan sat down with the Russians at Reykjavik in Iceland that could actually credibly do this with Russia, with Iran, with China, which he already did with North Korea. He is the man who can get the job done. Libby Emmons, where can people go to follow you and catch all of the breaking updates?
You can follow me on X at Libby Emmons. You can check out what we're doing at thepostmillennial.com and humanevents.com. And if you want to sign up for my newsletter, you can go to thepostmillennial.com/Libby.
All right, Libby Emmons, postmillennial, humanevents.com. Folks, this is Human Events Daily, real America's voice. And look, folks, don't get the filtered, biased, agenda-driven media that's been out there. No, stick it right here. Park it. Real America's voice all day. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.